MSCS Media is now part of the Spotify exclusive team. If you'd like to watch this episode and others, uncensored and uncut, click on the link in the description below. Miles, Elijah Desmond, went to college at 15 years old at Ohio State, started speaking at 15 years old, and a ton of other stuff that we're going to get to. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, and it's the Ohio State University.
The Ohio State University, as in the very good football team at 15 years old. How you did that, we'll get to, but damn. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
We have like a mini Elon Musk in here.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but it's been a fun journey.
Right. So now you have the foundation, and you have the book here, right? Which we'll get to that. I'm going to cut that little bit of piece. Don't worry about it. I fucked that up. All right. So you have your book here. So explain to everybody about the book that we have out here.
Absolutely. So the book, Serial Entrepreneur from Startup to Success. I believe when I wrote that book, I had about 12 businesses that I started. I'm now at about 20. Don't get too excited because I failed on about 5 of them. But there's some reasons behind the book. Typically, people write a book for a reason, right? I had 2 big reasons. First off, a lot of people didn't know before I released the book that whenever I read a book, I actually didn't retain anything. So I was in special needs classes as a kid.
Really?
Yep. And it was so embarrassing as a little boy to get that knock on the door. And I get up out of the class and I got all these eyes looking at me. And it's the special needs teacher. And I have to walk outside of the classroom, down the hall, out to the trailer. I'll never forget it. It's like it's yesterday. And I would have to try to learn to read and comprehend what I read. And I just couldn't do it. I could never comprehend what I read. And I could read you a story, but I just can't tell you what it was that I read, you know?
Now, if you read something you were interested in, could you remember it?
No.
Either way, you couldn't remember. Huh?
No. And if there's if there's names in the story, I can't remember. I just this didn't stick.
Wow.
And so I wanted to write a book to inspire kids, to teach them that if I can write this book, and I can't even read and remember anything, then anything is possible. So it was to overcome all the odds. And so I'll never forget, it was 2018, and I get on stage in Las Vegas at a big event that I'm speaking at, and I released the book that morning. And when I got on stage, I got on stage to my favorite walk-on song, Lose Yourself by Eminem. And
everybody loves that.
Everybody loves it.
Yeah, nobody doesn't not like it. Even remember when Eminem people hated him for a while?
Yes.
Everybody still was blasting.
Everybody was still playing
on the low. It was like the Trump thing.
Right,
know what I mean?
right. The parents and weights and the kids got outside the car to play it. So anyways, I got on stage, and there's a video of me walking up, and you'd think I had gum in my mouth. I was actually didn't have gum in my mouth. I was like nervous, just chewing my cheek, because I was about to get on stage and reveal to the world, as a motivational speaker, as a successful businessman and entrepreneur, that I had a major fault. And for so many years, all of these other entrepreneurs and motivational speakers and influencers would send me their book, and they would always send me it because they wanted to come on the stages that I was essentially hosting an event at. And I never had the nerve to tell them, like, bro, I'm not going to read your book.
Right.
Because if I read it, it's a waste of time.
And you're on that stage because you weren't able to read it, and you're showing that anybody can overcome it.
Yes, absolutely. So I get on stage after the walk-on song, and I'm hyping myself up to really just tell the world, like, this is, like, I'm all about being your authentic being and your authentic self and not faking it, right? And I was going to get on stage and be I was 95% there, but I just had never told anybody this deep secret of mine. And I got on stage and I told everybody that there was this kid, I walked through and told him about this kid named Christopher, and how he felt this extreme embarrassment walking through class every day. And how, there's this Pizza Hut book club. I don't know if you remember Pizza Hut book club.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you read all these books, you get, like, free pizza. I love pizza. I still love pizza. It doesn't change with the year, right? So Christopher, he basically went to Pizza Hut book club, got so many different books that he read, and Christopher really never was able to overcome that challenge, that learning disability of reading the books. And Christopher ended up learning how to learn other ways and became close with his teachers. And the teachers actually really care whenever a student like doesn't get it and comes and asks, is like, I actually really need help. I don't understand. Stays after class. Like teachers really care when the kid cares. So I would get one-on-one help. And I ended up becoming a straight A student. I never read a book in my entire career. I tested into college at 15 years old. Not one book did I ever read. I got really good at going and opening a book, going to the things that have big boxes around them, and it says things you should know. You should probably know those things. Right?
So you would take a book, all right? You would open it up, and you would just look for specific parts of that you thought would be worth it? Like how if there's no big box?
Well, they make it really obvious in books. They make words bold, number one. Number two, they have typically top right-hand corner, you'll see a box that says things you should know. You should know those things. Then they have these magical things at the end. They're like tests at the very end of each chapter. Well, I can go and I could take a test, and if I didn't know the answer, I can go and research a line or two, and I can figure out the answer. And I got really good at test taking. You know, typically on a multiple choice test question, there's two answers that could be the right answer. The rest of them are just bogus. Like it's like almost comical. They just throw things in there to throw you off.
I know. I can't. I have you should come for this, right? And you. I have the woman. I have a woman coming in. Her mother created the SATs.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, I'd like to. Yeah.
I'd like to have a word with her about her time, because I didn't have enough time to. I mean, I failed those things.
And the multiple choice they're so close. They're so close, right?
Right. So anyhow, I went through college and I went through high school. I didn't read a book. At 15, I tested into college, and I basically went through college, 6 years, and I still never read a book. I graduated with a 3.1 GPA. And you know, I was good with hands-on, and I learned to take tests well. And I got through. And here's something that I didn't do until the last 2 weeks in college. I never took any medication, right? Because a lot of this is a controversial subject, but let's just put it out there.
They all take Adderall, right?
Let's put it out there.
That's true.
Or Ritalin.
Yep.
Okay. And you know, as a kid growing up, you hear about these kids that take Ritalin. Oh, they don't have their medicine. Well, that medicine is like a sedative, like it sedates people, and I don't want my kid on medicine. Well, you don't really know what it's like until you've tried it, right? Well, 2 weeks prior to finals in college, I would take Adderall. Why? Because I have ADD, period. I also have a reading disorder. And I would ace my tests. I would go in with a C. I would come out with a B or a B+, thus 3.1 GPA. But I was able to pay attention. The thing is the Adderall, when you're taking it, you have to understand you're taking a medication. When you're up, you're really up. And when you're down, you're really down, right? So I would never recommend that a kid be on that, because that's mood altering, and kids can't control inside. Like, okay, I know that it's not really me.
It's the drug, yeah.
Right.
And it's very addicting. You know what is good though? Modafinil.
Okay.
It's been around since 1952. It's almost Adderall with no side effects. Nobody's ever died. Nobody's ever got addicted to it. Big Pharma hates it.
Uh-huh.
In 2002, I used to go get it at the pharmacy. 30 pills, $100. Then over time, they realized that it's good for depression, ADHD, social anxiety, all these things. And Big Pharma says, whoa. If we allow this to keep coming out, now we can't give you Adderall, which eventually you're going to want to get off of, which you need something to withdraw from. Then we have to give you Xanax, and then the Klonopin, and whatever's next. And now we're going to put you on Lexapro that we get billions of dollars from. So 5 years later, when psychiatrists started off-labeling, prescribing it other than for narcolepsy, now, 2009, you go in, $1,200 for the generic, that same pill. Wow,
that's crazy. So anyhow, that's why I tested through college, right? Still didn't read a book. So graduated college, moved to the beautiful islands of Hawaii, and eventually started opening these businesses. And one thing led to the next. I'm like, man, now I'm not afraid to go and try to start a business, because I'm not afraid of of losing, right? I'm not afraid to take a risk. I can do anything. I can start any business. I have the confidence. I have the people. I'm connected. I have the know-how. Like I'm doing it. And so in this book, I basically wrote, it's not a book for an advanced entrepreneur, right? It could be if they want to get back to the basics, but it's really for somebody that's starting a business, a startup, somebody that doesn't know like really how to get the things going, not somebody who's looking to scale monsterly, right? So I said, all right, I'm going to put all this out in the book, but when I release the book, I also want to take this to the kids and talk to them about me basically being vulnerable and telling about how I've had my failures, within my business career, but me being able to overcome those things as well. And so if I release this book, I know I'm going to be able to motivate a ton of kids. And that's exactly what I did. And so I'm able to go and essentially tell these kids, like, look, I have a learning disability and I'm able to live with it. It doesn't bother me at all. I've excelled so many different ways, and so can you. And let me tell you what I did with my learning disability. And I wrote this book, and it made Amazon bestseller. It was amazing. And I brought this big, huge box to the stage with me, and I started handing out books. They were all signed not by me, by the other people that sent the books to me.
Oh, wow.
That I never read. And then afterwards, I had a book signing. So anyways,
Now, did that blow your mind that took off like crazy? Because here you are. You've had these problems. Yeah, you're confident, but bestseller.
No.
How long did it take you to write this?
Oh, man, about a year on a plane. I mean, it's a 90-page book. It's not like it's a big, huge textbook. It was, every time I got on a plane and I got in my feelings about something, I was just like emotional about something, I started writing every single time, and then I put it all together, and it took me about a year. Just every time I only would write when I was emotional about something. Like, I got to write. I was happy, or I was, feeling like really in depth and tuned about something, and I would start writing. And so that's what happened with the book. And
I'm always curious about this. When people come in that do movies and books, how many pages would you say before you chopped it down to put it in order and everything else? That always interests me, because sometimes you film and you do it, you do all sometimes you do 5 hours and use 10 minutes.
Yep. So I would say it would probably be about double the chapters, double the size, and I got rid of a bunch of stuff.
This podcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Tear into a can of the meanest energy drink on the planet, Monster Energy. It's the ideal combo of the right ingredients in the right proportion to deliver a big bad buzz that only Monster can. Monster packs a powerful punch, has a smooth, easy drinking flavor. Athletes, musicians, co-eds, road warriors, metalheads, geeks, hipsters, and bikers dig it. You will too. Monster Energy is more than just the green OG. Monster has Monster Ultra, Juice Monster, Monster Hydro, Rehab Monster, Dragon Tea, Monster Max, Muscle Monster, and many more. Buy on Amazon, buy on Walmart, or go to monsterenergy.com, and believe me, you'll find a place. Unleash the beast. Monster Energy. This episode is sponsored by Let's Get Checked. Are you the man your father was? Recent studies have shown that men's testosterone levels are dropping substantially since the 1980s at about an average of 1% per year. Low testosterone can have all types of health effects. It can affect your muscle mass, memory, mood, sex drive, you name it. And yes, low testosterone is more common the older you get, but can affect men at any age. So let's talk about today's sponsor, Let's Get Checked. They're a worldwide leader in at-home testing kits, and their male hormone test lets you easily test your testosterone levels at home. You can order a testing kit that will be delivered to you in a discreet packaging with next-day delivery. Once your sample arrives in the laboratory, confidential results will be available to you in your secure online account within 2 to 5 days. These results are reviewed by a clinician, and a member of Let's Get Checked nursing team may call you to review your results. Let's Get Checked laboratories are CLIA approved and CAP accredited, which is the highest ranking levels of accreditation. So, if you want to test your hormone levels without having to leave your home, visit trylgc.com/MSCS. Special offer for MSCS media viewers. Use promo code MSCS at checkout and get 30% off your test. The link is in the description below at the top. This episode is brought to you by Aurora. Do you know what the fastest growing crime in America is? For years, this crime rate has been surging and affecting millions of Americans. I'm talking about identity theft, and there's a new victim every 14 seconds. That's why I'm excited to partner with Aurora, who is sponsoring this video. Aurora is identity theft protection, fraud monitoring, a VPN, password management, and antivirus software all combined into one easy-to-use app. Aurora monitors the dark web for your emails, passwords, and social security numbers and sends alerts fast, right to your phone and email. Don't put your family at risk. Try Aurora for free for 2 weeks and see if your personal identifiable information has leaked to the dark web. Start your free trial at https://aura.com/MSCS. Link is in the description below.
And here's what's also really crazy. For a while, I mean, look, I wrote the book. I would say for 2 years after that, the book is called Serial Entrepreneur from Startup to Success. I wanted to write a book called How Not to Be a Serial Entrepreneur Next.
That's pretty good.
And eventually I started just owning the fact that I could never not be a serial entrepreneur. I'm a creator. I create businesses. I help people create businesses, and I can't help it. So I just have to own it. The book's never going to be published, the second book, because I'm not going to write it.
But it's still amazing that somebody could write, almost 200 pages with, I'm off, my mind's off because I didn't know that at all. And how you can overcome that. How do you overcome it? So you can't comprehend stuff today?
Yeah, still to today. Somebody sends me a book, if somebody's very excited about this book that they wrote, it's really difficult to be like, bro, don't send me the book. I ain't gonna read it.
Right.
It's very difficult to tell somebody, but sometimes I will. And they think it's an excuse.
Yeah.
It's not an excuse. I legit cannot read it and comprehend it.
And anybody watching this, you're looking me right in the eye, and I know when people are lying. You're dead serious.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I can't read it. I would rather talk me through the story, and I'm gonna follow along. I'm gonna remember everything, but I can't. And audiobooks, that's the next thing.
Does that work with you?
Better, better, and I feel like that may be some ADD. This is just something about when I read words, I just can't remember it. It helps better with audiobooks, but it's still not enough to keep my attention.
You think it's anxiety at all that you can't comprehend it? No, it's just one of those things, huh?
Yeah, I would say I don't have anxiety. Every once in a while, maybe once a month, I could get anxiety. Once every 3 months.
I have it.
I know what it's like.
Yeah.
I didn't ever have anxiety, but when you have that tight chest,
it's bad.
Oh, anxiety is.
I fought it for 15 years.
Wow.
Because I kept telling myself, I'm a man. There ain't nothing wrong with me. And then meanwhile, I'm on the turnpike. Hey, Mom, I think I'm dying. And my mom's like,
I'm having a heart attack.
You're fine. She said, you should go see a shrink. I ain't going to no shrink. It's bad.
Right.
Thank goodness I took care of it. But
right.
So you get through that, and then you come out, you're doing the hype doc. This is badass.
Yes. So
that you just told me about it last minute.
Yes. So basically, I'm in the process of writing an outline for my second book. And really, that was the first 12 businesses. It really is business number 13, probably to around 21. I can't even remember how many I've started since, but in the past we'll say the past 8 businesses, or since business number 13, I've been building events, basically. And not just regular events, very outside the box events. And I wanted to create a book, essentially, about taking your normal conferences or normal events and making them festivals, making them true, just amazing, memorable events that are not judgmental, that are memories. Like when you went to camp as a kid, you always went to camp in the summer. You had the time of your life, and you will never forget those kids that you went to camp with. And you looked forward every single summer to going to camp. Those are the same exact experiences that I'm essentially having in my events, and I'm helping people to have in their events, very outside the box. And so in this book, I can kind of tell you the outline of the book, so it makes sense. So in all these things I've done, I believe in experience sharing and not just telling somebody what they should do. It's called Gestalt. An entrepreneur organization is kind of what you live by, and I think I told you about EL a little bit. And so essentially we talk about doing a tour. Like right now, I'm currently on tour. I bought a tour bus, 40-foot tour bus. I'm going all over the country. It's a lot of fun. So I talk about the tour and what is it like to go on tour and picking up people along the way. And stopping in every city. And it's just, what is that experience like? And how do you monetize a tour bus? So like, did I get a $300,000 tour bus? Yep. Do I pay for that? Nope. Do I have sponsors pay for it? Yep. Can you make money off a tour bus? Sure can. Is it at the NASCAR races often? Sure is. How much? $1,000 a day, right? Like it's a lot of money that you can make from a tour bus.
And NASCAR is huge.
It's huge.
That's like country music. They're there, every one of them.
It is huge, and it's a billboard.
Yeah.
That's just sitting there. And it's a house, and it's got washer and dryer, and it's got multiple bathrooms, and it's luxury. It's TVs everywhere. And so, anyways.
I won't tell anybody that you fly back. Everybody else drives back. Gotcha.
Yes, yeah. So I do. I definitely fly it back, have somebody drive it back. I actually got smart on the fourth month. I actually got a driver. Because I
was driving before that?
I was driving before that. Listen, I drove all the way to Chicago, my first one. It was absolutely miserable. I had 8 people that I was driving. So remember, their life is in my hands.
Oh, boy.
Okay? I'm going all the way from South Florida all the way to Chicago. It's supposed to be, I think, 19 hours. Nah, a lot longer. So we stopped in Nashville, Midway. We stopped in Atlanta. Then we stopped in Nashville, overnight both places. And then we're driving to Chicago, 3 hours out. And I'm going down the highway, and all of a sudden, this major semi flipped right on the other side of the highway, blocked off all the traffic. Why? Because there's freezing rain that starts coming. Then it turns into snow.
Black ice.
Yep. And this is my first long distance trip. All my friends are in the car. They're having fun. They're listening to music. And I'm supposed to get to House of Blues and DJ.
Yeah, you're like this
night. Yeah.
Right?
Yes. White knuckles.
Yeah.
My windshield is ice. My windshield is fogging up. I'm looking through a little peephole. I go out every 20 minutes and I have to pop my windshield wipers, and it was crazy. So, anyways, I have this entire documentary. Right, I have a videographer that's following us with every single place that we go across the country. Every single place that we're going, I'm also stopping at colleges, and we're giving out thousands of dollars to random students. They have no idea we're coming, and we're going up and just blessing them with a whole bunch of cash. And I got a body cam on. I mean, it's so much fun to see the reaction of these kids, because a lot of them are broke college kids, just like I was. Yeah. And the reactions that you get it's amazing. I've shut down gas stations. Like, hey, can you please shut the door? Don't worry, I'm not going to rob the place. I just want to pay for everybody's gas.
Yeah.
Right? And
so cool, man, by the way.
Thank you. I mean, you see these, like, 35 on 2, and the lady's like bawling, crying, because, like, that was her last dollars that she was going to have to spend, and I get a big hug from a stranger. Like, that's the best feeling ever.
Isn't that interesting? Like, when I made it too, you can have all the money in the world, but what fun is it? Okay, right. What, you buy cars, you buy a house, you buy this, but then when you give it to somebody that needs it, and they genuinely look at you like, oh my God, wow, like a real thank you.
Yes.
That's worth more than the Lamborghini that you bought 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
I remember those days.
Yes, 100%.
It really is.
100%. So anyhow, that tour bus, we're doing great things with it. Look, I'm not a rock star, okay? I can't sing. I'd break screens all over the place. All your electricity would probably go down.
Well, you can't remember the words, so how you going to sing? You can sing in your own tune.
I know, right? And so, but I'm like, man, I remember growing up to, like, Road Rules and Real World. Like, man, that bus looks so fun.
Real World?
Oh, man.
Remember that?
So I'm like, dang, I would love to go on tour. So I went, and this is another part of the book about being a DJ. So I went, and I'm almost done with Scratch Academy. So I'm going to Scratch Academy down here in Miami, and just tested into level 4. I'm going to graduate in 6-7 more weeks. I've been in this Scratch Academy now for about 2.5 years.
Okay, so what's Scratch Academy and what's level 4 mean?
Okay, so Scratch Academy is a DJ school. It's where a lot of the big DJs go in New York City and Miami. There's 2 different Scratch Academies.
That's the 2 big ones.
Yep, 2 big ones, and that's where you see all the big clubs. That's where most of these DJs are. A lot of these DJs are going to get trained at. And when you're done, you're an official battle, DJ. Like, you get a big old huge record, gold record, and you're a scratch DJ. You're official. And so level 4, there's 4 main levels, basically. So I just tested into level 4. and that means that I'm about to be done. And it's listen, is it the only thing I do? Is it my main thing? No. Am I obsessed with music and energy and making people happy and jump? Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you can make somebody jump on demand,
priceless.
Like Tommy, jump. Right.
I'll do it for you.
Hey, it wasn't an authentic jump. But if I can put some music and get you going, and you
play some Chris Brown, I'm jumping.
Right.
I love Chris Brown.
Really?
Yeah, he's my favorite.
That's awesome. Are you going to the Chris Brown concert?
Hell yeah, I already bought him.
Me too. Lil Baby and Chris
I'll see
Brown.
You there, bro.
Yeah, you'll see me there.
Hell yeah, I bought him the day I heard.
I bought it like 10 minutes after they went on sale.
To me, he's the best. And just because of that Rihanna shit, they don't even play him. Yeah. If you go on YouTube and you listen to some of his stuff, to me, there's no one better.
Yeah.
If you like rapper, he can rap just as good as anybody. You want to sing and dance, just as good as anybody. You want to cry because of depression?
Yeah.
Therapy with him.
Yeah. Chris Brown's good. I mean, I would have to go. If you talk about artists.
We got to go together, bro.
I mean, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in too.
Yes.
We'll meet up. We'll go together.
100%.
100%.
We were talking about.
Don't get me on breezy.
Don't get me on music. I would have to go with probably Master P and Jay-Z when we talk about artists. And I'm going to have to go from Master P for one main reason. You know why? Because Master P and I share a lot of the same core values, but one main one's he makes millionaires.
Yep. He branded. He's a beast at branding.
Man, and so that's what I'm doing. Branding. So listen. Don't get me.
He's a beast at branding, and you're all about branding.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that's the guy that everybody thought, oh, Master P went away, no limit. No. He was branding everybody before, like Baby and all them even knew what branding was. That was Master P 100%.
Oh my goodness, we might. You know what? We may have to get back to this book topic because you just took me on a whole nother.
Let's go.
So listen, Master P, his famous words in my mind is he goes, if I go around creating millionaires, what is that gonna make me? His focus is getting people to the bag. That is his focus. And so people are like, oh, it's a race to the top, or you're on a race to the top. I am definitely not on a race to the top. I'm fine with, like, this tattoo is called this is the ladder of life. And I'm not worried about being here at the top. I'm real comfortable right here in the middle, right here in the bottom, helping as many people as I can. It's not a race for me to get to the top. It's a race to see how many people I can get to the top.
And that's what he did.
And that's what I'm doing right now. That's why I resonate. That is why I resonate with him.
I'm with you 100% on that one.
I mean, like, a lot of people are so focused on themselves and so focused on, like, what can I get? What's my next thing? How much can I get out of this situation? And they forget about, like, all the other people around them. And I'm not going to lie. My first 5 years of entrepreneurship, I was about that same life. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, now I would never do anything wrong to people, but I was selfish in the fact that I was worried about Elijah. 2015 or 2009 when I graduated, rather, till about 2015, maybe 2014. I was hustling. I was knocking on doors. I was in Hawaii riding this bus trying to figure out, how do I get in that Cadillac? How do I get in that Mercedes? How do I get in that Lambo? I was hustling and I had my mind focused, but I was focused on the wrong thing. It was me. And as soon as I switched gears and started focusing on other people, everything changed. And it got so much easier. Like, I don't even try now. I do not try to go out and go get business. I don't have to. I'm in a good place. I'm focused on helping as many people as I can. When that clicked in my head, everything changed. And there's so many superstars, so many people that have made it because of who I've plugged them in with and how I've empowered them and how I've coached them, that for me, like, I don't need to be where they're at. I'm good. A lot of people are focused on the people at the very top. They're so focused on meeting the top of the creme de la creme.
It's unrealistic.
But the thing is,
at the moment.
Correct. But so many people are worried about meeting those people at the top, they forget about the people at the bottom. So while everybody's focused on meeting those people at the top, I'm busy working at the bottom. What happens is after those people at the bottom, they make it to the top. They tell the top dog, how'd you get here? Oh, well, this guy named Elijah, he was so helpful. And now guess what happened? Those people at the top, they come knocking. Mm-hmm. And now you're able to help everybody in between. That's how I've really made it in this entire journey. It's just helping.
All the networking.
Yep.
You know what stuck out with me with Master P?
What's that?
When he kind of faded away, I thought he faded away like Irv Gotti did that whole thing. And I saw him on an interview, and he said, no. And he came on the interview before people really knew. And he goes, no, I'm in the background. I'm trying to get these guys out of these 360 deals. And then I realized what a 360 deal was. Wow, everybody was giving 360 deals and killing them. And he came out and said, hey, look, you come with me. There's no 360 deal. It's a real deal. And he killed. And he's got little guys now that we don't hear all the time, but you get enough little guys, that equals that one big guy. And if one of them go even midway, you still have your little guys bringing income. You got all the merch for every one of them. He's big on that merch.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Great example. I forgot all about that.
Absolutely. And the number 2 has to be probably Jay-Z from,
What about Tupac?
Nah. Look, listen, I love Tupac's stuff. I wasn't like huge into like music like I am now, but now I listen to people and I'm watching like their actions and things they're doing. Like, so like I heard Jay-Z say these words, like he goes, I am always me. I walk in a building as me. I don't act funny. I don't change my tone. I don't change my voice. I am always me. Like I heard that and I'm like, oh, fan forever.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. And I see all these things he's doing. He's amazing, and he's over here helping so many people too. All these people, like they become so big, and they're like, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna go help other people, and then they get that money helping other people.
Yeah,
you know, Drake is right behind them from one song, God's Plan. That's what inspired me to do all of this. So I'm going around the country. I'm giving out money. He took $1 million, went down to South Florida, closed grocery stores, and said, I'm buying everybody in here the rest of your stuff. I'm buying everything.
Did you know that? You love Drake, don't you?
Yeah, he's a good artist.
He loves him. He loves him. But you know what's so cool about that? He didn't tell anybody. He did it from the heart, because I didn't know that. I didn't see it anywhere.
Okay, so here's the thing. There was another hip hop artist who basically put out a challenge of who could give the most. And I don't remember the name of the hip hop artist. He's famous as well. But Drake and him don't get along, I believe. Drake came down and was like, oh, really? I'm going to bring $1 million.
All right. Yeah.
And so people actually did know, because it was like a beef, but Drake did that.
He still did it.
And he was going, and any video he's giving out to the high schools. He's going into South Beach and just giving to random people. And Drake is just sitting beside him when they look up their head, and he's got a pile of money. Like, not a regular pile. I'm talking about a case.
A
case of money. So,
and that goes back to what we both talked about. Like, he has all the money he needs, but that's not happiness, maybe. You know, but his happiness is doing that.
Right.
You know, and even Drake is at that same thing.
Right.
You know?
Right. Exactly. Money is not everything.
How many times do you think Baby thought twice about screwing him?
Right.
You know, because Baby had got Nicki, Wayne. You know he cooked Wayne.
Right.
And then he had Drake, and I bet you was thinking, Drake, I don't know, all this money. No, I think I'm going to pay him the full amount.
Right. Right.
Because you see, like, Nicki Minaj is still never complained. Drake never complained. And there's one other one on his line never complained. The other ones, they're willing to come on any podcast, any Tom, Dick, and Harry, and tell you how Baby screwed them to death.
Right. Right. Absolutely. So anyways, you got me on that tangent, but back to the chapters. I think what took us off was the DJing, and so basically the tour, teaching people about what it's like to be on tour, teaching people how you can monetize that tour bus basically, and then being a DJ and what it's like to be a DJ and energize and pumping people up, and then MC, right? What is it like to be an MC? Which, man, by the way, just this past weekend, I missed Podfest with Chris.
Shout out to Chris, thank you.
Yeah, big shout out, Chris. Chris Kremitzos, you're the man.
Yeah, he's super smart.
I know.
Super smart guy.
Super smart. I got to MC Podfest and I got to MC VidFest this right before the pandemic hit, like right before. Brought me back to MC again, and I got COVID. And thank goodness I popped a negative. I would have missed Podfest and I would have missed Jamaica. I head off to Jamaica tomorrow and do an event that I'm DJing at, and with a good friend of mine, Dr. Anissa Holmes. But anyways, DJing, MCing is another part. And there's a really big picture behind the MCing. As a motivational speaker in my industry, I was bringing up so many people that had a voice and they had a message, but they didn't have a stage. You apply to all these different conferences, people will say, oh, we're booked out 2 years, or, you got to know somebody. There's just always a stipulation, but doesn't mean somebody didn't have a message. They just don't have the stage. And so what I did was I created events that could house a lot of people in the events so they could get their message out. And we would reach a lot of viewers. So they would get their message out to a lot of people. And so what I did is I made that, and so many of these people their careers were taking off. And some of the OGs within that industry would come and they would do it to stay relevant. So I started working with all these speakers, and every time I would take a keynote position, I would feel like selfish. Like, why am I on the stage? Somebody else should be on the stage. It shouldn't be me. And so I decided, you know what? I'm going to switch and I'm going to become an MC. So I did it. It didn't look like it was going to be that hard. I already had the microphone all the time. So I'm like, okay, so now I get to introduce, people. I love walk-on songs. I'm obsessed. Every single time I get on stage, there's a walk-on song. So I'm like, I get to give people amazing walk-on songs, get them, crowd up and going and riled up. And then I get to give them the best intro ever. And then when I get off stage, that's my walk-on song. So I get back on stage. How was it? Give them a round of applause, call to action, go buy their book or whatever,
It's almost like practice for your actual speaking, right? Now, I asked Sean, I didn't know. Sean Green told me, who we were talking about earlier, the difference between an MC and a DJ.
Okay.
Because I didn't know.
Yes.
So how would you differentiate the two?
Yeah, so first off, there are multiple occasions for an MC, right? And there's also different occasions for DJs. DJs can do different things, okay? So as a DJ, I'm going out and I am DJing corporate events, okay? So I am not DJing you're not going to find me at 11, right down here in Miami. You're not going to find me at Las Vegas.
Live.
You're not going to find me at Live. You're not going to find me anywhere at the club. I'm not a club DJ. It's just not me. I'm DJing corporate events, and I'm making the events amazing. Like at corporate events, usually they got little elevator music, maybe a 1 hour party. No! I'm having 3, 4. I'm the DJ where they're like, one more song. And I'm like, one more song, 1 more hour. And we're doing themes. We're having fun. Dance contest. We didn't do a dance contest since college. Well, we are today. Dance contest, like it's fun.
You're bringing life to it.
I'm bringing life to it. So as a DJ, I'm playing music, right? Some DJs can be their own MC while they're DJing. I love the mic. That's me. I also can have another MC. So what is an MC doing? So as an MC is a DJ, so you're DJing, and if you have an MC with you, the MC is getting people on the floor. A lot of times you'll hear them saying like, shout out to such and such and such, right? If there's a song, they know the words. A lot of times they're singing the words right with it. They're pumping the song up, essentially.
And would they be like, like when you go see a concert nowadays, they got the track playing in the background,
mm-hmm.
but then like the artist gets out of breath. Then the MC kind of fills in for 5 seconds,
yes,
so that the artist can finish it.
Yes.
The DJ is the one back spinning, playing the music.
Yes.
He's focused on that. But like you said, but you could also be both. To get the crowd going and do it.
That's
right?
me. So I'm getting the crowd going and I'm MC.
You're spinning.
And I'm spinning. So that is what I'm doing when I'm DJing. I call that DJing, right? That is my style of DJing. Now, as an MC, completely different from me. Like when I'm DJing, I'm doing events, I'm turning the place up, corporate events, right? Now, when I'm MCing, entirely different. That means that there are classes that are going on. There are courses that are going on, right? And in the classes and courses that are going on, you got to come to the stage, right? Some people go as an MC, they go to the middle where there's a podium. Tommy's bio, he was born and raised in New York City. Got right?
Right, like a monotone.
Monotone, boring. Get out of here.
DJ smiles. And,
stop it. Like I want to grab the mic from them and throw the podium right off the freaking stage, right?
Like here, I'll give you the money that you're going to get paid. Just let me handle it.
Just let me handle it. And so that is what people are used to. That is a normal conference. That is not what I'm bringing. I'm bringing the heat. I'm bringing the hype, right? So what happens whenever I MC is the first thing I'm doing is I'm telling the stage crew, get the podium off the stage. I'm telling the speakers the bio that you gave and that CV about where you graduated from, all your cum laudes and your initials after your names and all your awards. Like, I think that that's amazing. I'm so proud of you, but I don't really care about that stuff. I'm not going to tell these people that long thing because that's what they're used to hearing. Here's what I want to know. Tell me something that nobody knows about you. Tell me your passion. How many kids do you have? Do you have a nickname? What's your favorite song? How about walk-on song? What's your favorite walk-on song? Right? And what are you selling? Everybody's selling something. Maybe you're selling happiness, and that's okay. Are you selling a business? Don't do that from the stage because it's tacky. Let me do that for you in a non-tacky way, right? But I need to know your walk-on song. If you don't tell me your walk-on song, I'm going to embarrass you, right? I'm going to give you a woman song if you're a man and a man song if you're a woman, right? I probably shouldn't say that nowadays, but whatever, who cares?
But the point of it is that the first impression is everything.
First impression is everything.
So if you turn them off with that walk-on song or you just come out with some bullshit, nobody's going to pay attention.
Nobody's going to pay attention. So basically, as an MC, I'm behind the stage in the green room, and I'm getting to know them. I'm getting to know that person because I'm about to give them the best opening they ever had. Now, what happens is I have that song hit. Boom. When that song hits, before the song hits, I'm giving them the intro that they need, okay? I'm saying, listen, Tommy, what you didn't know about him is Tommy actually has 4 toes. Yeah, you heard that, folks.
And now everybody's paying attention.
4 toes, and you see how he walks with a little limp? Nobody knew this before, but he's got 4 toes, and he actually has 2 kids at home. Actually, 1 year and 7 months old. He actually missed her. Anybody got any little girls at home? Oh, everybody's clap, 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 right? So now they're into it, and they really want to meet, and he's also got this amazing podcast. Check it out on YouTube. Here it is. Boom. YouTube thing goes up. And guess what? He's got an amazing taste for music. You know that? Now, stand up and give a round of applause for Tommy. Come to the stage. Now you got energy. You got everybody standing up. You got music. You got goosebumps. That was the best walk-on you ever had, right? You want me to travel with you.
Yeah,
okay?
if you need me, I got 4 toes and I got 1 finger. I'll tape it and I'll limp. Just because the purpose is to get the attention.
But you felt so good walking on that stage, right? Now look, we talk about industry influencers in the book Hype as well. But what happened is now you and we have a relationship. And if I had nothing to offer you, I gave you the best intro you ever had in your entire life. Right?
Right.
And so now I gave you something. We have something to offer. We now have a relationship. I was on stage. I don't even know who you were. Now we know each other. Now everybody in the audience, right? They know that I know the cool guy. So now I have a line of people that want to talk
to the cool guy that you made, and who do they go to?
Yeah, no, I'm talking to all the cool guys behind the stage. So the book talks about why to be an MC and what you can do and how to be a good MC.
Smart, man.
So it defines what that looks like, and then it goes into industry influencers, right? And so industry influencers, another big, I'm giving away all the book right now, but industry influencers is essentially like you got TikTok influencers, you got YouTube influencers, LinkedIn, you got all the social influencers, right? Then you have speakers. Then you have consultants. Then you have authors. Then you have podcasters. There's all these different types of influencers. And you can blanket an entire industry if you just get in with the influencers. A lot of people just paid ads, paid advertisement. Well, what about working with the influencers? You might save a lot of money and get way more traction.
A ton of money.
Right?
What do you think about NFTs?
Oh, my goodness.
Let me hear your opinion. You're big on NFTs, right, Vinny? Now you said no? You're done with the Bitcoin bullshit finally? Good for you, in my opinion. I have an open mind, but in my opinion, good for you.
Yeah. My opinion on NFTs is that I am behind the boat, meaning I don't know enough to speak intelligently on them, and I was behind the boat with Bitcoin.
Me and you both. Listen, you're going to die. I had a guy in here. He wasn't here. It was Mark Savant. They put up this thing called earth.co. I was way behind. And I'm seeing, shit, I could buy a piece of land in France and China. I'm like, shit, $14,000. Maybe I'll get that. One day I'll go there and build something. I'm really feeding into this because, like scrolling the fucking market and everything. It's all just virtual property. And I went home and I'm calling people. And I'm like, hey, look, bro, did you see this shit? Like, you can buy a piece in France. You can buy a little piece of land in France for a couple grand. And they're like, you moron. It's virtual. You're paying with crypto. And I was like, and I literally bought into this for like an hour on the podcast because I really thought it was real. And Rob was in here, actually. And Rob's like, man, that would be cool to have a little spot in China. Thinking it's like a real piece of land.
Right.
And it's just virtual. And then when I saw this Bitcoin or crypto, no. I want no part of that, personally.
Yeah, I do want a part of it, and I've learned more.
Now you got to tell me why.
Here's the reason why. Because I've heard it from enough people that it's the next thing. I also have a really smart best friend who is like super researched out. Like, it's all he does is research, and he's also convinced, and he's been right on almost everything, that it's the next big thing. And I just tell him, like, I don't have time to understand. Just tell me where to put the money.
But why does he and you think it's the next big thing?
I don't think it's the next big thing. I trust him.
Why does he think it is? Does he know who controls it?
So as I said, like,
I could tell you who controls it.
I don't have
with facts.
Right. I don't have the intelligence to speak on it enough to give you facts. He does.
I'd love to be wrong.
Yeah.
I want to be wrong.
Yeah. Not me. This is not my area, but I do want to invest in it. I just don't know how to do it or the right time to do it. But I'm in for the
Vinny, why did you walk away? Because he was huge into it. Why did you decide to cut it?
Don't do it.
But why? Why all of a sudden you're not into it anymore?
There's nothing really backing it.
Yeah.
There's nothing really backing it, as far as my opinion, and there's no like real use for it. They're trying to make uses for it, like real estate and all of this, but it's so unpredictable 24/7, and you'll just never really be able to have like a standard vision on what it's actually worth. I mean, you wake up one day and it's just fucking crashed, and then what? And it's too unpredictable for me. And
this is a guy that him and I went back and forth. I must have called him an idiot 100 times, and I thought this guy would be in that game forever.
And NFTs, I also thought were something until just learned that that's just a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah,
that's a whole
I'll tell you
discussion,
something.
though.
Run. So go ahead. I just threw you off.
No, it's all good. So we're just talking about different pieces of essentially the book. Cruises, that's another huge piece. Super excited that, basically through all of these chapters of the book, I also get to have a video crew that's following me around while I'm actually writing the book. So like behind the scenes of writer's block, I get that. That's for sure. And all of the different.
Yeah, see, I want to see that. Like, so say I'm a person, right? And I'm having a tough time comprehending or even just writing. I want to see someone like you who made it, who does all these did amazing shit. I still can't get out of my mind Ohio State University, the Ohio State at 15. And you were able to get this far. I want to see that on video and how you handle it. I'd watch every one of them.
Yes. So, I mean, and they're not even getting. We got a story about Ohio State here soon, but
we'll get to that.
Yes, but the writer's block will happen. All these things will happen, but it's super exciting to discuss the process of writing the book and the process of creating all these things. The cruises, like I'm about to DJ a Groove Cruise. Have you heard of Groove Cruise before?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, you heard of Coachella?
Coachella, yeah.
Okay, so it's like Coachella on a cruise ship. So one of my good friends, Jason Buchema, he owns Groove Cruise. So basically, it's like a themed cruise with like 50 DJs, like 100 like bands, and it's a chartered cruise. Like it's all a cruise. So I got to go. I'm getting to go to Cabo to go on Groove Cruise.
Yeah, you're gonna have a blast.
Yes, an amazing time. So I get to DJ, and we talk about influencers and who you know and networking. So I happen to know Jason and be friends with him and have a massive network in my industry specifically, right? And so why do I get to go and DJ Groove Cruise? Because of who I know.
And now, how did you get to know
Jason?
How did you get to know him? So that when people watching, what were the steps that you took that this guy that you were able to network so well?
Crazy story. So first off, I believe that, some things are just supposed to happen. And I was supposed to meet Jason. I had a team retreat on a cruise, and he had a team retreat on a cruise. We rented a conference room, happened to be the same conference room. He had, beginning part of the day. I had the end part of the day. I had a whiteboard up with all these numbers. He's 10 years ahead of me. right? He's been doing it for 10 years longer than I have. And he's looking at these numbers, or he's looking at this chart like, wow, this is like, could have been my stuff, like, 10 years ago. And anyways, there was a fight on. I'll never forget. The fight was Mayweather and McGregor.
Oh, yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
I can't believe that I booked the cruise during the Mayweather-McGregor fight. I can't believe it. And you can't stream the stuff. Like, they don't pay for it on the cruise, right? There's no way, like, you can't. There's all these obstacles. You can't get it. So I said, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Called my little sister, Ruby. I said, Ruby, can you buy the McGregor-Mayweather fight? Here's my card. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to FaceTime you from the ship. I'm going to put you on my MacBook, and then I'm going to hook the MacBook up the projector, and I'm going to like stream it from the FaceTime, and it's going to be like bootleg, but we're going to watch it. So I went.
Watch it?
We watched it. So I went and I invited the people that were also in the conference space to watch it with us. Happened to be him.
Oh, okay. And now that was it. You got the Mayweather McGregor fight.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, you're the man now,
Yes,
right? On the cruise in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, and now people. Yeah. So anyways, that's where we first met, and he's mentored me so much coming up. Going from a conference that has a couple hundred people to every year 300, 400, 500, 600. Now we're doing events with over 1,000 people, like next month in Nashville.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And so, but he is the one behind Groove Cruise. He owns Groove Cruise, and so that happened. Then we found out we're both an entrepreneur organization, which I told you about, which is a game changer. Entrepreneur organization is how it has helped me get so far in my entrepreneur career. In 4 years, it helped me. It was the main source that helped me 7x my revenues on EO. Best thing ever. And so anyways, that's how I got in Groove Cruise. So we'll talk about cruises in the books, like power of cruises and why it makes more sense. Like, for example, I had to sign like a $1.5 million contract with the Omni Hotel, right? Well, half of that, not half of it, 500.
You worked with Omni, right, for a while.
I didn't work with Omni.
You were a speaker for them.
I wasn't a speaker for Omni.
Okay.
No. So Omni Hotel is a hotel that I contracted with, basically, for my event in Nashville, right? And so basically at the Omni Hotel, like food and beverage alone, and with my AV, it's around $500,000 just for that. Then there's another about $1 million in hotel rooms. What's my point? Point is, if you go on a cruise ship, guess how much your food bill is? Nothing.
Because it's inclusive.
As a meeting planner, you don't pay anything.
Yeah.
How amazing is that? Like,
you can't beat it.
You can't beat it. So I'm essentially teaching people how they can do a conference on a cruise ship and make it the best conference ever. Ask me how I know. Well, I have done quite a few, over 20. So like we just launched, I'm coaching somebody that's doing paws at sea, like a veterinary conference, dog paw.
I told you that's in Florida. You picked the right spot, buddy.
Yes.
I think it's like illegal not to have a dog in Florida.
Right?
You ever notice that?
Yes, I got one. So
I got a bunch.
Yes. Yes. So Jacob is out of Ohio. He actually graduated from my high school. Called me up. He's like, man, I love what you're doing with Smiles at Sea. And I'd love to figure out how do I do that in another industry. I say, well, what about veterinary? Yeah, he's doing it. And listen, within one day, he sold out of his 200 cabins in one single day, right? Because it's different. Like, it's unique. It's fun. All the entertainment's built in. So that's another chapter. So enough about there's a lot of big.
Well, it's important because it's all to the point of what you've become. So you've taken, let's just be real, okay? You've taken things that are boring and that people fucking hate.
Yes.
Everybody hates to go to the dentist, right? Nobody wants to go. You've made that fun. You made that whole type of thing fun. The vet, whenever I think of vet, I think, how much is this guy going to charge me now?
Right.
So nobody likes to go to the vet because it costs money and the dog. But you've turned a vet and dental really hard, into something fun. There's not many people that can do that. Right,
and there's way more. We got Safari and Smiles, a conference in Egypt, a conference in Nairobi. These are all like adventurous conference. There's a conference called Be the Man with Dr. Jeff Buski and Sebastian down in South Florida, where literally they are taking grown men and breaking them down to build them back up. Literally. They're eradicating divorce, depression, and suicide. And They're doing it right there and essentially all up in their face, and they're helping them, but they're breaking them down, but they're helping them, and people's lives are being changed. They're doing these events on the beach. They have an ambulance on the beach. Okay, like if somebody gets hurt, they're doing like men's tug of war, men's beach volleyball, flag football. They have this like a Q-tip where you're like hitting each other with the Q-tip, don't fall off, like the balance beam kind of thing, like gladiator stuff. The big balls that are in a bubble around you, and you got to run like like human soccer. Boom!
Oh wow!
Right, like make somebody fly 30
see why
feet.
they have a fucking ambulance down there, right?
Yeah, so it's that kind of stuff. But, bonfires and just like really this hardcore. So like that's a experience, right? There might not be me DJing at that event, but they're putting on something that's extremely unique. It's not like a boring event where you got to go and you hear that person at the podium and you're taking notes. You might go for dinner. You go to your hotel.
I can't stand it. I tried to go to. I went to like 1 or 2 keynotes, and if they're not like you, like I watch your stuff, like I could sit there. But when these guys come out like this, and they're like, "Hello, today. My name is Tommy, and I'd like to talk to you about my keynote. And we're going to talk about how to be an entrepreneur. This is what I did." Now, if I go in there, I want to hear. I'm sorry. For me, I want to hear somebody with a ton of energy.
Yes.
That says the F word.
Yes.
The S word. All right, let's go. Now I'm ready to go. I'm ready to listen.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people would agree with me.
Yes, absolutely. but and some people would, and that is okay. I'm not for everybody. Neither are you.
Yeah, right.
But we are for somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody that wants the energy. Somebody that wants to get up out of their seat. Somebody wants to move. Somebody wants to dance. Somebody that wants to be out till 2 or 3 in the morning, and it's okay.
I said that because the only shrink I ever stuck with was when he swore at me.
Yeah.
And he said to me, "What the fuck are you doing with those gold chains on? What are you trying to, you're going to run a business with those gold chains?" I said, "You know what? I will be back next week." And never talked to me about anxiety or anything like that. It was just business. But get that gold. Again, get this off. And you know what, that man, he helped me open up my engineering firm.
Wow.
And I did a job at the Breakers. Wow. Had I not taken that gold, do you think that guy would ever talk to me?
Wow.
I walked in there like the Italian from downtown New York with more gold like a moron, you know? I just bring that up because it's the only therapist ever I stuck with.
Yes, that's awesome. So anyways, I'm super excited. I would say the book will probably be the book will probably be released, I would say the first quarter of 2023, realistically, and I'll be having the video crew follow me around in the meantime while I'm doing all of the fun stuff, and actually at the events, like coming on Groove Cruise, going to Egypt, doing the cruises with me, Smiles at Sea Cruise, the Paul's at Sea Cruise, and just getting to experience it all and bring it all together as I'm writing the book. So
now, when do you think we'll see the document?
Maybe soon after, like
the video one,
yes,
or like the record and everything.
Yeah, so that will be soon. So that will probably come out probably before the book. And then the book will come out right after. So Q1 of 23. So right now I'm just in the process of the outlines.
Maybe Q1 for the video, and then maybe Q3 for the book?
I would say probably more Q2 for the book.
Too far apart.
Yeah, a little bit too far apart. Yeah, probably Q2 for the book at the latest.
Now, I got to ask you before we look at something.
Yes.
Did you think McGregor had a chance?
I did, because he's so cocky. Like when somebody is that confident, Mayweather probably thought that McGregor had a chance, to be honest. Like, how do you come in that cocky? Listen, McGregor came to some stage with that jersey. You remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I don't know what it was though.
It was like a baby mama's jersey.
McGregor did. It was either the first or second round. He did get a good one in. He hit him pretty hard.
Yeah.
But I mean, Floyd is the best. I mean, can you think of any boxer that's better? He's not an exciting boxer to watch. To me, it is, because I'm a boxer. I used to box. I won some Golden Gloves. So I look at his technique and what he does. But who is better than him defensively? I mean, I know at this point he's picking his fights and shit. But still, I mean, how many times have you seen him really rocked? Maybe that one. Who did he fight when he got hit pretty good a few times?
I want to know about this Jake Paul situation, knocking out
who, Mike Tyson?
He knocked out. He's not knocking out.
No. Mike Tyson's gonna fight. No, Logan Paul.
Logan Paul.
Yeah, he's fighting Logan Paul.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, Jake Paul.
Jake Paul. I'm sorry, Jake Paul.
Yeah. He's not fighting. He really is.
Yeah.
When?
They were going to schedule for July and then the bullshit money, either August or September.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, one of my very good friends is Bobby Ches, who testified for Mike Tyson. And I went to go get Mike Tyson to come in, and he ran out of weed. So now I got to wait because he wants to meet the person, before he comes on. Yeah, he's fighting. He wants to eat. He really wants to eat his kids.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to go on YouTube. When you get home or back, go on YouTube and watch his I haven't seen it, but 2 weeks ago, he sparred for 7 rounds. And then how you hit that bag and you can tell with a glove on, man. With the glove after 8 rounds of sparring at 56, boom, 90 pounds. And combinations, 80 to 90 pounds every combination.
Oh, my goodness. That's a fight that I would love to go and see.
A month before that, Mike was because I keep watching him. A month before that, he was at 80. Now imagine me with a glove on and I connect. I'm hitting you with a 90-pound dumbbell. Now look.
My goodness.
The Disney guy, hey, great job. You made it to pro. I don't care if Tyson is 56 or not. You're dealing with a guy you don't want to fuck with without that weed. And when he gets off that weed and goes in there and ducks in, how he does that shit. What are you going to do? You got a 90-pound dumbbell coming at you. Who can handle that?
Nobody.
And he's crazy, and he'll take blows.
Yeah, I want to know when this fight's going to happen because I would love to be at that fight. I hope it's down here.
I'll text Chez. He said the last time I talked to him, he said the end of August.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a fight that would.
We got to watch it together.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to
get an event and everybody come.
Yes, I'd love to. One last thing before we hop over the book. Something that's super important.
Sure.
It has to do with owning events and running conferences, and it's similar to the MC piece. Whenever you get to hire entertainment and hire speakers, it's not when they come and do the event. That's not really when you get the bang for your buck, that's not what it's about. What it's really about is the relationship leading up to the event with that major influencer or that really cool, unique person, right? If they're a good guy, right? You'll know, you do your research. Like, I don't want to hire an asshole.
Right.
Like, sorry. Like, you could be as cool as you want. You can know as many people as you want. But if you're an asshole, I'm not hiring you. Sorry.
What's the steps that you take to vet? Like, give me 3 steps.
Yeah.
Like 3 things that you'll vet out before you hire somebody.
Step number 1, I'm getting past your gatekeeper and I'm talking to them. And if I can't do that, that's okay. You're too big and that's cool. I need to talk to them. And here's the reason why. If I can't talk to them before, that means I'm not going to be able to talk to them during, which means that I'm going to get a thanks for coming or thanks for having me before, and there's no point of that relationship.
Is it okay for me to say that would mean that person doesn't have an open mind? So therefore, when you hire them, maybe if they do something not right that you've already been through, and then you go to say to them, hey, maybe you should do it this way, they're not going to pay attention to you?
No? I don't think so much.
I was curious for myself. That's why I asked.
No, I would not necessarily. I don't really think like that. I'm thinking that when you bring on somebody to speak, let me give you an example. The big people that I brought on were Corey Farley. This is in Nashville. So Corey Farley right now, he is on tour with Alan Jackson, Big Rich, big deals. I mean, they're on the tour bus.
Somebody else too.
The big country people out in Nashville, right?
Place to be.
Yeah, and Alan Jackson is a huge deal. Mark my word, Corey Farley, first off, he's on tour with all these guys. He's opening for these major people. But Corey Farley he's a big deal. He's very talented, right? So I got to go and meet Corey Farley. And I've been in town and got to go see Corey Farley at these bars in Nashville that are packed 6, 7, 8 times. And I've become friends with Corey. Corey is a cool dude. So guess what? If comes an opportunity to come to a conference, he's going to come on tour with me, come on my tour bus, because he's a cool guy. Now, I set this up with him 9, 12 months ago. So I had the chance to build a relationship, right? Bronker Lee. Bronker Lee's got like 100 million views or 250 million views on YouTube.
Shit ton.
What's that called? A beatbox?
Yeah, like
with
back
kid?
in the old day. Yeah, like
yes,
that kind of thing.
Yes,
Boys to Men used to be the best at it, in my opinion. Yeah.
So Bronker Lee, he is one of the most cool, down to earth people, and I've been able to help him so much, and he's helping me as well. And he's coming to the event to speak. I've gotten very close with Bronker. He's one of my keynote speakers. And the thing is, as a conference owner, some people are like, "Oh, I'm just going to hire this big shot." Well, if the big shot doesn't have a personality, if the big shot can't talk to you, if you can't have a relationship with them, that you're missing the whole entire point. You're paying their big ticket for no reason. And so that's a big piece of that book is hiring the right people for your stage,
It's
right?
huge.
Alex Simon is another one. He is the lead percussionist for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's on Broadway in New York doing these huge things, motivational speaker, MC, one of the most amazing people that you'll ever meet. The super talented, crazy energy. And I've gotten so close with Alec. I got Alec on speed dial. I got Bronker on speed dial. So with Corey. But it's because of the relationships that I've been able to form, because I've signed them to this deal. Would I have been able to talk to them before? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. And so that's a big reason for having events. It's who you know, who you connected with. How can you help somebody? What value can you bring to them? You know?
So a big part of your career is based on networking.
Yes.
So what is the first step? So like, say I want to get to you.
Yes.
Okay, and I see you out doing, you're emceeing, okay? I want to network with you. I've read everything about you. I know who you are. I know I've watched everything. Now, pretend that you're me,
Yes.
vice versa. How would you tell that person to network? Because I realize it's all about networking.
Yes. Yep.
Now, I want to get to you. Now, if I bug you too much, you're going to be like, oh, here's another one.
Right.
Now, how would you tell someone who's trying to learn how to network, which
Yes.
is everything, how to do that?
Yes, it's a great question. First off, back doors are everything. So what do I mean by a back door? That means not the traditional route of just going up to somebody, especially when they're busy. I've almost got like PTSD from events because like I used to love it. Like, oh my God, everybody's trying to come and talk to me. I got lines of people. I'm doing a book signing. It's lines. And after I'm done with the book signing, everyone's go out like, I'm sorry, but that is just not fun anymore. Like, it's just not fun. I don't like to be bombarded from a million people coming up. And then I'm actually a super nice guy. Like, I want to give somebody the time of day, and I want to give somebody the time that they deserve. When somebody comes up to me and says, I'm like, hey, nice to meet you. And they're like, we met 5 times. I feel like a jerk, right? So I'm afraid of making somebody feel like I'm a jerk when I'm not a jerk. I meet too many people. And so like, then am I spending enough time with them? Did I feel like, did I cut them short? Well, there's that person that's 5 people behind you I actually do really want to talk to. So now let me go talk to them. And I'm running 10 minutes late. So to answer your question, the first start is it's probably not at an event. And I know it's new school to like put your phone number and their phone number and all that. This takes too long. I'm old school, like business cards. Listen, business and make a right impression. Like branding is everything. This is my business card. Check the business card. It's pretty.
This is the best business card I've ever felt in my life. This is straight metal.
Yes.
I mean, this is, Benny, feel this. That's a business card. Nice catch, by the way. That's a business. That was a good catch, right?
Good catch, right? And
that's badass.
This is insane.
Yeah,
That's insane, bro.
So
Now, how much of a capital is that? If somebody wants 1,000 of them,
it's a $5 business card.
Right, per card.
Per card.
But think of how much that pays off. They feel that it gives that impression of like as if you have a Rolls Royce, even though you don't.
Right. Nobody's throwing away my business card.
Fake it till you make it.
Right. No.
Give me that back. I want that. I'm taking it. I have this.
Yeah, of course. So no.
This is awesome.
Hey, look, turn up. Like it's the attention, every little option you can have on the business card. So I'm telling you, when you're networking, this is how you network.
And then I don't hand you some flimsy bullshit Vista print. I hand you this.
This is how you network.
And then the person thinks in his wallet, well, this must be a key or a pass. And then they look at it. Oh, wow.
Yeah. This is how you network.
You're good, you.
This is what you do. So you give this to them and ask them, like, I want to, like, I'm a fan, love to talk to you. We got lots in common. What is the best way to talk, or when is the best time to talk? I know it's probably not now. I want to respect you and your time, but I really want to talk. Here's my card. Don't ask them to pull out their phone and save your number or what's your number. Sometimes the number is too invasive, and I don't like when I get random phone calls. I'm not answering it. I'm on every half an hour. I got an appointment every single half hour. And unfortunately, like, I just can't answer the phone. I have 20 missed calls a day. And after 20, AT&T don't allow you to see the rest. And when I'm done with business, I have 2 little girls. I have a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old and a beautiful wife. Like, I'm going home to them.
Good for you.
And so, like, unfortunately, I can't just talk, right? So when you ask somebody, what is the best way to get in touch with you? And you're not just a VistaPrint guy. You didn't hand a regular card. You gave them a statement, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to make time, and you ask them.
This is a statement. I've never seen one like this.
Thank you. You asked them. You asked them. You didn't assume they liked email. You didn't assume they liked Instagram chat. You didn't assume they liked Facebook Messenger. You didn't assume they liked LinkedIn. You didn't assume they liked the phone call. You asked them, what is the best way to connect with you? I want to respect your time. That's if you're going to go up cold. That is oh my gosh, I respect it so much. And I'm not throwing away your business card. And it is worth it. Invest in yourself. Branding is everything. How you present yourself is everything. And so that's way number 1 if you're going to go up cold. Way number 2, which is the best way, go up with somebody they already know. Be introduced, right? Be introduced, because that number 5 guy in line, that person I was waiting to see them. And if you're with that person, now I kind of want to know who you are too. But you still got to have that good business card, and you still have to have the courage to say, I really want to meet with you. I really would love to, but tell me the best way to connect with you, right? And so that's how I would love to be networked with, essentially. And a lot of other people share the same, but I can't speak for everybody.
You know what I did once? I was out, and I saw Tiger Woods at dinner, right? So I was there. I wanted to talk to him, and what I did was I talked to the waiter. I said, at that whole table, I paid the bill, and I put my card on. He never called me, but his agent did call me. And they were like, who are you? You know, like, because I took care of the whole table and the thing. I didn't have a podcast at the time. I just wanted to meet him. And then when he was at the Honda Classic, his agent called. I said, hey, Tiger's coming if you want an autograph. Because I paid the bill. I never walked up to him and bugged him. Just gave my shitty VistaPrint card, by the way, and paid the bill. You know what I mean? But they were like, where? And I had left, so nobody knew. All they knew was the card. You know, and then I tipped the waiter not to tell him. You know?
Right.
Like, but little things like that is all the difference in the world. Right.
Yeah. And I get like sometimes I'll get packages, little gift packages and stuff in the mail. Like people going the extra mile to sending stuff. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll meet with somebody for that. I also will meet with somebody if they just message. Like say they send me a message on Facebook. I run my own Facebook page, right? And I'm not blown up on LinkedIn or Instagram or YouTube. None of my channels. I built my empire from helping everybody else, right? I'm behind the scenes, but where I really built my empire was private groups on Facebook and email lists. So I have a very healthy email list, which is another story.
I have that to get into.
A very healthy email list, but I built it from that and social media, but social media and private groups. So nobody would really know, but I have groups that are extremely active that are posting a lot constantly every single day, 400,000 comments, posts, and reactions because they're active. Because like you can have a million followers all you want, but if you have them active, like an active community, that's how I built what I've built, basically.
So that's why you say that groups are so important, right?
Yes.
See, I didn't know that. Like, did you know that, Vinny?
Not necessarily, no. And I'm trying to build my own thing as well. So this is very informational.
He's taking fucking notes back there for free.
Yeah. Yes.
Give me $100.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, Facebook
group. Where did you get those business cards again?
Yeah, metalcards.com. Hey, I got a little discount code. Maybe I'll send it afterwards.
Hey, they better start paying you.
Yeah, right.
Shit. Because him and I are going there. Yeah. Whoever knows who else.
Right.
Give them a sponsorship at least. At least like half or whatever.
Right.
We know you bought a bunch of metal by the bulk.
Yeah.
This podcast is brought to you by Liquid IV. This is a product I always use after I run, work out, and do the sauna. It's a great way to hydrate the body and feeling your best self. All you do is 1 stick of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water. It hydrates the body faster and more efficient than water alone. 3 times the electrolytes as other sports drinks and contains 5 essential vitamins, B5, B12, B3, B6, and vitamin C. It also tastes great. Flavors like watermelon, lemon lime, strawberry, and many more. Buy in bulk at Costco or go to liquidiv.com and use the code MSCS Media, no space, for 15% off. No other way to hydrate the body. MSCS Media is now part of the Spotify exclusive team. If you would like to watch this episode and others uncensored and uncut version in video format, go to Spotify on desktop or phone, type in MSCS Media and search, or the link is in the description below at the top. If you have never watched a video feed podcast on Spotify before, a settings pop-up box will pop up. Tap on settings, turn data saver off, go back to the episode, hit play. You'll never have to do this again. All podcasts will be released on Spotify 72 hours prior to YouTube.
Right.
You got an entrepreneur here. He knows your move.
Yep. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, Facebook groups are huge. Any groups are very huge, but especially ones with the right algorithms. Like, you can create groups in most social media platforms, but Facebook groups in particular, they're good. Why? Because of the algorithms in Facebook. Essentially, what happens is you can go viral in Facebook groups, and the Facebook groups will go on to they'll leak over into the news feed. So when you're on Facebook's regular news feed and going on your timeline, you'll see things from groups if they go viral, basically. So I've mastered going viral in the group, so I stay on people's timeline. And because I have all of these industry influencers, I don't have to be the person that is everywhere and on all channels. Why? Because I have all of the influencers in every single channel talking about my event.
Like almost every genre kind of in a way. And then the groups are so important. I'm getting it now because everybody in that group is interested in what you're talking about or what you're pushing, right?
Yes.
Because you just throw up something on Facebook, okay, whoever sees it. But if you have a group,
yes,
that entire group is all interested in what you're doing.
Yes.
Right. And that's why it's a big benefit in building your business and so on and so forth.
Exactly. So I have probably 10 different groups. My biggest group is 21,000 members. Of those 21,000 members, 17,000 were actually active in the past 30 days, right? 17,000 members active, essentially, meaning I can go and I can do a Facebook Live, right? And my audience is maybe 5,000, 7,000 people, and it's every single time, which is way better than going and speaking on stage to 1,000 or 2,000 because you got them right there. You didn't have to travel. It's like a magazine all the time. But what's better is if you have helped, say, 6, 7 other 9, 10 other influencers create Facebook groups, right, and build them and even potentially monetize them, now you have these other influencers that will also help you. Why? Because you help them. Now you take Facebook and you go to Instagram, you go to TikTok, you go to podcasts, you go to all these other influencer channels, and you've helped them, you've brought them value. Now, another chapter in the book, now you're bringing all these influencers to one place. You have a conference.
I got a big question for you.
Yes.
So now, say somebody joins this group and they're shadow banned. Have you ever had that?
What do you mean by a shadow banned?
Well, Facebook, the censors are ridiculous. So if you have somebody in the group that just said something about COVID and Trump or Biden or whoever it may be, and now they're shadow banned, but they're part of the group, what do you do?
What do you mean by the word shadow banned?
Shadow banned, like by nature, I'm a coder, so I code. So Facebook shadow bans whoever they want. So they have their own team, and if you say something that isn't with their, with what they're with, I'm not left or right. I'm with whoever's best. I could care less about that stuff. But if you're not with what they want, their underwriters, whatever you want to call it, they will shadow ban you on Facebook. And then Facebook is part of, they say that they're separated, but they're not. They're an umbrella. They're Instagram, they're WhatsApp, and they all work together. And before you know it, now you're shadow banned on every platform. So when you post, you'll never index. And you need to be indexed to even be recognized. Otherwise, you're not even on Facebook.
So what you're saying is what if somebody is shadow banned?
Like, for instance, right there, that guy, Tig, the Benghazi, risked his life and Obama fucked him. He's shadow banned. He can't even get his own book. He can't post on Facebook. He posts, 2 seconds later, they cut him. He did nothing wrong. What he did was he told the truth, and the government didn't like it.
So what do you do if somebody, if somebody is shadow banned on my Facebook group, I wouldn't know it. So I don't.
Oh, you haven't experienced that yet?
Me personally, or
no,
somebody
like
else?
Somebody in the group.
No.
Okay.
I mean, but you wouldn't even know it because their posts wouldn't get popped to the top of the feed. But what I have mastered is going viral within a group and within Facebook, right? So if I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. So I don't know if somebody is shadow banned, but I know I'm not because all my stuff's getting hundreds of likes on a regular basis.
See, that's what I was pulling out of you. If you go viral, even if there's somebody in there shadow banned, once you're viral, that's one guy that's shadow banned, not the group.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the group won't get, yes.
That's what I was saying.
Yes, the group will not get shadow banned, no.
And what I meant was, if you're an entrepreneur and you got shadow banned for some bullshit reason, you could still be a part of what you're doing, and it's not going to affect anything because you know how to make it go viral and you're good.
Right.
But if that guy wants to post by himself, he better write you a check.
Right, exactly. And some tips on, like, how do you go viral? Like, some people want to know, how do you go viral in groups? And essentially, how do you fix the algorithm? So first off, post things in Facebook when people are up. Don't post at 2 a.m. Don't post at 11 p.m. Don't post at 5 a.m. Post when people are up. Post between, say, during the weekdays, between 7 and 9 p.m., right? When you post, unless it's like extremely controversial and people are going to make comments, say something like, I don't know, what are your favorite colors? Red or green? Okay? People are going to comment, red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green. What people don't realize is every single time somebody comments, it brings that post up because people are engaged. Facebook wants you to stay on Facebook. So it'll keep showing it to people.
By the comments?
Yes, because people are interacting. Red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green. So it's popping up. So what happens is now Facebook will show those people who engaged in your posts. It'll show every single time you post for like 2 weeks. Now you post again. What college do you graduate from? Do I really care about what college you graduate from? No, not really.
Graduate from Ohio State. Yeah, I want to know.
I mean, maybe that, but like I don't really care. But what you did is you triggered the algorithm already 2 weeks ago. Now, if they go on there and they put the college that they graduated from, now all of a sudden they responded to a second post. Now you're going to be on there for like 2 months. Every time you post, you're going to pop up because Facebook knows you like it.
But why do you think comments make you go viral?
It's engagement. It could be a comment or a like
but
or
it's
a
not
share.
It's not in the code. So the comments aren't indexed. I'm just curious to know how that would work.
I'm not sure.
But it works,
I'm
right?
not clear.
Okay.
It works.
Yeah, wow.
Any type of engagement basically makes it pop to the top constantly. It always pops to the top of the feed. And if it pops to the top of the feed enough, it now goes to the news feed.
That's interesting with Facebook because YouTube cut that. So did Instagram.
Facebook did.
I can't say for sure. I just know the other ones did. Wow. That's cool if it does because shit, that changes the game.
Oh, it's changed the game.
What's that?
TikTok as well. I was banned, and I have remained shadow banned for a while. They don't ever repost.
They banned you? What'd they ban you for?
I was karate kicking a Sprite out of somebody's hand, a regular Sprite, and putting a Sprite remix or a Sprite tropical mix in their hand, and they said that I was promoting violence.
Was the Sprite from China?
No.
He has a eye snack store, and he gets all sodas and snacks from every country you can imagine. And then you realize what they feed us here and what they feed other countries, night and day.
Yeah, so the ingredients are completely different. Japan and Thailand, they don't allow those artificial ingredients and stuff like that. So, yeah, I used to do these skits where people were walking inside my shop, and then I'd say, what the hell is that, a regular Sprite? And I'd karate kick it out of their hand, put a Sprite tropical mix or a remix or whatever. And they banned me for that. Yeah, and ever since I created a new account and a new account and a new account, they don't ever. Now,
what advice would you give him if he's in that situation? And that helped his business like crazy.
Switch social channels.
From what my man here is saying, DJ Smiles, Desmond, he's saying go to Facebook.
Yeah.
Instagram, you're dead.
Yeah. Well, it's TikTok.
Reddit.
TikTok. Okay, go to Reels.
Yeah, Reels.
I've been working on it.
Isn't that crazy? I can't believe you haven't dealt with that at all.
I mean, I don't kick things out of people's hands or promote violence. I don't get into any political anything. I mean, if anything is like super controversial,
you just run.
I just don't. I don't do that. Period. Because it's not part of my brain, and really good at branding.
But Elijah, like, what is controversial now? To them, what is controversial? It's updated every week. It's something different.
If there's going to be you'll never catch me sliding left or right, not in a political sense. I will always, like, if there's anything that's going to have a whole bunch of back and forth with people, they disagree, I stay away. And you know what I promote? Kindness, period. Like, just be kind. And that trumps all. And that's it. And that's all you will ever hear from me. Because I know better. I know my lane. That's the lane I'm in. I'm in the motivational speaker lane of kindness, and that's what I do. That's what I project. That's what I write on Facebook. That's all you will ever find.
Smart. You stay away from the bullshit.
And I don't have no skeletons. You ain't find no skeletons either in my closet. There's no closet. There's no door.
Yeah. Good. I mean, that's the way to stay away from it. Otherwise, you're going to get hit some way, somehow.
Yeah.
You know, it's so tough. It's crazy as shit.
Right.
You know?
I have never had to deal with it, and I will never have to because I just stay away.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is stay the hell away from political, medicine, anything like that. You know.
Nope. Stay away. May the best man win, or be kind. That's it.
That's it. And, everybody makes such a big deal about everything. Like, whoever's in president, that's your president. Yeah, you have to deal with it, right? Whether you like him, don't like him, whether you like the other guy.
Yep.
This is what it is. You can't change it, so you have to adapt and adjust.
Yep.
And this is where I think you're between, the economy and everything else, and then COVID hitting. I mean, you're so important now. These kids getting, all this crazy stuff happening every day. You and other guys like you are needed more now than ever.
Yes, I mean, I'll tell you, mental health is very serious. It is hard to tell somebody what to do unless you've walked in their shoes before. And the kids definitely need me and other people like me, and not just my story, but they need my stage. And I'll tell you, there's no better feeling than walking onto a stage and getting off stage as a regular guy. So maybe in my industry, or when I get off stage DJing or emceeing, I'm a popular guy for a minute, but I'm not Mike Tyson. Okay, I'm a regular guy. When I get off stage at these high schools, I am Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
I am Drake,
and you are to them.
But to them, what I have done is I have either saved their life or I have changed their life. I get off stage, I have a line of kids, whether I'm doing a book signing or I'm just shaking hands and taking pictures. And some of these kids, they give you this hug, and this hug is so strong, like almost like somebody came back from overseas being in the military or Afghan, and they didn't know if they were going to see their family again. They get off the plane, and they hug for so long, and they're crying. And they're crying because their life has changed. And what happens is these kids are crying, and they have told me so many times, tonight, I was going to go home and I was going to take my life.
And you stopped that.
Or my life has changed forever. Or I'll get an email or a Facebook message and it will say exactly what they were going to do, and now they're not. That is the best feeling that anybody could ever have.
Good dude for that, man. And money can't buy that.
It can't.
You can have all the fucking money in the world. You can't buy that.
It can't. Like, I'm not a heart surgeon. I'm not a doctor of any sorts. Like, and I have the ability to save somebody's life.
And then give more years of life to their family of that person as well.
Best feeling I am addicted. And this is a perfect segue into what I'm doing with motivational speaking, right? With the kids. Not speaking in the corporate space. I'm not speaking in any industries. I'm speaking for kids just because that's my passion. That's my why. And I'm speaking all over the world. And I was tired of just speaking in high schools. Why? Because I felt like it wasn't a big enough impact. So I go to one high school, didn't matter how big it was. I'm like, how can I get bigger? How can I do more? And so I said, man, like, I want to start these things called motivational concerts. And what is a motivational concert? Well, a motivational concert is essentially where you have 5 to 10 high schools in one football stadium. Now, a little bit later on when we start talking about football and Ohio State, you'll understand why a football stadium is so relevant to me. But you have 5 to 10 high schools in one football stadium, and you have a stage in the middle of the field. The music drops. When the music drops, that's my cue. I run on field, I get on stage, and I actually DJ for about 15, 20 minutes. And I pump these kids up.
Fire them up.
And then there was a message that they needed to hear in that county. right? And that the teachers and the superintendents and the student council, they pick these speakers. There's 3 of them total. There's 2 speakers, then there's myself. But they pick the message that they need to hear. My message is not for everybody. Some people may be suffering with drugs and addiction. Some people may be suffering with social media addiction. Maybe it's gang violence. Maybe it's suicide. There's so many things that people could be suffering with. Well, they pick their topic, and then I pick the speakers. The speakers fly out. That music hits. I'm pumping them up. I bring the first speaker onto the stage. They speak for 30 minutes. After they're done speaking, more music. Then I bring another speaker on. They speak for 30 minutes, and then I give my message. After I give my message, we give out a free car.
Cool.
To a kid that has given back. A kid that has essentially demonstrated the ability to volunteer in their community, did the right thing, right? And then after that, that's a kid that made it to high school early, by the way. So I went to high school, or I tested out of high school at 15, started college at 16. And if I wasn't able to afford a car, I wouldn't be able to go. A lot of these kids, they're in the inner city, and if you're going to work, you're not saving no money, you're helping pay bills, right? Well, now these kids, they have something to look forward to, is get in that car, do the right thing, help out, give back, do that right stuff, get good grades. So now a kid can get a car and go to college early, just like I did. And if they didn't get that car then, I don't think they're going to lose the ambition. So there'll be a senior scholarship as well that's given out on stage. That senior scholarship specifically is a scholarship for business or dentistry. Those are my backgrounds, business and dentistry. And so that's these motivational concerts that we're doing, and that's for the 501c3 that I am vice president of, called Beyond the Game. So that's the high schools.
Yeah, you got. That's the high school thing.
Yes, so that is. So the president of Beyond the Game is Devin Jordan.
There we go.
Devin Jordan is one of my best friends. He actually coaches football at Ohio State University, assistant football coach. And, he came to me through the pandemic and basically said, your motivational concerts that I had 6 of them planned pre-pandemic. They all got shut down. He said, why don't you stop your 501c3 called the Ladder of Life and take your motivational concerts and put them in.
Look at all those kids.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Put the motivational concerts within the Beyond the Game 501c3, because we don't have a program for high schoolers. What we do have is a program for 3rd graders. The program for 3rd graders is called Guys with Ties. Guys with Ties is essentially a program in which you go into a 3rd grade school, and it's a curriculum. It has 8 different courses throughout the year. And you teach these 3rd grade boys, a lot of them who do not have father figures and somebody to look up to. You teach them how to look good, how to feel good, and how to do good. So they dress nicely, they wear ties, they open doors for women, treat women with respect.
You mean old school, like we were taught.
That's right.
You get your ass kicked if you don't open that door for a woman.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you just do the right thing. You're a good person. So we instill these in the kids, these things in the kids. And that was like the flagship program for Beyond the Game. And they didn't have a high school program. So that was where my motivational concerts, because my message is a little too deep for 3rd graders, right? And so now they have within Beyond the Game, we have, I should say, a program for high schools. Now, when I would go and speak for the high schools, they would say, man, you got anything for our younger kids? I say, man, I'm sorry, buddy. My message is way too deep for the younger kids. But now we got something for the younger kids. Just a year ago, we brought on another program called Girls with Pearls. It's for 3rd grade girls. Similar concept. Dressing nice, wear pearls.
Yeah. That's got to kill.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. So that program is, we have sponsors all over the country. Our biggest sponsors, Nike. Big shout out to Nike, Sam's Club, Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods.
When I sold Sam's Club and Walmart, they're 1-1, and then Nike, I was like, whoa.
Yes.
I mean, how did you get Nike?
Oh, man. Well, first off, it's Devin's background, right? So Devin played football at Ohio State. Right, it's a story that, like I said, we'll talk about my sports story. But Devin played football at Ohio State, and then he coached at Akron and all these. Now he's at Ohio State. coaching. And so he's always been involved with that kind of stuff. And Nike's a great company that loves to give back for causes, just like Sam's Club and Walmart. And so that's what happened with them.
Remember they gave them all that shit out of nowhere because they made shoes in China? I was like, for the last 50 years, they've been making shoes in China. Now it's a problem? Really? I mean, this has been going on for the... Remember they did that and tried to bash them?
I mean, people are bashing people all the time.
Get out of here. Yeah. Just give me the good shoes. I don't care. Who cares? Everybody's making money. Who cares?
Right.
You know?
Right. Absolutely. So, we're always giving out, a ton of gear and giving back to the kids, and even like Walmart, we get stuff. We get crazy amounts of stuff to go give back to these schools. A lot of these kids, like, they don't have anything at home. They don't, we keep a lot of the stuff, like the ties and the shirts. We'll keep them actually at the schools because they can't even go home. They don't get washed. There's a lot of things,
or lost. Who knows?
Or lost, yeah. Right? And we're putting on like these huge football camps, working with a lot of NFL players and a lot of college football athletes, a lot of professional athletes coming to these big camps, athletic camps, and they're free. Because essentially the donations from people from all over the country that are putting on these, or that are donating to the cause, so we're able to put on these huge camps essentially. So it's been amazing. It's been such a blessing. And I go back to the Ladder of Life. The Ladder of Life was my nonprofit, and that was the program. And a lot of people say, "Man, you got a tattoo on your body, and now you dissolved the Ladder of Life." I'm so proud of this tattoo. It never will be dissolved because this is what I stand for. And it's all about basically people at the very top of this ladder, right? And the people at the top of this ladder, it's what I aspired to be at first. I wanted to be at the top. I wanted to be at the top so bad. But I started realizing a lot of people at the top are not happy. A lot of people at the top are very lonely. A lot of people at the top suffer from depression. A lot of people at the top are going to jail. A lot of people are doing drugs, doing all the wrong... I don't want to be up there. That seems lonely.
Let's just look at the Johnny Depp case. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, one of the best actors that there is alive.
Yes.
How he cleans up so quick and kills the role, I have no idea. But then when he's him on that stand and it was like real. Like, that's really him.
Yeah.
You're like, maybe I don't want to be up top there.
Yes.
Right?
Right. Exactly. And so I'm like, I don't want to be there. But I was so focused. Like, I had both hands on the ladder, climbing the ladder. Like, I'm going to get to this top. I was so focused. And then I took my hands off the ladder for a second and reached my hand down and started helping people. And it's not like if I heard a yell for help, I would help. But I wouldn't like volunteer and go and help on my own. But I took one hand off that ladder and started reaching back and helping people. And man, it felt so good. It felt so good. So I went right back down the ladder, took both hands off, and I dedicated my entire career to helping people at the bottom of the ladder and bringing them up. And I told you, one of the first things I said is, look, I give back 90% and I monetize on 10.
But by you giving back, now you're responsible. So now you have other people that you have to keep yourself in check because you got other people that are depending on you to help mentor them to get them where they want to be.
Yes.
So it keeps you in line.
Absolutely. But the really good thing about social media and this mass awareness is
no,
that...
I don't know anything good about social media. Nope. I can't name one.
The best thing about it is you can reach a ton of people.
I'll give you that.
You can reach a ton of people.
Good and bad.
Right. Right. I think it's more good, though, because I'm mentoring a ton of people that are in my groups, right? That I'm reaching from the stage. That essentially, if I'm reaching a ton of people like that, I don't have to worry about the one-on-one mentorship as much, right? Because I can reach the masses.
Yeah, you're in a different league. You're motivational speaking. You're doing that. So for you, this is perfect. I mean, social media, like you said, even if you got a stadium, you get 20,000 people in there. You'll reach more people on a Facebook or a Zoom type of thing or a GoToMeeting.
Right. But there's something about the in-person.
Yeah. People want to do Zoom with me all the time, and I've done 2 of them, and I won't do it. It sucks.
It sucks.
Because they're fucking delayed for one. You just can't beat it. And, like, if I'd rather just spend the money and sit across from you, get to know you, and have a personal conversation, because that's a huge thing that's going today.
Right.
Is like 2 people talking. It's text and phone calls and FaceTime.
Right.
No, 2 men sitting down at a table and just talking.
Yes.
Talking like men, and that's it.
Yep. I 100%. Nothing beats the face-to-face. I refused to go and start speaking during the pandemic. Like my speaking, done. MCing, done. DJing, when that pandemic hit, like, look, I monetize a lot of different businesses, right? And we're not going to talk about them today because there's just too many.
Yeah.
But like, I'm like, this part of my life is getting put on the bookshelf for a little bit. You're going to have to read about it, or it's going to be in the archives, because I am not doing it. I don't want to be on the virtual stuff. It's just not. I need the vibe.
I'm with you.
I need the vibe. I need the music. I need the handshakes. I need the hugs. I need to be in person.
Me too. I've turned down big time. It's just because, not that I didn't want them. It's just I won't do it.
Right.
It just sucks.
It sucks.
It sucks. And then, for like guys and me and you who are like kind of hosting the show or the speaking event, what I taught, there's no reaction.
Right.
Like I can't read you and like see how you're thinking and what you're doing. You can't read me. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
And that's what makes a human, right?
Yep.
It's insane. So now I got to ask you. So now 15, somehow without even being able to comprehend anything, you get into Ohio State.
Yes.
Right. Now, what threw me off was, now I would think because speaker, you go for dental hygiene because you started speaking. You were a speaker at 15, right? You started doing motivational speaking. But you go to school for dental hygiene. Then you graduate with a bachelor's degree in that, right?
Yes.
Now, how many years? Now, a dental hygienist, they can just clean teeth?
Yes. Oh, we do a lot more than clean teeth, but that's one of the things, yes.
But they can't do like implants?
No, you have to be a dentist to do an implant.
How many years is that?
Dentist, you can go to be a dentist in as little as 6 years, but 8 years is regular.
8 years regular?
Yep.
Okay, so then you go to do that. You get through that. Now, why? Number one, why dental hygiene? And then when you graduate, why did you pick Hawaii to go to, where you opened up 11 businesses? It said 9, and then I looked further, actually 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
So first off,
shit. He goes to Hawaii and opens up 11 businesses. Like,
my girlfriend's in Hawaii right now.
yes, Hawaii is.
he wanted to go to Honolulu, is what he wanted to do.
Yeah,
I was just messing with you.
Absolutely. So first off, when I graduated, I knew that I did not want to stay in Ohio. I knew that I wanted to go somewhere far away. I was raised on a big farm, and and I went to the city every other weekend, to see my dad and my dad's side. I seen what I needed to see, and I was done with Ohio. I just wanted an experience, this vacation, another life. So it was between going to Switzerland or going to Hawaii. And I chose Switzerland, but I found out you had to practice at least a year before you moved. So I'm like, all right, whoops, Hawaii. So I moved to Hawaii and basically decided that I would start practicing as a hygienist. Well, that was short-lived because I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So my dad was businessman of the year from the NAACP in Ohio.
Oh, wow. Congratulations to your father, bro.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. So that was basically in 2015, something like that. And I grew up in an entrepreneur family, and I knew that I wouldn't stay in dentistry. I wouldn't stay in dental hygiene, but $40 an hour for a start, it was pretty good, right?
Right.
Did I ever think that I'd be making $2,500 an hour, which I'm charging now? No. But like $40 an hour is a really good start. Yeah. It takes money to make money. I knew I wanted to work in air conditioning.
I agree with you.
But I also know what hard work is. I shoveled shit. I baled hay. I was out working like really hard, right?
I'm from Pennsylvania, so I understand what you went through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I knew what it was like. So what I did was I decided that I would pick a profession that I could work in air conditioning and not have to lift heavy stuff, basically. I also knew I wouldn't be in it long. So I started there, and I decided I would start my first business. My first business was a staffing agency, a dental staffing agency. And I did pretty well, expanded to all 4 islands of Hawaii. And by the way, my whole life, I was told that I looked like I was from Hawaii.
You kind of do.
Yeah. Especially like right now, I'm like heavyweight. I'm mid-heavyweight, but I'm heavyweight. When I drop down 40, 50 pounds, I'll look like a mixed kid.
Yeah, you look jacked, like you could throw a nice right to me.
Thanks. But I'm not a boxer like you, right? So I'm not a boxer. I'm a hugger. I hug people for a living. No. But basically, I decided that that I would do the entrepreneur thing, and the first thing I did was I started a temp agency, a dental temp agency, and I would go and I would work in many different offices. Then I started a consulting agency, and the list goes on. But then I essentially got to the point where I started enough dental businesses. I decided I wanted to get into the events space and break out and create events essentially for all people. But I niched down first in the dental space. And what I realize is it's the same people are people, right? An event is an event, essentially. A cruise ship is a cruise ship. And so that's whenever I'm like, you know what? If I can speak on stage in a high school, and I can do it in dentistry, then I can do it in a corporate setting. And oh, by the way, I can do it in Jamaica, I can do it in London, I can do it in Australia, I can do it all over the world. I can write my own book of what I want to do for the rest of my life. And that's when I decided, like, I'm not doing anything unless I'm having the time of my life. And I don't have the most money in the world. I'm doing very well, but I don't have the most money in the world. I don't care about money, though, at all. I care about fun. I care about family. I care about my health. Money is irrelevant. But I'll tell you what, I am not working anymore. I'm done working. As far as I'm concerned, I'm retired. I love what I do. I'm on stage pumping people up. I'm DJing. I'm listening to music. Look, tomorrow I'm going to be DJing in Jamaica. I got like three battles picked out. I got there's another DJ I'm battling. It's girls against guys.
Oh boy.
Yes, she's got the girls songs, the girl artists. I got the guys, right? And so
depends on the crowd, I guess. Right?
Depends on the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, they're in Jamaica, so but I got all the vibes.
If I was gonna bet, I'd have to bet on you.
Yeah,
not just because you're here.
I plan on winning. You know what I'm gonna hit him with? Yeah. I'm gonna hit him with a little NSYNC because like she got the girls. So I'm thinking all the girls are probably gonna be on the dance floor cheering her on. All good. I'm gonna keep them there. How? I'm gonna
hit him with Timberlake.
Yes, I'm gonna hit him with some NSYNC, some Backstreet Boys, and after I hit him with that, I'm gonna go straight to Boys to Men. Oh, slow it down, a Pretty Ricky. You know,
Ricky,
and then I'm gonna break all the boy bands. I'm gonna go a little LL Cool J, right? Look, Keith Sweat.
Oh my goodness.
So, anyways, I'm doing that set. Then I got.
What was the song by Keith Sweat that was so good that everybody?
Is it Nobody?
Nobody. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes. And so then
you're too young for that.
Yeah. Then I got a reggae set, and then I have a booty shaking set.
Oh boy.
So anyway, what's my point? Sorry, that's ADD. What's my point? I am not doing it unless it is fun. Period. Point blank. I have to love it. I have to feel like I'm retired. I'm 34 years old right now, and I am retired. Period. I'm not doing work. I don't believe in work anymore. I will do anything as long as it's fun.
Well, you know what anybody who's made it says? If you ever go to work and it's work, it's not for you.
Yeah, it's not for you.
If you go to work and you love it, then it's not work.
I know. Listen, the group I'm in is around, the Facebook. One of the biggest Facebook groups that I have is around that. It's essentially people at work. They want to bust out of their career that they're in and do something just different. And people they overthink it. They have these self-limiting beliefs that they're not good enough, or they don't have the time to do it, or they got a million excuses on why they won't.
A million. How do you break them out of that? I've met so many people. I've actually dated girls that were so smart and had potential, just mind-blowing potential, but just didn't have the balls. Whatever.
Literally.
Who the fuck knows now? Whatever they have, didn't have the guts to just go, and they had it, and I look back at them now, and it's a shame because I go back to my boy Lilo, wasted talent.
I know.
How do you kick him out of that?
Honestly, here's the thing.
I've tried, and I'm not a motivation. Yeah. I'm probably the worst one because I'm the one what? Go.
Yes.
That's probably not the way to go.
I'm the same way too. I feel like they need a life coach. Really? Yeah. I'm not a life coach. See, here's a really cool thing. As a motivational speaker, I get on stage and I talk to the masses. Guess what? I only care about affecting one person.
That's all you need to, right?
Just one. However, if somebody comes to me and says oh, I'm not happy, I don't know what to do, the first thing I'm doing is saying, I know about 5-10 life coaches. I can get you to them. I'm not going to be the one because like I don't know how to like get somebody out and find what they're. I don't have time and I don't know how to do that. Like there's just too much. It's very time consuming, and I like energy. Right? You come to me with a really good idea and a whole bunch of energy, boy, I'm gonna help you blow that idea up. I know how to do it. I know the people. I can make it happen. Right? I need to know when you have that idea, then I can scale it really quick. I know the people. I can make it happen. I'm connected. I'll do it right now. But like some people just don't take that first step. They're scared. They don't like to be uncomfortable. And it's very difficult to like try to get them out of that shell. So I don't spend my time and energy doing it.
So hard.
I spend my time and energy on the people who are like, they got the fire ready.
But what's cool though is that you'll direct them to somebody who
Yes.
can.
Yes.
Then they come to you.
Correct.
Okay, is that right?
That is exactly right. So I'll never shut the door on anybody. I will not shut the door on anybody.
You send them to get prepped.
Yep.
For you.
Yes, I'll send them to the right person, and
That's good.
and then when they are ready, I'm ready to roll, and we'll go fast. Right. I believe in shortcuts. Right. That's why I'll hire and I'll pay for shortcuts. I'm on this road and this journey for so long.
Me and you both. I'm all about the shortcuts.
Yeah, I want to be on the fast lane.
Yeah.
I want to be in the fast lane.
There's a loophole to everything.
There is, and I'm all about loopholes and shortcuts. And some people, they want to go the long way. Like, look, you go down that highway and you go in the traffic jam, okay? I'm paying the extra money on the toll pass in the express lane, and I'm flying by. See ya. I'm willing to pay the extra to get the shortcut.
Me too. And I'd be willing to not eat that night to not have to sit in that
Yes.
line of traffic and or that line. I'd rather tip the guy at the thing and have me seated, and I'm
Yes.
broke the next day and fake it for a day.
Yes.
I just won't go if I
Yes.
don't have the 20 to tip the person.
Some people rather sit in line. I'm going to tell you guys
Not
a real...
me, buddy.
Listen, I'm going to tell you all a real good trick, by the way. People that like to have fun, okay? This is a trick. Now,
He's one who would pull it.
security...
He's crazy.
Listen, if you like to have fun, this is a trick. If you don't know it by now, I'm going to teach you. Okay, I just don't like to waste my time. I don't like standing in line. I don't feel entitled, okay? Oh, I'm Elijah, get to the front of the line. I don't feel like that. When I go out, I don't like to wait in line. And I also am not always trying to get a table for $1,500 or $15,000. Maybe I just want to go in for a little bit. If you ever go out and you want to get to the front of the line, the security will accept your $100 bill.
Yes, they will.
So-
And we've had them in here. You can look at the podcast and they say, you know, and even DJs, they say, if somebody asks me for a song, no. But if they give me a 20, I'll play it. Somebody in line, they come up and give me a 50, come on in.
Yeah. Yes. So anytime that I go, tip.
Yeah.
Go in line. Listen, fast track. You just got an hour of your time that you'll never get back. You were outside. You were hot. You were in the rain. You were around people you don't know. You just went and you paid $100. You fast track it. Just pay for the shortcut.
Now let's think about how important that is, right? If you sit in that hour in line, that's an hour you could be working on your business.
Yeah.
You could go to dinner, please whoever you have to please, because really, if you're building a business, you really don't want to be there because you know you got shit to do.
Right.
But you got a family, you got a girl, whatever it may be. All right, let's fast track this, have a nice calm dinner, and get the hell out.
Yes.
Right? Because that hour that you wait in line, maybe an hour and a half, you could be at home building that business up.
Yes.
So it's worth the $100.
It's worth it.
It's called capital.
Yes.
It takes money to make money.
It's worth it. While we're on the restaurant, entertainment, going
I
out.
just got to say this because people used to say to me, oh, you're so fucking egotistic, narcissistic. No, I just don't like lines. And if I don't have 100 to give to them, I'll stay home until I have the 100.
Yes.
And that's happened many times because any successful person that I know, including Bezos, Jobs, you can go down the list. Everybody's failed where they were eating fucking noodles.
Yes.
Even the billionaires are billionaires.
Yes, absolutely.
How to get that out?
Yes. Another money tip while we're talking about entertainment, going out, this and that. So, do you know what tip means? Tips means.
To me, it means pay off. What does it mean to you, Vinny?
Okay, TIP stands for to ensure proper service. The next time you go to a nice restaurant or a decent restaurant, and you know you're going to spend $100.
To ensure proper service.
Yes, you know you're going to spend $100.
Is that real?
Yes.
Wow.
You give them a $20 bill if you're going to spend $100.
That's like really real.
You give them $100. You give them $20.
Fuck.
Your server. You're going to spend $100. Even if you're going to spend $75. Give them $20, and you tell them, listen, this is for you. This is tips. You know what tips means? To ensure proper service. I'm going to give you this ahead of time. Now, you probably were already going to give them that 20 in the first place, right? Now, if the bill's more than $100, you already know, give them more than that. But give them a $20 bill. Watch how good of treatment you get the entire time. You will never get as good of a treatment if you give somebody that in advance. People don't know how you're going to treat them.
You're 100% right. And then you go up to them and you ask them, hey, what days do you work here?
Yeah.
And then you put a note in your phone at that restaurant. Okay, you have somebody at this. Like in my phone, I could give you 50 restaurants, literally.
Yes.
I know the name, what days they work.
Yes.
Every once in a while, hey, you still working there? How you doing?
Yeah.
And you go right to that person the same way, right?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So there's some tips for people who are watching, who've made it this far.
Now, how did you make it through Ohio State and keep your head on right?
Yes.
I mean, you're at Ohio State Bomb College. I can't even imagine what's walking around there. Oh, can you imagine?
Absolutely.
And him, he's there at 15. You know, everybody's like, I mean, now they know he's like, you know, something.
Yeah.
So also, let me tell you this. So at 15 years old, when I tested out of high school, 16 years old, I started college. When I went to college my first 2 years, I went to Stark State. Then I went to Ohio State. Stark State is a different college.
All right, either way, you made it there.
Yes, made it to Ohio State. So I went to Ohio State College after Stark State College for 4 years.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Got it full ride scholarship, which is awesome. So 6 years of college total.
And how good was the football team when you went?
Oh, so amazing. So it was so San Antonio Holmes, Pittman.
Give me
we
4
had
years there.
Tressel.
You kill me tomorrow.
So yeah, it was so amazing. So I mean, yeah, and I was single at the time, had a really good experience.
Man,
My
God,
you know, we
got
had
his numbers in, and now he's married with the family.
Yes,
you did it right.
I lived in Vegas for a while. Get that out of your system. You'll never cheat. Trust me.
Robert's gonna want to go to Ohio State and Vegas.
Right, friends on the football team, and listen, it was the best experience ever. Lived in the dorms, was in a fraternity, Alpha Phi Omega. Shout out ATO, like the best.
Shout out A2. I respect you guys, and I wish I was there.
Oh!
But now, for somebody who's in that same situation, how did you keep your head right with all that?
Okay.
I've seen so many guys spend all this money in colleges,
Yes.
friends and shit,
Yep.
and they go there, oh, yeah, I'm going to be this.
Yes.
And for the 4 years, they pay somebody, and they just party.
Right, absolutely. So first off, I never drank until I went to college, until I was 21. Until I was 21 in college, right? So till my last couple of years, number one.
That was probably helpful.
That was helpful. So I would go to the club actually when I was 16 years old. I actually went when I was 15. I got my college ID when I was 15. Okay. And so this is in Ohio. This is in Canton, Ohio. Before I went to Ohio State, I had a college ID at 15. So I would go to the club and they would just check for college ID night. They just checked your college ID. So they assumed that you could get in. I was 15 years old, and I was the guy in the middle of the dance circle. I was pop locking. I was doing everything. I was doing everything but break dancing, so I didn't want to get my clothes dirty. But anyways, so I was always just dancing and having a good time. I never drank, right? And since I never drank, I didn't get in any trouble, right? I never did drugs, right? I would never talk to the kids that stayed in the right group. The only thing that we did was we had drinks and we hung out with ladies. I mean, I was harmless, you know. My mom brought me up right, so I did the right, treat women with respect, did the right. I never got in any trouble, ever. Sophomore year happens. So let me back up a little bit. At 15 years old, I was also diagnosed with a rare neck condition.
Oh, a rare what?
Neck condition.
Neck condition?
Yep. 14 years old, going into high school. A rare neck condition. I was an athlete. I was the only black kid in my high school, maybe one other, and I was really good at wrestling and at football. And I had University of Michigan that recruited me to come to their tournament, a wrestling tournament. At the end of the tournament, they make all the kids in the same weight class wrestle, and a kid that already committed to University of Michigan, I pinned and won the tournament. Right, it was a senior. At that point, I started getting recruited early. I went into a football game, and I ended up getting a stinger. And I don't know if you had a stinger before, but
goes right up you.
Yep, couldn't feel. I was numb. I ended up going back in that game, scoring a touchdown. Rah rah. Next day, I went to my trainer and said, I can't feel my left thumb, like when I go like this. And he said, well, you need to get clear from a doctor before you come back. So basically, my mom she's working in a dental office, and besides the dental office is a chiropractor. And the chiropractor takes some x-rays, and so I can get cleared. And when he takes x-rays, he goes, listen, your vertebrae, your top vertebrae I see something a little bit off here. Your stinger, you're going to be fine. Like, you pulled your muscle, your nerves, you're going to be okay. But I see an abnormality. Your top vertebrae is fused to your skull.
Oh.
And so is your bottom vertebrae. It's fused to your sacrum. You can't stretch good, can you? I said,
wow,
no.
So it's going all the way up and down.
You happen to be born with this.
Wow. Had nothing to do with football.
And, yeah, no. And I had wrestled and played football since I was young.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my goal was to go to the Olympics as a wrestler. And I went to every single state all around me, every single tournament. My dad put me in my weight class and the weight class above me. States every year. I mean, I was extremely good. And that was my identity also at my school, right? Only black kid, athlete, like that was me, And he basically said, look, you can't play. You could die or get paralyzed.
Wow.
So I go to the doctor, sports doctor next, like this guy, and the doctor's like, look, the chiropractor's a quack. Go back and play the rest of the season. After you're done in 4 weeks, we're going to have you come in and we'll get you a CAT scan, et cetera, and look at things because it's the way that you took your x-ray. I said, okay. Come back. Doctor says chiropractor was actually right. So my parents are like, how do you deal with it? I mean, this is my life. I'm like, I've been like this my whole life. I'm going to be fine. I'll wear a cowboy collar, football. I've been wrestling this whole time. I've been fine. Like, let me go. And they took me and they got me 2-3 second opinions. Those other doctors, they all said no. Okay. I go to Ohio State. Devin Jordan told me all the things to do to be essentially ready to get ready for football at Ohio State. And all the things that I needed to do to get in shape, told me everything I needed to do. And it was like 3 days before walk-ons. And I went and seen the sports medicine doctor at Ohio State. And he said, is there anything that you need to tell me? I said, actually, yes. I'm 18 now. But when I was in high school, they wouldn't let me play because of my neck. And he said, okay, we got to get x-rays. So we went and got x-rays. I'm like, here we go. Come back in the next day. He goes, I need you to sit down. I said, why? He goes, well, I got to tell you something.
That's bad when they tell you to sit down, right?
Like, oh, boy. Okay.
What now?
What now?
Yeah.
And he goes, when you were 14 years old, you were overdiagnosed. You could have played football and wrestled this entire time.
Oh, man.
The chances of you getting paralyzed or dying are 1 in a million. Your neck is actually stronger than most people.
I think chiropractors are bullshit. I'm sorry.
I went to 2 to 3 specialists after, and the specialist wouldn't approve me because the first doctor said no. They knew it was a second opinion, and I was a kid. They didn't want to risk that, right? He said, you can go play. You would think that I would have been jumping for joy, so happy, right? I was a kid that got stripped of my identity.
Right.
I didn't even know who I was.
Who are you anymore? I
mean, that was everything. I had to watch my friends from the stadium point their finger up and say, like, this is for you. Like, they're going to score a touchdown. This is for you. Like, that was me.
I'd be walking around with a fifth is what I would be doing. You're built. Willie Roaf, the Hall of Famer?
No.
He's a Hall of Famer for the Saints. He was in. He's from here to here.
Yes.
But you have the exact same build as him.
Yes.
Exact same build.
Yes. It was horrible. It was devastating. It was the worst thing I have ever been through. I never went to another wrestling match in my entire life. I was devastated. I went to my house. I stayed in a finished basement in college, and I went into the basement for 3 days, and I didn't come out. I woke up, and I wanted to go back to sleep. I was never suicidal, but I know what depression and rock bottom feels like. Something got me out of that basement and told me that there was something else for me.
And you were in there for what, 3 days?
3 days.
You stood there by yourself?
3 days by myself. I missed walk-ons.
Yeah, I understand.
I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to see anybody. I didn't want to hear from anybody. I was miserable. Why? Because my entire childhood was ripped from me. Like, what did I do right after I found out I couldn't play anymore? I went to college. I went and I tested into college. I got full ride, went at 15, but like I didn't get a chance to really be a high school kid. And and I was in sports. I wanted to go to the Olympics for wrestling. I probably would end up at Michigan or Ohio State, right? I mean, they're rivals, but I would have went to college and played football. But instead, I was stuck in this basement feeling like I wanted to just go to sleep. And so that's what makes me be able to relate to these kids who are suffering from depression. And if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't be able to get on stage and tell people, I know how you feel, and it will get better.
And on top of that, you also have the reading and the comprehending to relate to. So right. you got double whammy, buddy.
Yeah.
You got the double whammy. They hit the button and you got the double whammy.
Yes. So, but everybody goes through things for a reason, and full circle, why the football stadium, why am I speaking? Well, guess what? I didn't get to march on. I didn't get to march on that field anymore because I can't play football. And I have a dream, by the way. That's right. Have you ever had a dream that happens to your whole life? It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I have this nightmare, and it's not a nightmare while I'm having it. It's the best dream I fucking ever have. Like I am on the football field, and I'm back in high school, and I'm doing my thing.
The bad part is when you wake up.
Yep.
It becomes I know that feeling, buddy.
It becomes a nightmare when I wake up, and I have this nightmare like 3 times a year, and I can vividly remember the whole thing, and I want to go back to sleep so bad, and I fucking can't. And so now I'm back in a reality, and now it's a nightmare, and it's not even a good dream anymore, but I have it, and I still have it to this day. And so here's the cool thing. It's like now, and thank goodness the pandemic's going away, but now guess what? I get to walk on my football field all over the world and get on stage and inspire these kids. And so that's my story about overcoming adversity and getting to essentially go on that football field and change a bunch of lives, because I wasn't meant to play. And it took me a long time to own that and understand it, but I was meant to tell the story.
And now you're doing it. Now you're on that football field in a different way. And I'm listening to music, and I'm pumping kids up, and I'm motivating kids, and I'm telling them it's okay to not to be first in line, and it's okay to get your hopes down and to be depressed and to feel at rock bottom, and I'm teaching them that it's okay. And so everything's meant to be. Now with the dental, why pick that? That's so that's one hell of a competitive industry. I mean, everybody and their mother's a dentist.
Yeah.
Now, I understand you had the idea to make it different, or maybe not yet at that time. But dental, I mean, that's a risky one to go into.
Yeah, well, it wasn't risky because it was it was actually like in the top 10 professions. Dental hygienist and dentist was in the top 10 professions.
Which means everybody and their mother's going to be in the top 10.
Still a shortage, a major shortage.
Really?
My little sister's actually just graduated from dental hygiene school.
Good for her.
Yes.
I guess just around here, because around here it's like if you're here, there's dentists everywhere every 2 seconds.
Massive shortage.
In Florida?
Even in Florida.
Wow.
They're everywhere. There's you can't find hygienists. You can't find people to work at the front. You can't find assistants. Wow. There is a shortage for sure, even though they're everywhere. A lot of people don't go to the dentist, and now they realize they need to. So, anyways, but why? My aunt is a dental hygienist. My uncle's a dental hygienist. My mom is a dental office manager. And once again, I wanted to do something that I didn't have to lift heavy weights, and I wanted to do something that was in the air conditioning, right? And I just chose dentistry because you could start off by making decent money. But that's why dentistry. And I knew that I wouldn't be in it long practicing. And I knew I wouldn't just stay in dentistry, and I would get out and do other things beside it.
So then where does life take you after that? So now you're done with Ohio State.
Yep.
Okay. Now where are you at now? You're done. You left. Well, now what happens?
After I graduated, I moved to Hawaii.
Yeah, you do all that.
Yep.
Now you open your businesses, because we did that, and then you come back. You go back to Ohio from Hawaii.
After Hawaii, I moved to Vegas.
Right?
Yeah, I moved to Vegas. I sold my first business.
How was that?
It's a single man's dream. There's no other way. It's a single man's dream.
Yeah.
Period. It is something that should be a requirement for any man before marriage. Period.
Have you been to Vegas?
No, never.
You better before you get married to that girl you're with.
I guess what happened.
Yeah, it'll make it so you never think about cheating. At the same year that I went to.
That was good.
Same year I went to Vegas, Tinder came out.
Oh boy.
And POF. And so so
plenty of fish.
Yeah, plenty of fish.
I in Vegas.
Yeah, me and my wife tell each other that
you couldn't have found me and called me and say, "Buddy, come on."
Right, it was a good time.
I bet
it was a really good. I just sold my business and bought my dream car at the time. It was a Cadillac Escalade, sitting on 24s, Pearl, the truck, sound system. Listen, I was pulling up to valet.
Get away from me. Get away from me. You're in Vegas. With the caddy,
23 years old,
at 23, at your prime.
Oh man! And then I had my best friends move out to Vegas with me, two of them, and I'm like, look,
don't make me a troll.
I'm like, just move out. I'm like, just move out here. Come on, just move out here. Where I got a nice place. We're gonna have so much fun. Like, just come. And man, it. Listen. I've never said any of this stuff on Pocket. So it's like one of these things where, listen, we wake up 11 o'clock a.m. because we had a long night.
I bet you did.
We go to the pool party and we have the time of our life. And then we go back home maybe. And then after we go to the pool party and we go back home, we take a nap and then we wake up around, I don't know, 10 p.m. Pre-game, go to the strip, hit up whoever we met earlier at the pool party, meet them out, and there's three of us guys, and then maybe we have some more guys. We meet like all of the hosts, like all the clubs, and all they care about is a guy-to-girl ratio.
Right, because they need the girls in there so that the guys go.
And you got every flavor, right? You got me, big mixed guy that's outgoing, likes to have fun. You got another mixed guy with blue eyes that's Mr. Suave. And then you got another tall 6'5" musclehead, milk chocolate. Let's put it like this. We had something for everybody. And then we always had friends in town too. So anyways, we would call the numbers, text the numbers. Hey, we're going to this club. We would get in every time. No, we would pay nothing, but we would look like we were balling out of control. Look, I sold a business, but I wasn't going.
We weren't going crazy. You're in Vegas.
I was getting bottle service. That bottle service, what would have cost me $2,000, $3,000 minimum? It cost me a tip.
In Vegas, really?
Yes,
I remember going on Philly. Remember, like in Philly, we would go out and buy the VIP for that dumb Grey Goose. Remember, Grey Goose was the thing. I think that was like $3,000 because you had to buy 2 bottles to get back in the VIP.
Yes.
And then the prick would come every like 2 hours. He'd be like, hey, you want another one? Otherwise, you're out.
Otherwise, you're out.
I mean, so if you want to go back there, you need $6,000. Wow.
Yes.
Vegas sounds even better.
Yeah, Vegas. Yep. So, and I just DJ'd in Philly, by the way.
Elijah, this is off topic. So what's your tip for our entrepreneurs to get over hangovers?
Tip for entrepreneurs to get over hangovers?
Yeah, what's the...
Zofran.
Zofran, anti-nausea.
Yep, Zofran... Have a beer. Oh, you ready? Midol. Women's.
Wow.
Midol. Oh, man.
Why is that?
So first off, Midol has like Tylenol in it.
Uh-huh.
And it has caffeine in it and a couple other little tricks that nobody... Yes. Nobody knows about, right?
See?
And it works. Oh, and by the way, the good old IVs.
Yeah, they always work.
IVs too, and then you're good.
So IV, Midol, another beer,
and Zofran.
Zofran.
Yeah,
I bet you want to watch this.
Yeah, right. Write that note down.
Like, where's my wife? I'm like,
yeah, right. If you've made it this far on the show, make sure you message me on Facebook and give me those 4 ingredients, and I know you made it this far.
I bet you somebody hits you up
I
with
know.
something. It's just, hey, does that really work?
Yes, it does.
And then somebody will hit you up like, I took it. Is there anything else? Maybe this kind of sucks. This one.
Right. Yeah, it's because you drank too much, bozo. Like, a little light next time. But anyways, so anyway, back to Vegas. We would have so much fun. We go out that night, rinse, repeat. So I did that for about, 2.5 years, something like that. I was not trying to settle down. Oh, man. Have you ever been catfished, by the way?
Nah. What the hell's that?
Oh, you don't know what catfished is?
Do you know what catfish is?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, shut up.
So
It's when somebody has a fake social media profile acting like somebody else, and then they,
Yeah.
like, bait you to come out. And go on
Or somebody looks nothing like their picture. They gained a lot of weight. They used long time ago. They got different. So it was leading towards the end of Vegas, and I had to tell you this Vegas story. So I'm on Tinder and POF. I was on all the time because it was like a single man's dream.
Me too.
Period.
How about when you open the door and you're like, shut the door.
Here, a single man's dream, and you don't have to guess. You don't have to like, oh, I wonder if she's feeling me. I wonder if he's feeling. No, you just you swipe right or left, whatever one it was, and it's a match. Well, it's time to start talking, and if you vibe, good. So, point is, I went to go to meet someone at a to pick them up in the Escalade, right? And I'm listening to music. We're about to go grab a drink. I pick them up, and they get in the door. Okay, as soon as they get in the door, I look at them, and immediately I'm like, and I'm a nice guy, right? Get out of my truck now.
Me too. I did that too.
Why? It was a different person.
Oh, yeah.
And they weren't even like it wasn't a bad looking girl. She was a whole different person.
I know. I opened my door a few times when I was single, and I'd be like, I look for a couple seconds. I say, hey, is there any possibility? Maybe. No.
No, like get out.
Yeah.
Oh my. So, anyways, it was a fun run. Like I said, I recommend it for everybody. But then, and I refused to settle down. And then I met this Tenderoni. Oh my goodness. And I knocked her up. And the rest is history. Now we live together. We got 2 kids. No, but this is my wife.
You.
It's my wife, and we had our first kid. And I used to speak for Invisalign, and I called. Said we got a baby on the way. I love Invisalign so much. I named her Invisalina. Just a joke. Her name's Chloe.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Thanks. Cool, man. And so we had Chloe, and now we have Carly as well. So they're 3 and 7 years old. Cool. I actually didn't believe in marriage until you're in love. Like, just because you have a baby with somebody, I don't feel that you should have to marry them. Like, sorry. Sorry. I gotta be fully in love. I gotta see myself with you for the rest of my life. You can't just be a Tenderoni. Sorry, right? And so I fell deep in love, and I decided that I wanted to propose. And what better way than to do what I love, which is dancing. And so there's a song called "I Think I Want to Marry You" by Bruno Mars. I think, is it Bruno Mars? Yeah, it's Bruno Mars. And I basically went and I hired Sean Green. He's like one of the hip hop instructors, and now
shout out to Sean Green.
Yeah,
Sean Green's dance class.
Sean Green. I mean, Sean Green's TikTok legend right now, teaching all the.
How about the gas station one? That was funny when he does the straw, and then people copy off him. Oh, you got to watch it.
Nice.
Yeah.
So and he's one of my good friends. He's coming out next month to my event in Nashville. But anyways, hired him to do a flash mob, and she had no idea that it was going to happen at the City Center in West Palm Beach. And I jumped in the flash mob in the middle. All her her parents are there. All her family and her friends are in the stores that she has no idea. We're actually going there for her nephew's police academy graduation.
Wow, good.
And she thinks she's going there for that. Then a flash mob out of nowhere. I jump in the flash mob, and I'm part of it now. And she still has no idea.
Good play.
Because I just like to dance. And he's, so I was dancing, doing my thing. And then I left the flash mob. I went and got the ring from her mom's purse that I put it in. And then she catches on. There's a heart. Everybody gets down into a heart. Sean Green choreographed the whole thing, right? And get down on one knee. And here's what people, listen, gentlemen, take notes. You have to propose in a way where she can't say no. Now, that was the goal, is so she could say no. You got to get a lot of people around. You got to do something really cool. and then they can't say no. So I trapped her. First you knock them up, then you propose really cool.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to get them to say yeah. Because they're already knocked up, so they're already leaning.
Yeah. Right? Right. So anyways, been happily married for 6 years. Got 2 kids, 3-year-old, 7-year-old, 2 little girls, girl dad. And we're done.
Just so you know, if your next event has half the guys there, it's because their wives want to kill them right now because of what you just did and they didn't. You know, they probably went to downtown hall.
Yeah, right.
And they're going to be like, Sam, what the fuck? Fuck you. Why can't you be like him? So it's not my fault. You said it. I knew about it. So now, how do you get into Driven Dental Marketing?
Yes.
Right. That's what comes down the line. Because at first I thought you were, when I looked at it, I thought it was like actual dental, but you got into the marketing end of it.
Yes.
Which I've never seen, and I'm in the marketing business.
Yes.
Like the bread and butter, and I've never seen anybody do that specifically, which is very needed.
Yes, absolutely. So first off, I believe the riches are in the niches, right? So I believe in niching down in anything. Like something has to be really, really, really unique. So basically what we did is we didn't just go into dentistry. We went into implants in dentistry. So it's like a super ultra niche. And so what we do is we essentially go and we hired a bunch of implant treatment coordinators. That's somebody who's usually at a dental office that is presenting the cases, right? They're really educated. They're really good at educating the patient, getting them financed, etc. Typically, they're in the practice. Well, I went and I got 40 team members, and a lot of them, that's what they do. So we do the marketing for implants. So these cases are $20, $30, $40, $50, $60,000 cases, and a lot of the patients don't want to go into the practice. They just want to know the price. They want to be educated. So we do the marketing for them, Google ads, Facebook ads, etc. And then they come and do a virtual consult with my team who builds the relationship, number one. Then we educate the patient, number two, and then we find out how they're going to pay, right? So they basically get financed, and we finance them on the spot, or they pay cash. Then we book them into the dental practice. Now, the truth is that 95% of patients, they either can't afford implant treatment, or they don't have the financing. They don't have the credit, right? So a lot of times they're going to go to the dental practice and they're going to waste their time and they're going to waste the office's time. So we basically pull out the patients that are qualified and we put them into the practice that are ready for treatment, essentially. But we also do that while actually caring for the patients, because just because somebody didn't have the money doesn't mean they're not a person, or you shouldn't treat them well and treat them with respect.
Right.
So basically, one of the things I teach on is emotional intelligence and essentially having empathy for people. So we basically get to know the patient and we actually truly care. So just because somebody didn't have the money or the credit doesn't make them a bad person. It just means that they don't happen to have the money or the financial situation right now. So people remember that. They remember how that you treat them. So when they do get the money or when they do have the finances, guess who they call? They call us back, and then we put them in that practice, and then the dental office, they didn't have to waste really their time seeing 95% of the patients that really are not ready. They're not financially, ready to be there. They're not in the right mindset. They're not ready to move forward. And I basically just provide the 5%. They're already at the 2-yard line. They just need to find the right home. And so that's what we're doing for dental practices, and we're doing very well.
You're killing. I saw you're absolutely killing.
Yep.
And you're flowing in the algorithm like crazy.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. We're doing really good just because we're in a niche spot, and there's like 5 other implant marketing companies in dentistry, and nobody is doing what we're doing specifically. So we're niched even in our space. No people could vet them, like, little surveys.
No, I looked. You're number one.
Yes.
You're number one. You were on most like good keywords.
Yeah.
I just play with it because I do it all the time. You're number one.
Yeah.
I got an implant. It sucks.
Oh.
It's the worst. Yeah. And you know what people don't understand is how serious dental is, because I had gone to my dentist and I used to chew. Mm-hmm. Right. I would be on the computer all day long and I'd be chewing all the time, and I had quit.
Yes.
And I just went to get like a cleaning or whatever, and he was like, hey, you have a infection in your blood, in your gums. Mm-hmm. And my dentist, who I had been going to forever, he goes, this can kill you. Like, absolutely kill you. Like, we need to do this, that, the other. And then at that point, I was like, well, how much for the veneers? I mean, all right, to fix this whole fucking blood thing is, it's 20. Yeah. All right, well, how much just to do them? And he was like, whatever. So I figured, well, what the hell? I got them done. And dental can kill you like that, and you don't even know it.
Right.
He told me that, and I'm sure you can confirm this, that you won't even know it. It's in your blood, and you'll just croak. You'll die.
So basically,
it poisons you, right?
Well, you can get an abscess, and that abscess can go to your brain. essentially. That's a huge way that you could die, basically.
Yeah, he had said that the infection was in my gums and in my blood. And if they didn't remove like one of the tooths that had the abscess, that I was in dangerous situation and wouldn't even know it.
You could get into a dangerous situation. I mean, I wouldn't want to freak everybody out and think, oh, you're going to die if you get an abscess, but you could absolutely die from an abscess. And that happens even with kids, right? There are people who have wrote books on this, kind of like books for the public, because it is serious. When you get an infection, you go and get it fixed. But we don't focus on that stuff with marketing as much, like the...
What I meant is that you provide a way that if somebody has a problem like that they don't even know, and they don't have the money, you're able to find, you're there to assist.
Yeah, assist, exactly. Like a lot of people they just want answers to their questions.
Right.
Basically, they just want to find somebody to listen to them. And oftentimes it costs for a consultation. Well, we're not charging for a consult, right? The dentist is essentially paying us to handle all of those free consultations. We're their team member, essentially.
Yeah, you're vetting them. Yeah.
Yep, we're vetting them, and then we're making sure they're financially qualified, but we're treating everybody with respect. That's the number one thing. Like, there's a lot of people that are just assholes.
There are. Yeah, you'll call, and they can't wait to get off the phone, but, they want to charge you $5,000 for an implant.
Right.
Okay, well, how long is it going to take? When's the new tooth coming?
Yes.
And they're just so quick to go like this.
So quick. And that's what we do is we basically take the time. So we're running all of these ads to attract the patient for the practice. And then we actually take the time to spend the hour if needed on the phone. And then if the spouse wasn't there and they need to spend another hour, then we'll call them back. And then by the time they get to the office, they're comfortable. They have most of their questions answered. Now they're seeing the dentist, and the dentist is essentially saying, okay.
This podcast is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Go to www.expressvpn.com, use code MSCS, and get 20% off your order.
VPN is a power tool for your devices that enhances the internet. With it, you can do 3 really cool things. 1. Watch movies and TV from any of your devices, fast and securely. 2. You can use parts of the internet that are blocked in certain countries. 3. You can keep your internet traffic private, even when you're on an unsecured public network.
That's www.expressvpn.com. Use the code MSCS at checkout and get 20% off your order.
Like, here's what our treatment plan is. I see that you're qualified for $20,000 or $40,000. Here are the 3 options that you can choose from. You pick what you want, and they're ready to go compared to the whole other experience that they're used to.
Yeah, and this is it here, right?
Yes.
So take us through this.
Yes. So basically, this is
great.
Thank you. This is the Driven Dental Marketing site, and this is me and my business partner, our VP of Operations, and we're talking about making an impact. And essentially, here's the crazy thing. Your mouth and your smile is directed to it's not just like your whole body, but it's your whole life. What happens is your smile can actually go and change your life. You see somebody, they come in with a busted mouth, right? And typically their clothes match their mouth, and their job and their clothes matches, and their lack of relationship or spouse typically match that. Their life adds up to their mouth. All of a sudden, if they get a brand new smile and their teeth are perfect, they build the confidence, and they come in the next time and they have their hair done. Mm-hmm. And then they have their hair done, they have like a new wardrobe. And before you know it, they start buying jewelry. And then they get a new job. They get a new car. Now they have a spouse. It happened because you have confidence in your smile. And a lot of people just don't understand that. So that's like our big why for patients, is give them that smile that they want. And then for doctors, like, it's extremely rewarding for doctors. And listen, those procedures are not inexpensive for the doctors, right? And they love to do them. And the doctors, I mean, they're living pretty good lives as well, because they're charging just like no different than a plastic surgeon.
Yeah.
Right? You're living
labor, basically.
It's labor. You're living a pretty good life.
I didn't see that airflow marketing or airway marketing. Driven Dental Airway Marketing
Yes.
effectively builds you up as a dental sleep medicine. Elaborate on that a little bit. I've never heard of that.
Absolutely. So basically so we're Driven Dental Implant Marketing, and we've also gotten to the niche of airway marketing. So essentially patients come in and, they're coming in because they don't sleep good at night because their spouse is up snoring.
Oh, gotcha.
Or maybe their kid was diagnosed with ADD or ADHD and they're not getting good grades, they're acting out in school, etc. All of this is surrounded around your airway. They're not breathing right.
Really?
They need a CPAP. They have sleep apnea. They have some sort of myofunctional issue going on. And so
how does that correlate to the ADHD?
Well, it's a misdiagnosis.
Really?
Yes, because you're just not sleeping. But
it's not ADHD.
It's not ADHD, but that's one of the most common misdiagnoses is people think that you have ADHD. You don't have ADHD. You're just not sleeping at night. So you're walking around with like a zombie. You get no REM sleep. You're not getting any deep sleep at all. So you're walking around with no sleep. Of course you can't pay attention.
Yeah, you hallucinate. If you don't get that REM sleep over, 6-7 days, you hallucinate.
Yeah, yes. So
you might as well just do a banger of meth.
Right. I mean,
it's the truth.
Yes. So with the airway marketing, essentially, similar concept to where we're talking with patients and we're only sending those patients in. But the bigger picture is the type of ads we're doing advertorials. So an advertorial is essentially where we're educating patients on their symptoms.
I hope you're pushing that airway marketing, boy. That's a fucking home run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing: it's not $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 treatment. It's way less expensive. Medical insurance covers it. Huge, right?
Copay.
Yep. That's monstrous. And then you're literally saving somebody's life, or changing their life, or making your life way better because you can sleep and they can sleep. So it's an entire different thing, and we're not doing like ads, like certain amount off dentistry. This is what you're experiencing. You may be experiencing this because you have some sort of airway issue. Go see a doctor of the oral cavity or a myofunctional therapist.
See, that's so cool because usually the dentist will be like, "Oh, we can do it. Come on in. Here's $10,000," and then, "Hey, no, we fixed this, but to put the cherry on top, go see this person after they sucked you dry." Yeah. That's what they do.
Yeah,
you know that.
I mean, yes, I don't agree with that, but sometimes
you don't agree with what? You don't agree with that if I take 100 dentists, I would bet you any money you want, 15 out of those 100 are gonna. If I just have an airway issue and they know it, that they're going to take me and do something and make money off me.
Oh, I understand.
And then send me to a referral.
I got it. So you're saying, so I hear what you're saying.
And I'm saying you're legit, and
I get what you're saying. Yeah. So you're saying 15, so if you have an airway issue.
Right.
And a dentist sees that you have other issue.
Right.
Like say you have a whole bunch of big cavities. That dentist is going to fix your big cavities.
No, what I'm saying is if you go in there and you have an airway issue, I'm just saying I have an open mind.
Yes.
If I have 100 dentists in here, in my belief,
go ahead.
10 to 15 out of 100, even if you don't have any cavities, they will do some type of work, even if it's a cleaning, to make money off of you and then send you to the referral.
Tell me about the referral part.
So they come in, they say I have a cavity. I'm just using a cavity as an example, okay? Cavity's done. I call the dentist, "Hey, I'm still having this problem. Like something still bothering me," whatever it may be. And then they refer me to the airway person or whoever else it may be.
So let me first tell you about referral. So a lot of dentists are super dentists. What do I mean by super dentist?
Elijah, I'm asking this because a lot of people think like that.
Yep.
As did I.
Mm-hmm.
So to clear that up, that's what I'm asking.
I understand.
Don't think I'm like,
I get it.
Throwing you.
No, because guess what? There are some dentists out there, maybe 5 of them, who may be like that and could ruin it for everybody. That does exist, right? Just like there are doctors heart surgeons or foot doctors.
Don't take me down that road.
There's a lot. I mean, there's there's bad cops out there. There's good cops. Right. So, but majority are good. But to answer your question, yes. If you come in specifically for airway, a dentist is a doctor of the oral cavity. There's also myofunctional therapists that work in the dental practices. A dentist can work with a medical physician directly. You may not even have to go into that medical office to take care of your sleep apnea issue. Like that's something they can do for sure. Now, while you're in there, and you need a cleaning, you say you have periodontal disease. Periodontal disease is directly related to heart disease. So the perception might be they're going to suck you clean for money, right? But the reality is you really have an active infection in your mouth. And if we don't tell you, guess what that could be? Malpractice, lawsuit from us. So at the end of the day, it could feel like, oh, they're just trying to suck me for money. But reality, they're doing their job. You might have came to them for airway, but they have to tell you that you have periodontal disease. You have an active infection in your mouth, and you need to get it fixed. And here's how you get it fixed. It happens to be a deep cleaning. What happens is if you don't fix that, periodontal disease is directly related to all of these chronic illnesses. It's the oral systemic health, essentially. It's super important. So I don't think it's 15. I think that if you go to 90% of dentists with an airway issue, and you really have an airway issue, and they see that you need a cleaning, you need a deep cleaning, or you need dental work, 95% of them are going to tell you you need work. And if you get the work done and you still have an issue, a lot of them will be able to fix it in the practice because they're like a super office. If they can't fix it in the office, they'll refer you out to a specialist. Does that answer the question?
It does, because before I met my dentist, my thought was what I just said, 15 out of 100. Really, yes. Maybe 1 out of 100 is just a shady one. You know what I mean?
Right. And it might be, and there could be 5 one year. And it really sucks that there are some people that ruin in every profession. Ruin it but majority are good. Large majority are good, but there are some people that are just bad people.
Yeah, and then that one person ruins it, and we see it all the time with the police. It's one cop, now everybody's a bad cop.
Now everybody's a bad cop. Okay, ready to rock.
So you're ready to rock. So what do you got to show us here? Tell us.
So
spike it up. Let's
absolutely.
Go.
So remember, I was in Vegas, about to release for the book signing. I got hundreds of people, and I'm about to tell the world this thing that I have not revealed to anybody. And I don't get nervous before I get on stage. Like, getting on stage is like my Super Bowl. Like, I didn't make it as an athlete, so stage is my Super Bowl. So I'm usually got my headphones in, I'm jamming, I'm focused, I'm ready to tear the stage up. This is the only time that I was nervous before I got on stage, just because I'm about to reveal to the world about this kid named Christopher. So I'm about to tell an entire story about this kid named Christopher that can't read or digest what he's reading. And at the end of the story, I basically say, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elijah Christopher Desmond.
This is like Rocky. Like I'm ready for Rocky. Ready to run up the fucking stairs, right?
So you're gonna see Elijah super nervous right now.
All right, let's go. And you narrate it. Yes. All right.
Yeah, I do not have gum in my mouth. I'm just extremely nervous.
Wow, you're taking deep breaths and everything.
Deep breath. I'm focused, man.
You're pumping yourself up with that. Wow, you are breathing. And this isn't acting, really?
This is real.
Now you hear it, huh? Now, what are you feeling right now?
I'm nervous.
Still nervous?
I'm getting on stage. I'm about to tell everybody. Goosebumps right now.
No act. This is all real.
This is all real.
Now, are you nervous right now?
No.
Now you feel good.
I'm in it. I'm taking it. Know what I was getting into, right? It's financially good, fun, 10, right? 10 out of 10. But I remember going on the first long tour, which was Florida to Arizona, and stopping in all these cities and staying over in New Orleans, staying the night, going out in New Orleans, going out in Dallas, going out in El Paso, then getting to Phoenix and having to DJ 3 nights in a row. Wow. Like, that is tiring.
Now, how do you do that? Because I run into that problem because I'm doing my marketing all day long, which is very complex because there's a lot of coding to get things on page 1 on Google. I'm in contract with companies and stuff like that, so they expect it to stay. It fluctuates, but to stay, it's time consuming. Then a podcast, then promote the podcast, how do you manage your time? Like in that situation, not now. I know you got it down now.
Right.
Man.
Well, that's a definitely a solid other. That's called block scheduling, and I'm going to tell you about that. But I'm going to tell you about going all out and essentially finishing a season. So the season I'm in right now is on tour, right? And I decided after I went to Arizona. By the way, I'm going to go out to the West Coast multiple times on the tour bus, but the next month,
fly back.
Yeah, I always fly back. The next month, I was supposed to go to California. Then the month after that, but back to Arizona. After I went on that long tour, I'm like, wow, that is draining. It was so fun, but I don't know if I can do this every month. So I'm going to Tampa next month. And a month after that, I'm going to Kentucky. Forget Phoenix. Forget CDA. I'm canceling.
Yeah.
And so I changed I changed the plans a little bit. What's my point? I'm going to play out the season. The season I'm in right now is tour bus season. It's not forever for me. But what I was taught is that anytime that you enter anything, a sport, a commitment, you say something, you play all out.
Yep.
You give a 10 of 10, right? Or you give 110%. You don't quit early.
Nope.
And you see it through.
That's old school,
and so
bro.
That's what I'm going through right now personally is I made a commitment. I told all of my world what I'm doing, and I'm going to do it, and I'm going to see it out to the end. So you got it, like my world that I'm in, you got another year or two of this, and I'm out. But I showed people what's possible from a regular guy that's got some ambition and that's helped a lot of people and that's doing niche things, but I'm very normal. I'm humble. I like to help people, but I'm a regular guy. I'm not Tyson. I'm not some superstar celebrity, but I've done a lot of really cool things, and this is one of them. But I have to play all out to the end of the season.
Okay, you're not Tyson, and neither am I. But I was growing up, if you start something, you finish it.
Right.
That's what I remember this because it was my grandfather.
Right.
Who was right off the boat from Italy and didn't fuck around.
Yeah.
Loved me to death.
Right.
But didn't fuck around. And when he said start something, finish it, that meant if I started a fight, I better finish it.
Yeah.
And then he would go check and see the other kid.
Yeah.
And if the other kid looked worse than me, okay. If I look worse than the other kid, I got another ass kicking because I didn't handle the business. If I started it, finish it.
Yeah.
If you're going to play football, well, then we're going to practice in 30 degrees. We're going to practice in 100 degrees. So then when you have that ball and these guys got heat warmers, you're used to it.
Right. And that also goes with following through. And that's also helped me in business, what I learned in sports,
But Elijah, I wanted to ask you something because how do you, as you're mentoring entrepreneurs, okay? And nowadays they give everybody a trophy, okay? If you go to football, everybody gets a trophy. That's how they do it. So now how do you get a kid? Right now he's 13, 14, 15, 16, whatever. Now, how are you going to get him to become an entrepreneur? Now, he's got all the skill in the world, but he's gotten a trophy all his life for everything he did. The whole team gets a trophy. This is all over the place. Now, how do you break that?
First off, I don't believe in that personally.
No, I don't believe in it at all. I think it's complete bullshit. I think it's killing innovation. It's killing everything, technology, but it's going on. You don't think this is going on?
I believe you. I've heard of that before.
Go to Google and type in every kid getting a trophy on a football team. You'll see they're just giving trophies out for anything. Now, as a person who's trying to mentor somebody, how would you handle that at your level? You've been on these stages around the world. Now coming up, whether you're the one speaking or you find somebody that you trust to kind of like franchise it in a way, or however you're going to end up doing it in the future. That's what you're going to be dealing with. Kids that don't have to win and they get trophies. Everybody gets a trophy, so it's fair.
Yeah,
how would you deal with that?
I don't deal with it personally. I won't. So there's a lot of battles that you just don't pick. That's not a battle that I would pick. Right?
You just say not worth it because they're already done for.
No, I mean I'll get on stage to the masses of them and they'll hear my message, and the ones that it resonates with, it'll stick. The ones that it doesn't, then it won't. But I can't focus on changing something like that, if that makes sense. So there's only so much time that I have in a day, which we'll go back to that. How do I manage my time?
Right here.
entitlement starts at how we raise our kids.
It's for that reason I am passionate. You can read. You're a better reader than me, probably.
Right. No, remember me.
Wow,
reading.
fuck it. Yeah, we're both terrible.
Everyone Gets a Trophy is an esteemed killer. There's an open debate out there on whether or not to participation trophies are good for a kid. Kobe Bryant doesn't mind them, but Bryce Harper hates them. Yeah, for me, I don't use the word hate, but I don't like them. I think maybe there could be a participation piece of paper, certificate, like a certificate, because you finished the season, but a trophy. A big trophy, that's for the winner.
I say this because Rob, who works back there too, he's got 2 sons in football. One's 11 and one's 13.
Yeah.
And the whole team, everybody gets a trophy.
Yeah.
In Jupiter.
Look, I mean, and you know what? Look, if everybody gets a trophy, and then the winner so everybody in the league, say there's 10 different teams in a league, and everybody gets a trophy, that might be okay if the winners get a 5-foot trophy and everybody else gets a 1-foot trophy.
That's not what they're doing. Everybody gets the same thing, so it's equal.
Yeah, you know, when I had told you about some things, I just steer away from.
Yeah,
this is one of those things. You know what? Some people think that I personally I feel the way that I do, but there's some battles that are just not worth it. So I'll get on stage and I'll talk about something different than trophies.
There you go. I just wanted to see how you would react to it.
Because here's what I know is that I can't change everybody, right? I can't change the world, but I can change somebody. So I'm going to focus on the things that I'm really good at and that I know I can make an impact on. I'm going to focus on that, and I'm going to change those people that I have the ability to change. People's mind, they don't have the ability to change. I'm not going to start trying to change somebody's mind unless I'm like crazy passionate about it. If it's controversial, probably not even going to deal with it because I'm not trying to change somebody's mind. I'm trying to change somebody's life or save somebody's life or empower them and bring them up. So I don't even spend the time.
In other words, you avoid the drama and all the BS, and that's why you exceed so well. Because when it's something like that, you're not even going to go there. Because why?
I'm taking another road.
And, you know, out of those 100 kids that all got trophies, there's going to be that one that has that competitive. No matter how much shit they give them, checks, whatever, they're going to be competitive, and they're going to want to be better. And those are that one that doesn't care about the trophy that everybody else got. He wants to be better. He's the one that will go to your class.
Yeah.
Or to see you.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah. I focus on what I know that I can make an impact on, I can change, and also what brings me energy.
But it's a real thing, so I wanted to address it and see how you would handle it.
Absolutely. And real things also come across my table on a regular basis, a lot of them. And I skirt and go down a different road and talk about another real thing, just because there's so much you can put energy into all these different places, all these buckets. And I choose to fill the bucket with what brings me the most energy. You know what I'm saying?
So how do you say no to somebody? Because a lot of people have this problem. How do you say no to somebody that's your friend? And you know that you're going to lose that friendship by saying no. Boy. You know?
Oh, boy.
And they come to you and they're like, come on, Majah, come on. But it's not for you. You know it's just not going to work.
Oh.
Now, you got to say no because you know it's not going to work and you're not going to do it.
Tommy,
now, you're going to lose that friendship.
Tommy, I got real good at saying no. I got real good at saying no. I got a pre-written message in my phone about saying no.
How much of a problem do you think it is in life that people don't know how to say no?
It's a huge problem. I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because here's the thing, people overcommit themselves. People become a yes man. And people lose a lot more relationships like that from being yes man and not being able to say no than they would have. Right.
And then guess what happens? Then that person that's yeah. Now, like the person, they'll call 100 people. Everybody says, no. They'll call 10,000 people. One person says yeah. And then they got the yeah. And they're, okay, I got the yeah.
So let me tell you about the no's. So there's 2 specific things that I say no to a lot. The first no is starting a business with somebody. So many. I mean, I started a dental tank, right? That's a dental tank is essentially people with brand new businesses and ideas, and I'm bringing in private equity and VCs and angel investors, and I'm helping them to skyrocket their businesses. And who brought them in? It was me. And guess who they want to start a business with? It's me.
You got angel investors?
Oh yeah, all of them.
Shit.
And so basically, people are coming to me nonstop and saying, Elijah, I want to. Elijah,
his headphones coming into your camera a little bit. When you lean to the left a little bit.
Oh, mine?
It's coming in.
Oh, okay. We're good.
So like, Elijah, I want to start a business with you, or I want to do this thing with you. So many. And I love my friends to death. I love people to death. But I got so good at saying no. Why? Because I can't do everything. I can't do everything good. And I don't have the time. And we'll get to how do I manage my time in a minute. But I don't have the time. Flat out. And the second thing I've got really good at saying no to is borrowing money. People want to borrow money so much, and it has ruined so many relationships. And I'm done. Like, I'm done. And I make the mistake maybe once or twice a year, but overall, 99%, I am a solid no. Like, I would rather teach you to fish than give you a fish. And it messes up everything. Like, stop, like, borrowing money and co-signing are things I don't do, period.
Funny. I cut that out about 3 years ago because I did too, because I'd feel bad and I'd be like, all right, here, and then here's 100 here, and then it just ruins the relationship. So like, if I get asked now, I'll say, well, I'll give you a job to do if you want something, or no, or you just can't, because it ruins everything.
It ruins everything. And if somebody asks me for a couple hundred, I'm just gonna give them a couple $100.
Right. But the ones that come with like okay, I have this great idea for 30 G's,
Right. And that's more of an investment. Yeah. And I'm not going to do that unless it's in my ecosystem, so I'll make an investment in a business if it fits in something I'm already doing. Like, if I can just say, okay, yes, that makes sense, because I can just have you as an exhibitor at my conference, and I can plug you as a speaker, and I can plug you in this event and that event, and I already know you're going to blow up like that, because I have an ecosystem at my conference with all of these influencers and these people that love the B2B space. That makes sense. So that's different. But when I have friends that are asking 500, 1,000, thousands, and family.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once they know you made it, that's the toughest one.
Man, and now here's the thing, like, you're the bad guy regardless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, they're not going to pay you back on time, or they're not going to pay you back. Number two, you have to be the bill collector, and when you're the bill collector, you're the bad guy.
Now you're the enemy.
You're the bad guy. Yep. And then if you go to try to get the money, now you're hurting for money, so that's why you're asking. No, I'm not hurting for money. Or they thought that it was like 50 cents to you. But it's the principle. Like, if you borrow money, right, you pay back the money.
So, when I started doing with that whole thing, because I had the same thing. I was like, it's the principle. It's not about the money. It's the principle. You asked me for a favor, I gave it to you. Whether it was $10 or $10,000, the principle. You asked me, I said, okay, pay me back. So now when somebody asks me, I say no. And if I give it to them, I say, look, I don't want it back. It's yours. Use it right. You're my friend. Here, there's no loan, no pay me back. I'm giving it to you because I want to, or because I believe in your idea. That's it. Because then there's no chasing them down. And if they're a good person, they'll pay you back. You won't even have to ask.
I haven't been paid back by one person I gave money to.
Me neither. Me neither.
So that was a strong comment. If they're a good person, I've been messing around with a lot of bad people. But at the end of the day, like, listen,
it's really important because people go broke on that.
Here, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this straight from. I'm gonna read it straight from my phone because I use it so much. Teach.
How many times have you loaned people money and you never get a fucking cent, or you always get like, they'll always make like, here's a little something to push you along.
Yeah. So I mean, look, I've been in bad situations. Everybody's been in bad situations, but I just never give any money and expect it back. Kind of like what I stopped a long.
Yeah, you learn real quick.
So, you ready?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Here I'm reading this. This is a message, and if you listen to this, sorry if you realize you got a copy and paste message, but please don't be mad at me. But I made a decision a few years back to help people as much as I can in many ways. One rule I had for myself is the only way that I wouldn't help people, friends, family, etc., is borrowing or giving money unless it's a charity of sorts. It's ruined relationships and changed many. My give hand is way strong, but just in every way outside of that. Please don't be mad and know it's everyone and not just you. I would so much rather teach you how to fish instead of giving you a fish, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. Does that make sense to you?
100%.
And that's a copy. I'm sending this message once or twice a week.
So break down the fish. If somebody didn't get, because that's
Yeah.
like the
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, basically, if you give somebody so there's a lot of people out there, and listen, it's okay to go through something, to go and go through a struggle. And it's, if you need to ask me for money, like, I'm not saying it's, sometimes you're in a situation like you got to. I personally am experience sharing. I have been asked from way too many people and they don't pay back, period. And it can ruin a relationship. I'd rather have the relationship and have you mad at me for a little bit. You're going to get over it, right? But what does it mean? I would rather teach you how to go and make money, go get the bag, than give you some money that's a temporary relief. It's not teaching you nothing. I'd rather teach you how to go get money. Like, the best gift that I ever gave my little cousin, his name's Chase. Instead of giving him a gift, here's what I told Chase. I said, Chase, check it out. I said, I'm going to give you $50. And guess what? If you take that 50 and you make it 100, I'm going to give you 50 more. But you have to save that $100 that you made. And I'm going to do that for you 5 times. Okay? So you take that 50, you turn it into 100, and you do it 5 times, that's going to be $500. By that time, it's a permanent thing that I've engraved in you. You know how to double up. So then you take that 1,000 and you double it again. Well, you got 2,000. How old are you, Chase? Oh, you're 15 years old. So if you learn that now,
you apply that.
You apply that for the rest of your life. That's the best thing you can do to somebody. And what did he do? He went out, he went and had a garage sale. You know what? He went bought a mower, mowing grass.
Probably digging through anything you could sell with the stand.
Yeah, I said, I'm going to New York City. I said, you want to give me some of that money back and I'll buy you some knockoff purses? Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. Got it. Doubled up his money. But now you know how to make money. That's called like teaching somebody how to fish. So could I have gave him a little birthday, $50? Yep. Sure could have. But instead, I gave him a way of making money. I taught him how to fish. I taught him how to get the bag.
You gave him an opportunity to make it, but he has to put the work in to make it.
Yes.
And that will stick with your cousin, forever.
Yes.
And it's important to hit them at 14, 15 like that.
Yes, and it's positive reinforcement. Okay,
yeah.
So here's 50. Go make it 100. Wow, you made it 100. Here's a reward. Another 50. Do it again.
And you know what? He's going to pay that forward, especially to his son or daughter too.
Yes.
Because like I told you, I just had my first daughter. I never want her to want. But if she doesn't behave or fucks up, no, next week, if you get good grades or whatever, but financial, I never want to be like, oh, we have to wait. I'll work 3, like I'll do everything I do and leave here and go to Walmart and work 3rd shift. I don't care. I don't care. That's how I am. I'll work what I'm doing now, sleep 2 hours a day. It doesn't matter to me because I never want, me personally, I never want to be like, oh, I don't have enough for this. And especially my daughter, I never want her to want something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I might not give it to her because she's not doing something right, but to want where daddy's got to be like, oh, I'm waiting on my check.
Right.
No, fuck that. No, I don't live like that. I'll shoot myself before I do that.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't do that.
I mean, it's a figure of speech because I would just get on a Huffy and I would just ride my bike around until I've done it 4 times. I've lost everything 4 times.
Yeah.
Millions to 0, 4 times.
That's awesome. 4 times. We have something in common. So a lot of people make all these excuses about like, I don't have money. I don't have enough money.
That's bullshit.
Right? Or I believe in the Dave Ramsey thing where I shouldn't do it. Shouldn't do it unless I got it. Well, guess what? 4 times, just like you, coming up, I went in credit card debt. Some foolish credit card companies or enough let me out $40,000. Not a lot of money now, but coming up it was. So I went into credit card debt, maxed out my credit cards, $40,000 credit card debt 4 times. Guess what? I never missed an opportunity. I never said, it's too much money. I can't afford it. No, I did it. I went in debt. And I wasn't even like hesitant about it. I did it. There was no excuse ever. I always did it. I invested in it. And guess what? I paid it off. And I paid it off 4 different times. I was in debt till 2015. Like, that's a lot of years. 2009, 2015, constantly in debt. Oh, new business, great idea. I'll invest. I'll do it. I'm not scared to lose. Failed. Oh, who cares? I'm going to go ahead and another credit card. Let's do it again. But it worked out. I took the risk and now I have financial freedom. I'm not in any kind of credit card debt. My credit card is paid out. I do a credit card for points.
Yeah.
I'm flying first class. Why? Because I have a AMX that pays me enough points to get bumped up.
AMX is the best.
Get bumped up.
Those fuckers, like, they'll give you $1 million to bury yourself and give you the points, and then you don't even have $1 million.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I got 4 times too. And yes. 2013 was the last one. Millions to zero. I went back to the Huffy, riding the bike in the rain, starting a business. It's raining, it's snowing. It doesn't matter. I'm mailing packages, going back.
Yep.
And then, okay, how do I beat the competition? They mail once a day. I ride my bike in the snow. Now, remember, the day before this, I had millions. I had a Lamborghini, a Bentley, Ferrari, you name it. The next day, I'm back on a fucking bike again.
Yep.
But to me, it was, it doesn't bother me.
But you hear about that. You hear about people that are multimillionaires, and then all of a sudden they file bankruptcy or they go broke. I'm going to tell you what you can't take away from somebody. 2 things: their hustle and their network. Can't take it away.
No.
You could strip me from every single thing that I have.
And your network, because you have the hustle.
Right? The hustle and the network, you can't take it away. Only way you can take away the network is if you self-sabotage. Yeah. And I will never, like I said, I don't step left. I don't step right. I stay right where I'm supposed to be. I will never have my network will always be there. Right? So my network's there. Network determines your net worth. Right? So my hustle is never going to change either. So I can have everything taken away tomorrow and I'll go out, rebuild, boom, done.
Yeah, it don't matter to me either. Because we've already done it.
Yes.
So it's like, like we wake up tomorrow and everything goes bankrupt. I lose everything.
Sucks, but.
Okay. Wow. All right. I've done it 4. Okay. Number 5. Maybe this is the last one.
Yep.
And you just adjust and keep swinging. You don't go get, trash for the rest of your life. You just.
Right.
All right. Here we go again. It's going to be okay. The biggest problem is calming the other people down in your family. It's not you. Like, you're going to make it. Like, even the first time. I knew I'd figure it out, because I had gotten there once, I could do it again. Yeah, it sucks. I could eat ramen noodles, get a little bit of a belly, my abs go away, whatever, I had stepkids at the time, so they were number 1, so you just got to grind, man.
Yes.
And then next thing you know, 2 years later, I'm in a Spider, Lamborghini,
Right.
But people don't remember the fucking 2 years that, you put into it, that you're riding a bicycle, like in the snow with a trash bag with sleet coming down,
I was on the bus. I wasn't on the bicycle, but I seen people on the bicycles.
I was that guy on the bus.
I had empathy for him. That was a cold ride, brother.
Cold.
That was a
that
was a cold ride. But talk about that. You talk about the 6-pack. It brings me back to the days when I had one when I was like 6 years old.
He said 6 years old.
And it also brings me back to health. And you do all of these things in life for business and for your career, and if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And I'll tell you how I got my health back, and it brings us back around to the schedule and how do you do all these things and make time. And first off, I'm getting back in shape. A round of applause for that, right?
Applause. He looks jacked, right?
Yeah, I'm getting back in shape. I still got 40 pounds to lose, but I actually did something called block scheduling. Have you ever heard of block scheduling before?
I have.
So I currently I own 7 businesses and main businesses, right? And in those 7 businesses, I basically they're all run from my teams. Okay, I check in with them. I'm not in most of the businesses. I'm a visionary for those businesses, and I have amazing teams that run them. Right? I work Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I work from 8 till 5 for the most part. Not for the most. That's my block. But I schedule 2 hours in the middle of my workday, 3 days a week. I stop what I'm doing. It's not the beginning. Typically, it's not the end. It's in the middle. And I basically, it's time for me, for my health. And I spend the rest of the time with my family. And then Wednesday night is my local night, because I don't know a lot of people locally.
Me neither.
And that's fine. I'm nationwide, worldwide, but locally, I don't know a lot of people.
You don't want to know them around here locally.
That's what I hear.
No, yeah. I got fucked up $200K on some bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I've been here for 7 years. I know some people.
I got to tell you this. There's a guy around here I was in business with. This guy literally manipulated me, and I'm good. And I mean, I couldn't, there's a situation with him, I don't want to talk about his family because it has nothing to do with his family, but his family had passed away. But he manipulated me to the point of a 10. And I know, like, I'm not stupid. For 3 years, and at the perfect time, boom, fucked me out of 160.
Wow.
K.
Wow. That's rough.
I'm just saying.
So you're like,
it's a good thing that you're
good
not.
Good thing you're on Wednesdays. Good thing you're good. Good thing it's this Wednesday evening. So all day I'm off on Wednesdays. I get to spend the day with the wife. The kids are in school. It's just us. 6 p.m. I basically start work. I don't have agenda most of the time, except for I'm going out with a local, typically business. Most of my friends that are local is business. We're going out to the casino. We're going out. We're having, we're golfing. We're having fun. But it's local on Wednesdays. But basically 4 days a week is my block schedule. I fit in health. That's the gym, right? And basically I'm working the rest of the time with the other businesses. Friday, I'm off at 3. Saturday and Sunday, it's family. So Wednesday, Saturday and Sunday is family. And that's block scheduling. That's how I keep my life together. And people book calls with me within those times. Okay? So basically, I have a Calendly link. If you don't have Calendly, shout out Calendly. Right?
Sponsor
Calendly, right? If you don't have Calendly, get it. It essentially allows you to create your ideal life, right? So when somebody asks you, like, what time are you available? Oh, I'm available next Thursday. I'm busy Thursday. What about Friday? I'm in Jamaica Friday. So instead, just send a Calendly link, and the Calendly link, they book in it, and basically it's in your time block that you set for yourself. You don't go outside that. Now, there's exceptions to every rule, kind of like a longer podcast and a good opportunity, right? There's exceptions to every rule. But for the most part, I stay in those blocks unless I'm out of town. Now, every single month, I'm gone, we'll say 7 to 10 days. I'm on the road. And then I'm home for 20 days, right? And that's my balance. That's how I keep balance. But I like to be gone too. It's good. And guess what? Now my wife is finally flying with me. Oh my goodness, is that amazing?
You're happy about that?
So happy.
Good. That means you're gonna have a full long length marriage.
Yes.
Because usually guys can't wait to get on the fucking plane.
I mean,
get a break.
There's some times where I can't wait to get on the plane. Listen, I got
me to cut this for you.
Listen, I know. Listen, I got an Italian wife that's got, she's
boy.
a strong.
I was born there, buddy.
She's strong-willed. She's
give me a 1 to 10. How stubborn?
Stubborn. I'm solid 10.
Gossip?
No, not a gossiper.
Oh,
not a gossiper, but solid 10 for stubborn.
Fuck it.
But she
something like 10 years ago, she'll remember.
I don't know if she'll remember. Maybe not. But stubborn. She's stubborn. But listen, this woman takes care of me. And look. I'm 40 pounds over. I was 60. I'm 40 pounds overweight.
With an Italian woman, I can only imagine what she's cooking you.
And Jan, she loves me. She loves me when I'm looking like Rick Ross or LL Cool J.
She's a good woman.
Like either way. You know?
Didn't you read the Italian's got the biggest heart? You got one here, you got one here, and you're married to one.
I'm half Italian myself now, I guess. Not really,
You know
but
what? No, really. We did this thing. Me and my like A-list Asian guy. I mean, he's funny as hell. He came in, he goes, Vinny, you're gonna die. AJ, my boy AJ, he's my Asian, right? He comes in, he goes, am I allowed to be here on Palm Beach? Is there a curfew? Do you talk to the cop? He's so cool. You know, I mean, he's darker than dark.
Yeah.
But he's cool like that, right? So we were going through it, and he was like, you know, you're like me. I said, yeah, I'm like you. We laugh around. Whatever. No. He goes, no, Italians have black in them. And I said, but I can't jump. I we were fucking around and stuff. And we pulled it up, and really, like, if you break it down, it's like a real complex thing. Italian people have black in them.
Here, I know. Yeah. Yep.
I just thought, I don't know, it just stuck out with me because you know, Italian, old school Italians.
Yes.
You know, they say other things about that. You know, but little did they know, hey, you're part of that.
Yes,
you know?
absolutely.
Hey, I'm proud to be. I'm proud to be because everybody I know with that has a billy club. So
yes, well, I'm gonna tell you, Ancestry.com will tell you some things. I tell you what. I mean, look, I was raised with, you know, my mom is white, my dad is black, right? And I took Ancestry.com.
You see the lawsuit that they paid out for the bullshit?
Oh, there was some.
Oh yeah, they paid out $1.6 billion.
To who?
No jail. Like they well, like if it was you or me that had the company, we'd be doing 50 years. No, they're like big pharma. They just find them and they keep going.
Oh, for telling lies?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Honest to God, I wouldn't bullshit you. Because I did it too. I did it too. And I was
I had Polynesian, I had Spanish, and I called my mom. And I'm like, Mom, you see, listen.
Polynesian? Bro, I'll give you some Spanish.
Yes.
Vinny, you see any Polynesian in this guy here?
I mean, I only been accused of being from Hawaii for how long? So I believed it. So basically, I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, Mom, here's the thing. Your parents, RIP, they got some explaining to do because did nobody tell me about no Spanish or no poly?
You do have the Spanish in you.
I did move to Hawaii, you know, because I've been accused of the Polynesian. However, nobody told me about any of this stuff. And in the Spanish, I mean, I was pretty good in Spanish 101 and 102, but I didn't know it was natural.
I see Spanish in it. I see a lot of Spanish in it. I do.
So anyway,
no Polish shit though. Where the fuck did that come from?
Not Polish, Polynesian.
Whatever. They're fucking.
That's Hawaiian.
Oh really? No.
Yeah.
All right. I just took a right hook.
Right. There's Irish. There's Irish too.
Right. Irish and you.
Yep. Now here's the thing. The Greys used to be Reds.
Okay, so maybe it's so.
Yeah, there's Irish. There's Irish. And, you know, my mom's mom had straight red hair. She's Irish.
When you get mad, do you get mad like 1 to 10? Like when you get real mad, like you're mad?
I get Gemini red.
Yeah,
but but it's, yeah, I mean, I don't get mad often. It takes a lot. It takes a lot.
Yeah, I can see.
A lot.
Yeah.
Maybe once a year.
Now, Vinny had asked you a really good question that we wanted to put on the podcast, and then we'll jump to your website because that will correlate. So, Vinny, when I cut you off when we took a leak,
yes,
do that. You know, ask him what you wanted to ask him that I cut you off because it's a very good question and very good for people to listen to.
Yeah. So, for everybody building a business, how long would you say? I know everybody's journey is different and whatnot. But how long would you say it took from the beginning of you saying, hey, I'm going to put this idea to fruition and go with it to the point where you're just kind of coasting now, everything's running by itself? How long did that actually take you?
Right. So I graduated in 2009 from the Ohio State University, and I started businesses, that's plural. That could have been a mistake from starting businesses, plural. So understand that when I respond to this, I'm not talking about a business. I'm talking about a lot of businesses, right? I've started over 20 now.
You did 11 right off the rip right in Hawaii. like he went from Ohio State, Vinny, to boom, 11 in what, a year and a half? I think I had to dig to see the time period, but it was about a year and a half.
Yeah, I did 11 before I went to around the time in Vegas, by the time Vegas. But basically, it was until about 2000 and I would say realistically 18. It was till 18 to where I felt like I was coasting, to where I felt unstoppable in the fact that I no longer was worried about money.
18 years.
No. 2018. So that meant from 2009. But I mean, I don't even know if you want to count 2010 yet. Like, I'm just starting. So, like, if you're just starting a business.
Yeah. The day that you decided
to start a business.
To start anything.
To start entrepreneurship.
Yep.
I mean, it took me that's 9 years. But the thing is like a lot of people.
9 years.
But there's perspective of that, right? I mean, if you did 9 years, if I was doing one thing for 9 years, it's different than doing, 15 things in 9 years. So
in relation to this question, so say you start a business that you love, okay? You love it. You have one business.
Yep.
Stick with me. One business, okay? And you love it to death, but it's just not working right now. Even though you love it, do you walk away and find something else that you love, or do you keep fighting for that business?
Oh, great. Excellent question. You fight.
Thank you.
You 100% fight for it. If you've given it your all. If you've given it 100%, you keep fighting until you've given it all. When you've given it your all, then it's time to move on. But you have to cut your losses at some point if you've given it your all. But if you have not truly given it your all, you cannot stop. Because as soon as you stop, just know this, you could have been so close to breaking through into the gold mine. So close. And I've lost a lot. Listen, I've lost a ton of money pre-pandemic. And this is a CBD company that I started right before the pandemic started. Every single thing was lined up perfectly. Everything. I had the perfect business partner. I had the perfect factory that my business partner owned. I walked into the business 50-50 owner. The everything that we had under our roof. The first Facebook Live I had 970 sales reps on. That's a lot of people. Everybody was on board. We had core values, we had mission, we had vision, we had purpose, we had everything. And it was a month later, the world shut down. And it was like, it was the worst. And like, I didn't have my events that I could push it at and that I could essentially blow it up even more at. I wasn't on the road because everybody was shut down, quarantined. Nobody could go into places of business because it was the quarantine, temperature checks, no new business. Like, it was the worst thing ever. So, but I knew, like, when we ended that business a year and 3 months later, I knew that I gave it my all. That's what I knew. I knew that I gave it every bit that I had. But you know what? It was time to cut the losses.
Yep.
So it's okay to fail, though. Like, part of success is failure. And like, I don't know if I've met any success story that has not had a lot of failures.
I don't know one. There isn't one. There isn't one, because I believe that in order for you to make millions or billions or whatever it may be, you have to fail, because you have to understand what that's like. Because once you understand what that's like, then, and you beat the failure and you win again and you fail again. But now you know that if you fail, you can do it again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's only when you give up. Like with me, when I lost 21 fucking million. 21 fucking million. I could have gave up and went and been a drug addict and whatever else. But I got it once. And I gave everything I had. I stuck in it too long. I was young. I should have got out of it earlier. But I didn't. But so what? So what? I did it again. And you know what? Fucked up again. Lost it. But I never gave up. And I was okay as long as I gave every bit of effort I had and tried as hard as I could. Fuck it. But there was a couple that I didn't. And those still bother me to this day from 10, 15 years ago. But as long as I gave everything I had.
Yep.
But I did know I'll tell you this. I really did know when to walk away.
Right.
And a lot of times it's hard because it's like the love and you're like, I love this. But when it's too red, when you're in the red and you're like, you're trying to get out of the red and then the red just keeps going down and you're trying everything possible. There has to be that time. Just like in this just goes in life in general. Just like in a relationship. If you give everything you have, whether you have kids or not, if you gave everything you have to make it work, you should never feel, in my opinion, you shouldn't feel bad about walking away. And that goes with business and life in general.
Yep, 100%. And so as long as you've given it what you have, you can walk. I've gotten really good at knowing when to walk. I've also got great at feeling totally good with losing and telling everybody I lost. A lot of people won't stop what they're doing because they're afraid of what people think.
Yeah.
And
I was one of those.
Yeah, what I've gotten really good at is owning the loss, but knowing something else is way better than that. People actually don't like to see you celebrating. It sucks.
No, it's true.
But people are jealous. People are envious. People like to see your real story. And so if you can share your real story about how you failed, all the mistakes that you made, and then, oh, by the way, I had a success, people will love you so much more from being real. People don't want to hear about every single win that you had. People want to hear about your journey, your roller coaster, how you were struggling, how you were riding that bike with the bag pulling behind it. People don't want to know about every single thing that you had that was great because that's not realistic to even somebody that's successful. It's just not realistic. People want to know how you struggled because guess what? If people know how you struggled, people can gravitate to that because you can give them something that is called a shortcut. If I know that you struggled, how did you struggle? So I don't have to struggle like that. And so that's a shortcut for them. Instead of like, oh, I made it to here. Okay, well, I don't even know how to get there. And you didn't give the roadmap because you just said what the medal was.
Yeah.
You didn't say the journey to the medal.
You know, it's funny. Me and Vinny and also my friend Franco, Vinny, remember when we were miserable? And we used to hate happy people. Like, whenever we would see somebody happy, like, come by, we'd be like, oh. Fuck that. And me and my friend, when I was growing up, like, we were miserable. We had money and stuff, but we weren't like the whoever, and we would be like, oh, look at that guy, happy all the time. Fuck him. Frank got to work at the pizza shop all day. My grandfather made me fucking practice in 2 degrees with the wife beater on. And then Franco's mom would send him over to anyway. So, whenever we saw somebody happy, we'd be like, fuck them. Man, maybe, not meaning it, but we'd be like, jump off a cliff, because misery loves company, And then later in life, that changed, obviously.
Right.
But, misery loves company. And that goes back to who you're around. Like when I had an engineering firm, we did the breakers. Once we did the breakers, a fucking pool that was $15,000 a week ago is now $25,000. The same pool in Boca, same permit, same appraiser, everything. Because we did the breakers, the MB kicks in. And then, although the engineering business was killing, we had done Kmart, the breakers, a bunch of things. It was time to walk away because everybody was getting this envy. It didn't matter about the money. It was just too much of a headache, and I just left.
Yeah.
Fuck it, closed it right then and there.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple businesses and multiple things. You have to know when to walk away, right? And, if you can learn that, that's going to put you further ahead when you have multiple businesses. But when you have, I wish I had the ability to just have one business or one thing. Like everybody tells me about the book that I couldn't read. It's all books. But there's this one book called One Thing. Unfortunately, I just can't have the one thing. And that's fine. I've got to one area in my career, and that is events, right? It's events and entrepreneur space. That's my focus is events, period. And I think that's awesome, but I have a bunch of businesses within the event space. But so that's my one thing, I guess.
So what would you say to him? What would you say to him with his store? Because he has a killer store. Just just timing's fucked.
Absolutely, timing and there's a financial struggle once you're you blow up on a certain channel and then things happen.
So for him, what would you recommend? Would you recommend that he?
I have a specific plan.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, Vinny has essentially a exotic chips, not exotic, what is it? As exotic,
Yeah, it's international snacks and drinks.
international snacks and drinks.
Like all kinds of snacks. So there's all kinds of stuff from other countries to
Yes.
show the difference.
Absolutely. So, it's niche. So I would 100% go to, first off, you already know what works. And that is what? It's social media. It's influencer marketing, because you were almost at that part before, some things happen. So at the end of the day, it is very clear what makes the business click, right? What makes it tick. So I believe when you have results, you hit the gas pedal. And guess what? It doesn't have to be the same gas pedal every time. So if that gas pedal worked for you, guess what it's going to work for? Other influencers, other people. So essentially, once you know what worked, you push that gas pedal. If I'm spending, $5,000 on AdWords, I'm gonna spend $50,000 on AdWords, because it's all it is scaling what works. If I'm spending, $5,000 on Facebook, I'm gonna scale that. If I'm spending $20,000 on influencer marketing and it's working, I'm gonna spend $100,000. Why? Because it works. So the social media thing worked for you, right? So all you have to do is go and find 100 people just like you, right? So you were on your way to being a social media influencer. You had a channel, you have videos that went viral. So it's not that difficult to go and find other people that are in your exact same shoes and essentially find other influencers in the social media space. And thank goodness there's a ton of social media channels. And there's not people that are all at the space of, 500,000, a million, 2 million, 9 million, shout out Michael Lee with 50 million followers on TikTok now, right? He was in my proposal video from Sean. But like all of these people that are at the top, they may not take affiliate agreements. Affiliate agreement is essentially, you promote somebody's product and you take a percentage when that sale happens, when they put your code in and when they use your link. Affiliate marketing is straightforward, right? And so those people essentially are the big people are not necessarily all taking the affiliate marketing. Like I don't do affiliate marketing besides one thing. We'll talk about that in a minute. I am sponsored. All the big dogs are probably not taking affiliate marketing, most of them. But there are the middle range people that are very powerful. They have a lot of people following them. They have huge influence. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40.
Yeah, but Elijah, how does that help him when he's spending all his money?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
You
hypothetically.
He don't got to have no money. He didn't have to have no money. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000, 100,000. I'll call them a mid-range influencer. They have influence. People listen. And in affiliate marketing, essentially all that is you're not paying them money up front. You're not paying them 200, 500, 1,000, 2,500, 5,000, etc. a month. You're paying, all you're doing is you're giving them your link and you're giving them a code. That code is for 15% off for their followers if they buy your product. And what do? Essentially, they get 15% as well when somebody uses their code. That costs you nothing. It's performance marketing, right? So I would reach out to every mid-range influencer that you possibly can until you get maxed out on your direct messages, or hire a company to do it. You hire a VA service, they could do that for you, right? Just make sure they have some suave when they reach out and they don't sound like every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there that's spamming people's inboxes. Like, sound genuine, essentially. And basically, you reach out to every influencer out there that's trying to monetize. They'll be happy. You send them your story, send them your link to your video, and tell them your real, original story. If you had somebody video you and you basically said, listen, here's what happened to me. I was coming up in the world of influence just like you, and here's what happened to me, and make it an emotional story like it is, of a true entrepreneur like they're trying to be, and take them through your store and tell them your story. Stories sell. People need to know you. Once they know that, once they see that, they're going to want to work with you and they're going to understand, and you want to make money and so do they. It's a win-win situation. So you're helping them, they're helping you, you meet in the middle, you blow the market up. Now all of a sudden you can hire the guy that has 500,000 followers, 2 million followers. You can go talk to Michael because you know somebody that's connected to them, because you helped them. And guess what? Michael happens to know Chris Brown, who happens to know.
Don't say that name, or I'm going to say how much to get him.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But guess what? And then Chris happens to know this person, and now you're connected to all of the influencers, and you blew up.
That's great advice. Thank you.
But guess what? If you have good advice, you have to take it, and you have to follow through.
100%.
Yeah, you have to act on it. You know, he's down there.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I mean, I know the platforms and everything, and you're 100% right. You know, and I didn't even. I mean, I didn't even think of that.
Yes,
that's how you do it.
And now it is a perfect segue for this ERC. I gotta talk about the affiliate marketing.
All right, sure. Pull up tab 1, 2, 3.
ERC. Yes.
5. Pull up tab 5.
So let just to talk about the affiliate marketing and what it is. So I explained basically affiliate marketing, like you essentially don't get paid. So you have a huge network, right? And you ain't getting paid nothing unless somebody buys. I don't go for that. Like I've been around too long. I have I have 100 sponsors around, right? That sponsor me or my events or the stuff that I do. And I don't really like affiliate marketing too much just because I don't have enough time, right? Or my email list is too valuable. And my email list isn't huge, but the open rate is crazy. I have 51,000 subscribers to my email list, right? And I basically found out in Entrepreneur Organization that there was something called the ERC. And the ERC, what it is Employee Retention Credit. This is specifically for entrepreneurs. And whenever the PPP came out, everybody loved it because you got up to, I think, 21,000, right, per employee. Well, you couldn't get the ERC if you got the PPP. And so then all of a sudden, and there was all this red tape. So what happened was that Biden made it to where you could get both. So now all of a sudden, even though the ERC is over, there's this company called ERC Specialist that I found out about, Entrepreneur Organization, that is now going back because there's billions of dollars left in this program, and they're getting $26,000 up to $26,000 per employee retention credit, right? And basically, I have people that are getting minimum $60,000. To my top one so far was $645,000.
Wow!
But I have friends that have gotten well over $1 million.
Take us through the site. Explain the site.
Absolutely. So first off, don't be clicking on the site unless you use my link. I'm the only affiliate. So, but
link will be in the description, by the way.
Yes.
Only that link.
Yes. So it is. So before I take you through the site, just really quick,
sure.
let me explain because the topic was about affiliate marketing. So if you have a audience, this is so huge. If you have a massive audience and you don't believe in affiliate marketing, I'm telling you, some things are bullshit, other things aren't. I think most things are bullshit. It's going to be free advertising for the company, and it's not going to work. 2 months ago, I sent out one email. I had my team send it out. I didn't do it. It was one click. I basically made so many of my friends between, say, 60,000 and 645,000. A lot of people, 100, 200, 300,000, okay? I got to my dashboard 5 days ago. Guess how much money I made? $42,000 from one single click of a button. Now, I mean, a lot of people make a lot of money in this world, but I'm going to tell you this. As an entrepreneur, when I hear $42,000 as a net profit, I think it took me about $150,000 in revenue or $200,000 to get to that $42,000. I didn't do anything.
And that's your net.
That's my net.
It's like take home in your pocket.
That's my take home for me having one of my amazing team members click a button.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I have a sponsor that sponsors me. It's an affiliate thing. So whenever somebody buys, I get the full price. They don't pay per ad. It's if they buy. So if I perform, right, put it at the right time, move it around.
Yes.
Full price. I like that. As a creator, I like it because then I have the ability. I don't have the pressure where you have to hit this number bullshit.
Right.
I can play with it. I can put it at the 8-minute mark, the 9-minute mark, whatever it may be.
Right. So like it is so insane. It is so insane to me. Just because like I've never been able to I mean, I've had big deals before, but not one-click deals. And it's always like too good to be true. Like, oh, nobody's getting 645,000. I will take you to the back end of the QuickBooks. You will see exactly how much money each person got. And it's mind-blowing. And the best thing is that you're helping out so many people. And it's government-free money. And it's from the pandemic. It's people that suffered in their businesses. And guess what? They could suffer from, let's just say they suffer from loss of wages, right? They could have made less in 2020. They made 19, or made less in 21, only by one quarter. One quarter they made less in 21 than they made in 20 or 19. They compare any of them. Or they had a supply chain demand issue somewhere in the business. A supply issue affected their business in some capacity. And each employee, they can get up to $26,000.
Even now?
Yes. Listen, the program is over.
Wow.
The program has been over since the end of 2020. The best thing is through this company, the ERC Specialist, you basically can backdate. So you have the ability to backdate. So there's 250 pages of like legal work and registration. It takes you 15 minutes to apply.
Yeah.
To this company, basically. And so they basically go back, they fill out all the information for you, and it's like a dream come true. And for me, when I can look at my PayPal account and it can say $42,000 and I didn't do anything but click a button. Hello.
Thank you, goodness.
Thank you, goodness. Affiliate marketing at its best. There you go, Vinny.
Now, do you think that would work with him?
If he has an audience, yeah. So if he has an audience, that could work for him. But I'm explaining how affiliate marketing works, basically. So I would say I'm probably mid-range. I have 51,000 subscribers on one email list. I have another email list that has like 23,000, all subscribers. My open rate is between 25% and 32%.
That's good.
Pretty good open rate, right? And so those people are listening and looking at every single one of my emails. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So anybody that has an audience of any type that also has entrepreneurs listening, that's perfect for them, basically. So I basically have links for affiliate. And here's how this works also, is the business of it. Let me tell you transparently the business of it. So there's an affiliate link, meaning you can sign up to be an affiliate. And it's not a pyramid scheme, right? Pyramid scheme, you get paid out, that person gets paid, that person gets paid.
Peter, what is the saying? Peter pays Piper, or whatever it is?
It's a long list. It's
Peter to pay Paul.
What is it? Rob Peter to pay Paul?
Yeah. And it's very straightforward, basically. So you basically can refer people, essentially, and then you can have anybody sign up as an affiliate. That's it. If they sign up people, you're not getting paid. If they got signed up, it's just that and that. There's two layers to it, and that's it. And I have had no like sub affiliates. It's all business owners that I know directly signed up, no sub affiliates. And I have sent out one email.
So now, if I want to sign up for this,
For the program, yes.
or for the program, is there qualifications that are needed?
Yep. So all they have to do is click find out how to qualify.
Right up at the top.
Begin qualify over the right, or they scroll up to the top.
Okay.
Up, top. That works. Yep.
Okay. ERC Specialist.
So it's www.getrealw2money.com. We'll put it in the show notes. The exact.
Okay. Refresh it. It's not loading. You won't see any of this, believe me. I'm a beast at cutting things. Yeah, it's not loading. It's like, fuck. That should be loading. Click on another thing at the top.
ERC qualifications.
Sure.
All right, we got that one. Well, let's go with that, Elijah.
Yep.
And I'll just cut it right into it. Let me just beep so I know I need to chop that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Beep. Okay, so take us through ERC qualifications.
Okay. So basically with the ERC qualifications, the biggest thing to know is like, don't try to qualify yourself. So you need to know you need to have W-2 employees, number one. Like you need to be in business in 2019, but don't qualify yourself. After you essentially click the begin qualify, it takes you 15 minutes. And after you do the 15 minutes, you have to upload a couple of tax forms, and you basically get like they do all of the work for you. So it takes you 15 to max 30 minutes to do everything, and you find out almost instantly. And so that's pretty much it. They do all the work for you, and that's that.
Go to the next tab. We're going to play a little bit of this and then elaborate on that. Next tab right there. Yep. Play that one. And then on the right-hand side is like all the different chapters, right? Like all the different topics that you go through.
Yeah, I would probably go to like minute 6, or you can start there.
Go to like 1 minute. Right there is good. Just put it right there.
It says a network error caused by the media downloaded to fall far away. Let me refresh it.
I think the internet's probably going a little bit.
It might have went, yeah. Let's see.
I want to thank everybody for joining us. I share it with more people, and how do I actually have the people who are the specialists, really, and Josh is one of the owners of this ERC Specialist, essentially help to make it so it's well executed, and essentially you're able to get approved. I want to share the results really quick so far of the dentists that are personally my friends that I've worked with, the results that they've been able to get approved for, and I want to share those numbers with you in regards to like how many essentially and like how much are people getting approved for. I'll first start off, and Jeremy can give you, or not Jeremy, but Josh can give you the exact numbers or exact average. But I want to say, an average practice is getting back on average around $200,000 ish in credits. I'll tell you the practices that I have worked with so far that have got approved for. We got 30,000, 20,000, 40,000, 42,000, 21,000, 129,000, 33,000, 68,000, 643,000, 60,000, 102,000,
okay,
107,000.
So right there on the right is all the chapters, right? So right there, if there's something specific you want to hear and learn, they're right there on the right.
Yes, absolutely. And then if you want to click over there a little bit more and look at the slide, there's actually a website. If you want to click a little bit more, there's a website. It's like www.realw2money. That really should be in the show notes. No. Click a little bit further on the video, and you're gonna see me sharing my PowerPoint presentation on the actual real video itself. If you scroll it from this minute's.
Oh, I got you.
We'll cut this part out, obviously.
It's a little slow, so it might not pop up as I'm like dragging it. You know what minute it is or no?
No, there'll just be it's in the bottom right of every slide.
What's it called? I'll just type in it. www.
Well, that's the thing I don't remember. www.realw2money. W2.com, I think.
Next one, you got to give me all the tabs 2 days before. Every tab you want, you got to give it to me.
Okay.
I text you 3 times, you didn't answer me. And then you answer me the day of 3 hours before you're coming in.
It's the same website, actually, popping up.
Good, that's perfect. That's the one it is.
It's the same one we were
I could be wrong. It might have been
You
once.
text me
It might have been once.
Once at 11 at night last night, you texted me.
Just trying to make myself look better. Could just give a guy a little bit of a bump.
That's what it is. So whatever everybody has told you, what is it?
Yeah, it just popped.
www.realw2money.com. That's the one that put in the show notes. Yes.
Believe me, this will look beautiful when it's
Yes. Thank you.
I'm good. Now I'm gonna have some Patron because that fucking stupid.
So yes, I guess you can make me off at any time. So for you, like you would be able to go, if you put that at the very beginning. So if you got your own affiliate link, which means you would make 3%, and anybody that submitted, I would get 1.5%, but you would make 3%. So where I had maybe 15 people of my whole list did it, 15 people, and I made $42,000 the first time. And then I realized how much money I made. So like last night or the night before, I did a webinar and I pushed out 5 emails in 4 days to get a shitload of people. So I'll know how much more money I'm planning on making $1 million. Right?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, look what you're doing now.
Right. Your subscriber list, you really should put your URL. You should be the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. But I don't care about YouTube. I care about Spotify.
So can you do that on Spotify?
Yeah. Put my URL. I'm linking everything to Spotify now.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a link to sign up. You're signing up underneath me.
Thank you.
You'll get the 3%. I'll get 1.5% instead of me getting 3%. So whenever you get the show notes and this and that, you might not, don't even put realwshoe.com because I have it redirected to my affiliate. You know how to do that, obviously.
Yeah, I know what you're doing.
So you could create...
0.5%.
What's that? Fucking asshole.
So
Don't listen to him.
I mean, I think that you probably could make a couple $1 million. If I can make 50,000 off of I think I can probably make $1 million off of me actually trying. I'm going to give 20x my effort of one click. I think you could probably make 2 to 5 million. If I can make, if you have you think you have an entrepreneur audience or not really?
I don't read the comments. I hold them because I had issues with Aaron Rodgers. His endorsement agent had an issue and a couple others. So I hold all the comments to approve them. I don't read them. I just look and make sure it's not like horrible. If it's horrible, I delete it. But yeah, there's definitely entrepreneurs, definitely.
Right. Well, regardless, it's an audience and somebody will tell somebody. I think you probably can make 2 to 5. I'm saying that confidently. I think you could make $2 to $5 million because I think I can make $1 million. I think your following on this is probably bigger than mine.
On like YouTube and Spotify?
I'm assuming. How's Spotify?
Spotify, 276,000 followers, 7 million streams, 26 million plays because Spotify doesn't count a stream unless it's 5 minutes or more.
So 200. So remember, so that means that your audience is 5x on one channel of my main. Your main channel is Spotify.
No. YouTube is my main. I mean, I don't care about it now because I have a deal, but on YouTube, I'm approaching 350,000 subscribers and I have 37 million views in this year, in 1 year.
So we'll put it in perspective. You have 6x my following on your main channel. So I have a bunch of channels too, but I only used one channel. So you have 6x mine. I put no effort. I put one click and I made $42,000. So if you didn't do any effort and you just put it just one single time, like I did, that means you'd make $250,000. I'm about to put 20x, not 10x time, right? I'm about to put 20x. You could do crazy.
I'm following you.
Trust
I'm
me.
following you. I'm following.
Right?
No, play it. Fuck it. I don't care.
Play what?
No, I'm just saying because I thought we were just like talking. I haven't been.
It's okay. No, I'll fix it.
Oh, we won't record this.
I'll fix it all.
But I'm about to give you like 100%.
Wait, this is a little bit.
That's all right. It's wrong. It's okay because what I do is to shift them over to Spotify.
Yeah.
I'll cut this from YouTube, but I'll keep it on Spotify
Okay.
to shift over because it's a big shift. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a big. I mean, dude, listen to me. To get 200,000 streams on Spotify, it's not a fucking joke, man.
Yeah.
It's hard as balls. Yeah. So now go to. All right. So we'll start up again. Go pull up his website so we can go through his website. What's that? Yeah, we're gonna jump back in. We're gonna hit his website, and then after we go through the website,
Yeah, I get to piss again, I think.
The Instagram.
do you? Let's do the website.
Should I wait? I can wait.
Yeah, because we're about 3.5 hours in, and then we'll do a part 2 with the rest of it.
So what's that?
We're like 3.5 hours in right now.
Okay.
So if we make it like 4 hours, I mean, we're gonna lose after about 3. so like what we do is like you're right down the street.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we got 3 hours and 15 minutes, a little bit of cuts. We'll go back to the website, right? Go over your website, all the cool shit on there.
Yeah.
and then we'll end it, and then the rest of the stuff, because there's a shit ton left. You know, I mean, you need to come back.
Okay, yeah.
I want like
I've had
100,
fun,
and I'll
too.
give you the 100 back if you don't come back.
Have had fun, yeah.
We're just hanging out. Fuck
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Ready? So pull up his and the festival. Got to do the We're gonna do the website, and we'll do the festival first, right?
Website we did this one.
Yeah, but I mean for him to go like all the way through it.
Okay, I got you.
You want to go through this again or no?
Oh, through this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about what I'm doing now, essentially. I don't think we need to necessarily... Yeah, we can go... Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just trying to pump you, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, so go to the festival first, and then we'll go to the website, and then we'll lead out, and then...
And when you go to the festival, you want to click I'm attendee, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you.
And click that video, just so I want to see what that does. It's actually the first video before you got there.
You're clicking it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The computer's acting a little
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Nashville. I know you're super excited. You're an attendee, so you've landed on this page.
Being that we're
You
going to
wanna
cut
know
this.
What is the dental festival, and what is this Nashville event all
Yeah,
about?
I probably don't want this
First
one.
off,
Go to the first one.
When you purchase a
The first page.
So before I got the Spotify, right? Because I knew that in the code that Vimeo is the video feed for like places you wouldn't even believe.
Right.
So I bought the enterprise package. That's pretty fucking cool. And that gave you
Everybody,
your
my
own
name is
server.
Elijah Desmond. I'm the CEO and founder of the Dental Festival. You've probably been seeing this all over the internet, and I'm here to tell you exactly what Dental Festival is. So, Dental Festival.
Okay, this is the one we want. So yeah, we'll want to play this when we're talking about it. Before
Alright.
you go to I am attendee. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so that's
Let me know when to run it.
yeah. So I was gonna get the enterprise thing, and because of the feed, well, to get that it's like $25K to install, and then they give you a template, and you can make your website like your own website. You can make it like YouTube, Spotify, whatever you want, and they provide the feed. Because I was looking like if on average I get 500, 600,000 views on YouTube, and then so you figure 700,000 people, you need a lot of bandwidth. I didn't realize because I never looked into shit like that. You know how much money you fucking need a month to have on average, say 3-4 million people watch a 2-3 hour video? Fucking 7,000 a month. Yeah. So I was gonna play with Vimeo, and then I just got lucky, and Spotify came. I was right. I was a week away from the meeting to pay them.
Wow.
Would have been 50K, bro.
Wow.
Because the censor shit's crazy. All right, ready?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
we'll beep it. All right. Beep. All right, Elijah, you got this awesome thing, the Dental Festival. I think this is so cool because you've been able to make, again, like we said earlier on, something that everyone fucking hates to go to, the dentist. You made it cool. So what gave you the idea of the Dental Festival?
Right. So first off, dental professionals don't like to go to continuing education courses or events for the most part. Some of them do, but they're boring. But I'm going to tell you this. That's where we go to go get the education that we need. And what I've seen happening all over the world were music festivals. And when you go to a music festival, you go to hear one band and you come out with like loving 5 other bands because they're playing on different stages. And as you know, well, now you know, I love fun. I love music. And I wanted to bring something that already worked in a different industry, bring it into the professional industry. So the first industry was dentistry. And now I plan to expand this festival concept into many other industries that need continuing education or that just teach classes. So what is a festival? Essentially, a festival is a bunch of different conferences that typically take place at different places throughout the entire country in different times. And we put them all under one roof and we have it at the same time. Right? So imagine you have a really good conference that you usually go to in Texas, and it's in January. And you have another really good conference that you go to in New York, and it's in March. Well, those two conferences they come to one building. They still have their same conference. They have it in a different ballroom with multiple speakers and different ballrooms. Then at nighttime, those two conferences come together and they all have a big themed party together.
Cool.
And all the vendors, there is one central vendor hall. And here's the thing, that was 2. Just like I started out. I started off with 3 conferences. My 3 conferences that I started off with turned into 10 conferences 6 months later at my next conference. That went so well, I turned out having 18 conferences. So I'll have 18 conferences in Nashville, which is, next month.
It's fucking tons.
So yeah, so like here
in Nashville.
Yeah.
Like Nashville. This isn't being racist, but Nashville.
Nashville.
You got 18.
Nashville.
I mean, come on.
Nashville.
Look, here, I'll say it. I'm a wetback, whatever.
Yeah.
They go, what do they call us? Every name in the book.
Yeah.
In Nashville, you got 18.
Yeah, this black
that's impressive,
this black
bro.
guy happens to be half white too.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So
right.
yeah, this half white guy and half black guy was raised on a farm. And I don't listen to country music, by the way. And it's Music City.
But you want them fans though, boy, because they'll stick with you forever.
You're right. And I'm going to tell you this. I don't even go to where I necessarily want to go. What do? I put surveys and polls out to my audience. And I say, where do you want to go? Nashville beat every single city out in the entire country.
I know.
Nashville did. I mean, like here's the top cities. Okay, you have Nashville blowing everybody out. Then guess where else? Key West.
Key West.
Yep. Key West was next.
Vinny, why would you think Key
I don't know.
West?
Next.
He's been here longer than me. How would Key West be number 2?
I don't
gotta
know.
hear from Vinny. How? Key West. I went to Key West and I went in a bar and saw some shit I never saw in my motherfucking life. I walked in. I thought it was just like a normal thing. I heard the stories. I walked in. I saw a guy. Wow.
If you want me to be honest, I probably just think like the amount of open-minded people out in Key West.
That's so funny.
Good answer.
So Key West, then San Diego, then New Orleans.
New Orleans, huh?
Yeah. Yep. So anyways, Nashville, and we got 18 different conferences that all came to one spot. And here's the thinking behind this, and I teach it in my next book, and the book Hype. Essentially, if you have one conference, say with 100 people, 150, 200, small conference, the hotel is going to charge you so much more money than they would have charged somebody with 1,000 people, 2,000 people, right? Everything's going to be this astronomical. They don't want you there. They're holding out, waiting for the big dog to come in.
Right.
More money, right? So what if, as a small conference, you could team up with other small conferences, become a big conference, and financially you win?
And this goes back to the branding, the networking, the group thing, like on Facebook and all that. This all reverts back to that, right?
Yes, absolutely. Now, what if I, as a conference owner, have a conference called Dentistry's Got Talent, okay? And the Dentistry's Got Talent conference, which is another LLC I own, by the way, it's an influencer conference. What if that conference has 100 speakers? Now, I only have to provide 20 speakers because guess what? I'm going to go to 17 other conferences and say, I have an influencer conference. Do you want to be a part of it? You're already here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because you are an influencer and I'm giving you an influencer bag, influencer badge, you're coming to an influencer lounge, you're getting all this extra stuff, you probably want to post on social media.
Correct.
About it, right?
Right.
And then you probably want to go to the podcaster lounge. So now all the podcasters are coming, right? And now you have social media lounge as well. You have all these social media influencers coming. So now you have everybody coming in dentistry that's an influencer. And what do you get?
Get a better price. You get you're not so much out of pocket because now you're going to that event who holds it and you're saying, look, it's not just me. Look what I'm bringing to the table, right?
Yeah,
Am I following you, right?
Yes. Well, first off, the influencers, guess what? My influencers are coming at no cost. Matter of fact, I'm paying them an affiliate fee. And they're coming and they get to hang out with another famous person in dentistry that they always wanted to know, that's coming in from Norway or that's coming in from Africa or Costa Rica or Canada. it's an international conference.
And they'd be an absolute moron not to pay to fucking go there and be there and meet
Yes.
the guy, right?
Absolutely. And guess what else? I have 100 companies that are coming there. And guess what those companies are coming to do? They're coming to sponsor those influencers. Because why? They believe in influencer marketing. So why would 200 influencers not come to mingle with each other and network with each other and pick up these sponsors who are intentionally coming?
You want my answer?
Yes.
My answer is this, is that whoever doesn't come, they're not serious.
Right.
Because you got to be out of your fucking mind to meet the best of the best
Yes.
and have sponsors there
Yes.
to pay you.
Yes.
If you don't go to that, then you're not serious. And if you know about it and you don't go to it, then you're just doing this for whatever. You're just doing it because whatever. Right? To pay the bills.
Right, exactly. And so that's the influencer piece. So we've blanketed the entire industry because of all of the influencers. Then check this out. You got 100 companies, and those 100 companies, they could work together. So what do? I created a vendor conference. In the vendor conference, I have a speed dating. So every 5 minutes, I have each vendor changing a seat. Every 5 minutes, they talk to each other and they switch business cards. So what do you do? What do I do? And how can we work with each other to support one another? Oh, you have an email list of 200,000. I have an email list of 50,000. Well, how about we promote each other? That equals 250,000. If you get clients and I get clients, we both win, right?
Correct.
Well, if you do that with 100 different people or even 25, you ultimately win, right? So at most conferences, vendors are focused on getting a customer, but they forget about the vendor that's right beside them that has so many customers, trusted customers. So you work together to grow each other's businesses, right? So in my vendor conference, I have the speed date. That's one huge piece. Another huge piece is I have speakers that are coming in and teaching the vendors how to grow and scale their business. Because at conferences, most people forget about the vendors. They're speakers for the attendees, but you forgot about the people that pay you the most money.
The vendors are the most important.
The most important, but you forgot about them. Why aren't you bringing in speakers to speak for the people who are bringing you the most money?
You got to expand this shit out of dentistry.
It's already happening. Yes.
You helped Chris with Podfest. Right?
Oh, absolutely. And Chris is in the group, in the Voxer group, in the mastermind. Yes, him and
you got
I.
to get that seat thing going on with that podcast shit.
Podfest. Yes.
Yeah, you got to do that. I mean, that's night and day.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So basically, what happens is that now the speaker or the vendors, they could just go to the vendor conference alone. They don't even got to see attendees. They don't even got to see the influencers. And guess what? They could leave because they have 100 new business cards, 100 new opportunities, and now they have been spoken to from some of the best speakers. Next thing is we do a mastermind. So now you have a mastermind, and here's the rules. We're going to talk about the top 5% of your business and the bottom 5% of your business, okay? And it's an open format. So basically anybody could grab the mic and give them feedback on the bottom 5%. So, for example, people are sharing what's working, and people are sharing what's not working and what's the bottleneck in their business. People can raise their hand, and we give them the mic, and they can experience share only. In my experience, this is what I did, and this was the outcome. Shortcuts.
Okay. Well, I was at the Podfest. So what did you do for Podfest? What did you set up?
Absolutely. So at Podfest, I emceed and I DJ'd Podfest, right? This is the last Podfest.
The one in Orlando.
Yep, the one before the pandemic. I was
Oh, that's right. You couldn't go because you were sick.
Yeah, I couldn't go now. Yeah, I could go now that we're going to cut that off the air. Beep, beep, beep.
Now, but
Yes.
why when you implement the changing of the seats? That's the biggest thing that you've said this whole entire time. Why when you implement that at Podfest?
So here's the thing. So me and Chris are now work. So me and Chris have built this relationship. We help each other. We etc.
He talks very highly about you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
So now going forward, this is something that we could implement, right? But essentially, Chris is now going to be with other event coordinators. And this is one of the best practices that we're sharing because it's working so well. all of these business owners will get so much value from just working together. It's called intentional marketing with each other, B2B, intentional B2B marketing. And it's the exact same thing that we do by cross-pollinating. So we take what we do with the B2B and we take the influencers and now we cross-pollinate. So now what do? We put these vendors with these influencers and we do the same thing.
But why didn't you do that with Chris at Podfest? I'm going to ask you. I'm a straight up guy because I mean, Chris is my boy, you know? And,
yes.
And if you would have done that and had the card thing, the turnout would have been 100 times better.
The reason is because Chris and I we meet probably once every 3 months, and prior we have met every 3 months, and we share best practices. There's only so much that you could take in.
Yeah,
that didn't happen this time for whatever reason, but we're working way closer together and we're meeting monthly. I'm sure that things will change like that.
Good. I mean, he's brilliant.
Yeah.
He's smart as hell. But that card thing, I'm telling you, that's what was missing.
Oh.
Where you change seats, that would have changed that Podfest from what it was, and it was great. But I mean, it would have taken it to another level because now you're changing seats, you're doing this, you're not Beck running around screaming. Do you know who Beck is?
No.
Anyway, another story. But that would have been huge.
Oh, it's absolutely, it's a game changer because here's the thing: if you can provide that, this is day 1 and day 2 of my events, right?
But now I'm challenging you, right? Because you're the entrepreneur guy.
Yes.
You're doing Podfest. You're doing events. The first thing I would think if I'm you is make sure that he's changing those seats because that makes it successful.
Right.
And then the real heavy hitters that are out in Texas and Cali would have been in Orlando.
Right.
So I want to know why you didn't make sure that was implemented. You
Right.
can say, oh, we talked. You know how much that works.
Right.
So give me your reason. You, as big as you are,
Yeah.
why didn't you make sure that was implemented?
Because Chris and I, we've been working in a different capacity. Now we're working in a different. Basically, Chris is now in the program, right?
Okay, gotcha.
Right, and Chris also works with other conferences. Now Chris and I are working together monthly, and we're in a Voxer group together with other events. So Chris and I, prior to that, I emceed the event, I DJ'd this and that. Now Chris and I are going to be working closer together.
So now you're in a program where you can.
Yes.
You're in the position where you're going to implement things.
Yes.
Right. I wasn't trying to hate you like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But I wanted to.
You're like, why didn't that come? Because me and Chris weren't working in that capacity. So that is a standard, right, going forward. And there's a ton of moving parts, right? If you put 100 people in the room and say switch seats, here's what will happen. You're going to get multiple people coming from the same company. You're going to not have people having business cards. You're going to have people meeting at the same time. There's an entire process. There's numbers that go out. There's a certain way you got to set the seats so you don't mix the same people twice. You got to change seats at a certain time. You got to implement certain rules. It's not easy. We finally have perfected the system. But here's the best part. That's day 1 and day 2 of this festival. After day 1 and day 2, these vendors who haven't met one attendee can leave. The rest is icing on the cake. But the best part is that true business happens late at night. Okay? I'm talking about 8 p.m. till 3 in the morning. That's networking. That's where we unbutton the shirt a little bit, we take the tie off, we put right? And we're really getting to know each other and having a couple of drinks. And that's where business happens. So that's what I'm implementing at these festivals. So it's education in the morning, okay? And in the evening, from 8 p.m. until early in the morning, it's strong networking with themed parties, with drinks, with music, with adult games. It's not for kids.
For podcasting?
For every type of event.
Disagree with you.
I
disagree with you.
For every type of event.
No, I'm talking about podcasting, like a Podfest.
No, I'm talking about for every type of event, and it's not for everybody, right?
Yeah.
So let me give you an example. At Podfest, for example, this year, listen, there was amazing DJs, but some of the music was too loud for people. There should be some people that like to be up till 3 a.m. and dancing and this and that, and there should be some maybe more laid back and relaxed and tame things.
Oh, like 2 different rooms, like chill and party. Yeah, okay.
Exactly, because You have to understand your audience. You have to know your audience. So it's not always super cookie cutter, right? But generally, what's lacking from conferences and events is the festival piece, right? And the festival piece includes that, and one of them is the fun element. And a lot of people are missing the fun community, and it's too judgmental. People go out and have fun. People go out and have fun with a couple of friends that they're in their clique at a bar down the road because they're afraid of what everybody else is going to think. But if you can stand from the front of the room and say, it is okay to be your authentic self. It's okay to have fun. It's okay to dance even if you don't know how to dance, right? It's okay to pull up your sleeves if you have tattoos and show them off to the world. It's okay to come as yourself. Nobody's going to judge you here. You've now given people permission to come authentically.
And be them.
And be them. And people are afraid to be them. That's why people go off in the distance and go to the bar far away because they don't want to get caught at the hotel bar. Do you think the people at the hotel bar are the only people that drink? No.
Right.
Everybody's going out and having some drinks. Maybe a few people that have water or a soda. No, people are going out in their little community they feel comfortable with. But what about making a big community? And what about making it an adult camp that people come back? And it's not about alcohol. It's about letting loose. You can have 2 drinks and it'd be okay. But it's about letting loose and having fun and dancing. What was the part that you disagree with, by the way?
No, I disagree with that. Although you couldn't make it, I think that you should have told him and been more involved because you took that on. And you know, and I know, that the biggest thing is changing the seats. That would have changed that whole fucking thing from A to Z.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm saying, why didn't you do that? Because you weren't there? I don't think you did a good job. I think you should have told him to do that because you know that that's the killer move.
Right. I know it is a killer. There's a lot of killer moves, but I wasn't involved enough.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't involved enough. If I was involved more, then maybe. But Chris has made a lot of good moves.
Oh, yes, he has.
He's made a lot of good moves. If I was actually organizing the whole thing, maybe I would have added that. But we share so many diamonds with each other and have up to this point. Some diamonds you get dropped.
Yeah, sure.
You know, but yes, it could have changed. Listen, B2B is everything.
It's everything.
For me, and influencer marketing is, and that's why I've incorporated them. So that's that is part of the blueprint for whenever I go and create and make a conference turn into a festival, or somebody that's a creator that has a huge following and they want to create a conference. We start out as a festival, right? Or a palooza. But it's wrapped around fun and engagement and intentional B2B, intentional business relationships. Not, we're going to throw up a cocktail party and some light music and expect people to get real uncomfortable and network. No, you have to make it intentional. Put a chair here, face each other, put a timer, have a buzzer, bring business cards, and switch seats. Period.
Right. And I'm saying Chris is one of the smartest guys I've met. I mean, he is smart. He taught me things I didn't even know.
Yes.
You know, and a great guy. And that's why I wanted to question you, because I knew that you were a part of that. And I don't think you were you did a good job of being a part of that. And I wanted to hear your reaction. Now, if you want some podcast guy to say, gee,
yes, man. If you need a yes man, it's not me.
It's right. Not me. Right. But you know,
right.
We're friends.
Yes.
You know, we've talked before. We said, let's hang out. Fuck, we're here in Arlington.
Yeah.
Do you want a friend that's going to tell you the truth or tell you the bullshit?
Right.
And I wanted to ask you, why the fuck didn't you do that? Because we both know the guy can't handle everything himself.
Right.
And when I went in there and you know, he said, you know, you helped put it out. I'm thinking, well, why isn't there a station to do business cards? Because the other ones that I went to, that was everything. I mean, literally, you would drive 3 hours, and not in Podfest, but like a different event. I would drive 3 hours just to get my business cards out, have lunch, and get the hell out of there. And that was it. And when I went, there was none of that. And the seat thing, that's really good when you have to move the seats.
Yeah, I mean, business cards
should have done a better job on that one. In my opinion.
Well, so listen, though. Prior to Podfest, prior to recently, right? So Chris and I, we have a thing, right? We meet halfway, or I drive
out.
I
get it. You weren't fully involved in the program.
Yes.
I get it. I got the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm going to ask you.
Right? Yes.
Would you expect me not to?
You got to.
or I'm not a
You're
real
not real,
person, and
right.
you'll probably never talk to me again. Right? I mean, look, if somebody's fake to me and then they leave and they go, oh, why the fuck didn't he have them exchange business cards
Right.
to Vinny, but I don't say it to your face?
Right.
Well, that's not a good
Right.
person.
Right. But it's a good idea and it's working. And in my industry, it's what people missed, right? So conferences are changing a lot. There's less attendance. Things are just changing.
Yeah.
In general, I think it's coming back. It's coming back slowly, right? But here's the biggest issue. When there's vendors that pay, like my vendors, they pay between $4,000 and $50,000 sponsorships, okay? And what happens is they get a table and they want people that can buy their product to come up to the table, period. Okay? They get frustrated if they don't, period. As much as the conference owner wants them to, they don't. If they don't, right? And that's not the conference owner's fault, maybe not. The number one mistake that they forgot about is they could get so much more business if they simply turned to the left and turned to the right and looked in front of them.
I agree with you.
And the issue is, though, also is the conference owner didn't take ownership of that and say, just do it like Nike, but put them in an atmosphere where they're face-to-face and they're forced to change seat every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it gets better. You have 10 golden tickets. You got 100 companies, you got 10 golden tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? 10 golden tickets. Those golden tickets, use them wisely and don't mess up my clock. Every 5 minutes you change seats. If you're in a real good conversation, if you're real good dating, you guys want to get on the first night, slow down. You give them a golden ticket. That golden ticket is for you to meet them on Friday or Saturday at either of your booths. You have a sheet to fill it out for 30 minutes for a deeper conversation. But don't mess up my time. Don't stop and stay where you're at after 5 minutes because you're messing it up for the person behind you. You're messing up the whole flow. And you got 10 golden tickets. You got 10 really good relationships. Don't give them out on the first day.
I'll tell you what. Chris had Shure there. The company that makes this microphone, the best that you can buy.
Yes.
They have a new one out. There's a new one out. You can't get it yet. But they had it there. Now, I would think that they would be pushing that, right? And I went up and I looked. And I'm waiting for somebody to say, hey, how are you doing? Whatever. The microphone's there. I was ready to buy 7 of them.
Yeah.
Nobody even came up. That's not Chris's fault. That's them or whoever they had running it. Because there's a new one that I guess it's more noise cancellation. And that's what I went to because you had the vendors and I wanted to see the new ones. And I was waiting for somebody to come up to me. I'm like, the fuck? Okay. All right.
Right.
But it was amazing to me that sure. Like, are they that cool that you can't talk to somebody? And you know how many people went up to that stand? A lot of people. And you know how many people pulled out their wallet? 0.
Because they weren't there.
Well, yeah, they weren't attentive. They were just sitting down. But then you would go to another one and they're all over you.
Right.
They're dying for the first thing, But you would think that these guys would be 400, 500, 600 a mic. I would, if I'm going to get 10%, hey, how you doing? How's your day? Hey, would you like a drink? I have a friend at the bar. Why don't you have a drink and come back and I'll tell you about the microphone?
Right.
That's how I would approach it. Right.
Right. It makes sense. But there's trade show lessons. And here's the good thing. So there's speakers. See, you just gave a best practice of what you should do as a speaker. So I have speakers that come to speak for vendors.
That's what they fucking need. Not those speakers.
But you hear what I'm saying? That
would have died. Vinny would have died.
It teaches them things like you just said. Like common sense stuff. Like buy a attendee a drink. Right? Go buy him a drink. You want to keep somebody here for longer? Go tell the other person at the booth beside you, what do you want to drink? Go buy him a drink. Now he's here for 20 minutes. Hope they got along. Go talk to him. Get to know him.
This is why, if I'm sure the best microphone you can buy, I send 4 people there. I have 2 people there all times. I have 2 other people there that when you come up or I come up or Vinny comes up, I go with the guy and I buy him a couple drinks.
Yeah.
And I don't throw short too much. I just say, yeah, good microphone. So how you doing? What are you up to? How's things going? 15 minutes later, we go back to the microphone. Now I have one of my prime guys that can explain why I should spend another 200 on top of the 400, or why I should spend another $3,000 and get rid of the other mics that I have for this one.
Right.
Now he's a little bit loaded, right? Now you're cool with him. Now you guys are buddies. You come back, and then you have the guy that fucking seals the deal and close it.
Right.
That's what I would have done.
Right. So, just what you said. So, you could be a speaker. You're the next speaker at Dental Festival, right? And then veterinary, and then medical. But you get but it's very out of the box things, right? I can go on and talk about all of the quest, the game shows. That there's just so much. So, this is the vendor. This is the business side.
I'm so interested in you because I see how these people are, and you're in this. But I got a question. Like, am I like out of my mind thinking that why not bring 6 people there? And 4 people are just there to take the guy that's interested to get a drink and bring him back to the 2 people that can close. Like, am I out of my mind thinking that?
Maybe because it's just share microphone that's $600 and it's not a $60,000 marketing package. So maybe they couldn't bring 6 people to the conference. You know, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not the yes man either.
Sure,
so maybe
can't
6 people.
bring 6 people to the conference? Maybe not. You know better than me.
I mean,
Well,
6.
fucking find a homeless person and give them $20 and buy him an outfit and tell the fucker to show up and, hey, look, you're homeless. I'll get you a nice meal and a drink. Just take everybody I tell you for a drink. Don't bug them about anything and then bring them back. I would. Matt Cox did that. He got away with fucking millions in fraud. Yeah, you go to homeless people, you like, hey, I'm from the Salvation Army. We're just on a poll. Here's $20. Social security number, give the homeless guy $100. Now he's got their social, everything, builds credit, buys houses, gazillion dollars in houses, buys the house before it closes. He's in another state.
Wow. That's
Just like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They had great credit.
Great credit, goes in, gets the loan, blah, 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 changes his identity before, because, it takes, 14 to 21 days to close, but the loan's already paid. He's the lender. He got the money. He's out, changes his name. He got so cocky, started using the Simpsons names. And he got away with it for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah. But now let's get back to you on the important shit. Okay, so the dental festival. All right. So
let's play that video.
yeah, let's play that video.
Yeah. Crank that up. Hey everybody, my name is Elijah Desmond. I'm the CEO and founder of the Dental Festival. You've probably been seeing this all over the internet, and I'm here to tell you exactly what Dental Festival is. So, Dental Festival is a collaboration of many.
You're serious when you got like a board like that. You're doing some real shit.
Typically take place in different cities, different states, and at different dates. What we have done is we've made it so easy for everyone to come together at one date and have the most amazing experience. Whether you're an attendee, a dental vendor, or you're a conference owner, we have something special just for you. So, I've made this video to explain how to navigate through our website. If you're an attendee, make sure you click on I am an attendee. If you're a vendor, click on I'm a vendor. And if you're a conference owner, click on I'm a conference owner so you can join us at the Dental Festival. Thank you so much for coming to the site, and we're excited to see you at the next Dental Festival.
Well, you got that smile down perfect. When to smile at the commercials every time.
Yeah, so, basically, the site is a bunch of conferences, essentially, and we're bringing everybody to one place, and usually you would pay, let's just call it $1,000 for one conference. Now, you pay $1,000 and you can conference hop from stage to stage to stage. You go to one conference per day, and then everybody comes together for the best experience ever at night. Every single night, everybody's together. Plus this. I'm just giving you the high level. So basically what I'm doing is taking this from dentistry and I'm putting it into all these other industries, basically, and making them fun, whether it's on land as a conference or a sea event on a cruise ship. Basically.
So you're evolving from just dental
yes,
everything else.
Yep. Because we're all human.
Yeah.
We're all human. And conferences are overall pretty stale.
What do you think makes you so good as a speaker? Like, what do you think it is? Like, what is it that makes you so good as a speaker?
As a speaker, I mean, look, I feel like I'm not the best, but I'm far from the worst. I speak from passion. I don't rehearse ever. I speak from
It's all off the cuff.
I speak from the heart. You know, a lot of people have slides when they speak, you know, PowerPoint slides with
PowerPoint.
death by PowerPoint, right? With these lines and a million words. And I mean, I could have a couple pictures, but I'm engaging with the audience and I'm feeling the vibe of the audience. And I'm also feeling what I'm feeling inside. So nothing is rehearsed. Everything is straight from the heart. Everything is authentic.
That's tough.
And that's how I am as a speaker. And a lot of coaches would be like, no, you can't do that. You got to rehearse it. You got to go over and over. And that's just not me. I'm telling you how I feel right now in the moment. And it's not rehearsed. It's not a play. This is not play production. This is real life.
It's amazing, man. Pull up his website and then take us through what refresh it. I love that slide, man. With all them lights, it's so fucking amazing.
Yeah. So I mean, right now, what I'm doing in the world of speaking, first off, I'm speaking to it's mostly kids now.
Scroll down, Vinny.
Yep. So
Elijah, if you could explain each part of this,
Yeah.
so everybody knows.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, I am speaking to kids. I am emceeing, and I'll speak at corporate events every once in a while, if it makes sense. I love destination things, but also I'm emceeing all events, and then I'm DJing. That's the biggest thing and the most fun thing I love to do is I DJ corporate events, and then I help them to I give them some tips and tricks on promoting their event to make it big. You'll see some of those up there higher. You will see some of those just testimonials on me going to the high schools and essentially affecting these kids. The girl on the far left over there, we actually, she came up to me and she said, Elijah, you were so powerful and so inspirational, but you know, you smile so much and I want to smile. The thing is I can't smile.
Yeah, play that, Ben.
Okay, I'm just saying that I'm thankful that you came, Elijah.
On the right, other side.
I believe sometimes that being honest, sharing your life.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, and who's this speaking right now?
I was not happy this morning, and then you came in with this joy, and then it just gave me that spirit to just enjoy the day and just get on with my life.
So she's a little girl on WhatsApp. I can't give her name just because, you know, she's not my patient. But basically, she came up to me and she goes, Elijah, you smile so much and I love your smile. And I like to smile as well, but I've came to not like my smile. I said, why? And she's covering her mouth. She says, because I can't smile without my friends making fun of me. And so this is in Jamaica, where I'm going tomorrow, actually. It's all girls school that I was speaking for. And she said, my friends make fun of me because my teeth are crooked. And she's like, my friends say my teeth are everywhere but where they're supposed to be. And I told her to reach out to me, get a hold of me some way, and we're going to fix that. And so sure enough, she reached out to me and we fixed that. So
That's so cool, man.
So she's sending me, you know, pictures every, I don't know, 2-3 months, and she's basically, she has the smile of her dreams and she's so confident. And this is 2.5 years later. She has this beautiful smile and she's so confident, and she has friends that don't make fun of her.
You know how happy you probably made that girl?
I don't know who's happier.
You or her, right?
Yeah.
Both of you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's something that I did. Like when I went out and I spoke, I would take a speaking contract. But no matter how much they were paying me, I wouldn't take the contract unless they put me into a high school, and I wouldn't charge the high school. And basically, like, you have to, I'm not going to talk to the superintendent or the principal. I'm not about to sell myself because I'm just doing it for free.
Right. Yeah.
I just want to make an impact, but it's your job to get me into a high school.
Right. You're not going to vet me 3 times when I'm doing this on my arm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show up, and I just need you to provide me the transportation, make sure I have this, you know, audio visual, and that's part of the contract. And if you can't do that, unfortunately, I'm going to have to stay home with my family because that's more important. But if I come out, I don't just want to be a ticket. or a dollar. I want to make an impact. And so that's how I got a huge run in speaking in the high schools. And then I wanted to make a bigger impact. That's when I created motivational concerts.
And that tells me that you know your value, you know, and that takes time to maybe accept that, you know, that you know your value and you know that you have value. And if, you know, you're not just going to go show up somewhere and waste your fucking time.
No. And it's not about, like I said, it's not about money either. Like I will lose plenty of money because I'd rather be at home with my family. And I want to be making it a bigger impact than having fun too, you know?
Now, how do you book a motivational concert? So how does one book a motivational concert?
Yeah, so it's a school. It starts off with a high school, and that high school has a district, and typically the district will have 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 schools, and the districts essentially talk to each other, and we essentially raise funds to make all of this happen. We find the speakers. We have speakers in our list. We have athletes. We have multiple famous people. We have motivational speakers. You're getting DJ Smiles regardless because it's my program. And basically, we put it into play. You work with the student council. The students are extremely involved. They work with setting up everything. And basically, we plan things out 6 to 9 months in advance because it is an entire production to bring everybody, you know, through. You do have GoFundMe accounts that we can help you out with as far as raising money to get the students, the buses, believe it or not. It's very expensive. I don't know if you know this, but it's very expensive to bus students to an outside location.
Why?
Crazy. Costs money for the gas, and it costs money to pay the drivers to go there to wait to work outside of the regular hours.
Because they're basically on overtime, right?
They're on it, yeah. So it's an expense people don't really think about, but it is one of the more expensive pieces to do that. So, but we also have sponsors as well, and there's also local sponsors that they have. I mean, we're a nonprofit company, and that's some of the money that we get, we put towards this. But basically, they reach out to us, and we put everything in action. And so, like I said, pre-pandemic. So this was the plan in 2017. 18, I started to go to school to DJ, right? That was like, you know, at the end of 18. And then we started bringing this to light, planned all of them. We had 6 planned out. And they were all canceled because of the pandemic. So just starting to bring them back now that the pandemic's lightened up and ready to go full steam. But Beyond the Game as an organization, the nonprofit's been 7 years now. The Guys with Ties program has been in, I want to say, 6 years. And the motivational concerts we're bringing over from the latter life. So
amazing, man. And you got to come back because we didn't get to Straumann Group. I can't believe you were. They're huge.
Oh, man.
I mean, that was early on.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's a big company.
It's a really big company.
But we definitely got to talk about
Straumann and Invisalign, both of them. I mean, there's a long journey with working with big corporate
now, what do you, before we end it, what do you think about Invisalign?
What I think about Invisalign? Yeah. I love Invisalign. I'm still in Invisalign. There is a lot of companies that have come along since Invisalign. And I think clear aligners are great, especially for people that don't want to have traditional braces. It works, and it's aesthetic, right? A lot of people don't even know that you have them in, except for if you're like myself. I can see see it,
right.
You know, but I think it's great.
I remember people and remember this in Vinny in high school, like people would say, oh, I got braces for 4 years. And then next thing you know, like 8 years later, they still got braces on.
Well,
me.
Yeah.
That was you? You had that?
Most people.
I feel like my orthodontist forgot about me. I had braces for so long, but my teeth stayed straight. No retainer, nothing. They stayed straight.
How long were you on braces for?
Like literally 6 years, 7 years. But it was only supposed to be 4 years. And eventually I was like, hey, man, did you forget about me? Like, I need to get these shits off. And, he brought me in, took them off, and I haven't had a retainer or anything, still straight.
Wow.
Now, Invisalign is what, 2 years, right?
Yeah, Invisalign can range. It could be 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, 4 years.
What should braces actually be? I mean, I know, I guess it depends on how bad your teeth are.
What should they be? How much?
Like how long?
How long?
Yeah.
It really varies.
It's so
if you got
strange.
jacked teeth or extreme overbite, extreme underbite, crossbite, there's so many. 3 months, 4 years. I mean, it varies.
Wow. Crazy, huh?
Yes, it varies. It could be anything.
Wow. Well, maybe you weren't too bad. Your teeth are straight. You didn't have to wear a retainer because most people don't wear the retainer when they get off.
And then they end up with braces
and
again.
then they go back. Great market to be in.
Right.
Can I buy in? We're out of retainers. We have a shortage.
Right.
We'll get some capital real quick on that one,
Yeah.
right?
Got lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. So definitely got to come back, man. We got to finish up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So an ending. And with when you were on stage, being a speaker, you know, somebody that's nervous, they have a, give me a time when it was just mayhem, like you totally messed up. How did you handle the worst situation ever when you were on stage? People are there for you and you screwed up. How did you play it off?
That's pretty easy. So
I know that one was bad then.
it's pretty easy. So not recently. I had recently given my MacBook to a friend. I actually sold it for pennies, and I got a new MacBook. And when I got a new MacBook, I went and I uploaded everything to my iCloud. So I had everything. Everything's in the cloud. I gave her my MacBook and I erased everything on the MacBook. I went to go play my PowerPoint presentation that I had given, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't fetch it. And the reason is because I deleted everything. So don't trust the cloud. As a speaker, as a speaker that basically doesn't use slides, but needs slides to know their pace of where they're at, essentially. Fortunately, I was still able to give the presentation. But I ended a little bit early because I didn't pace myself, because I can pace myself whenever I have,
You use the PowerPoint not to put up, but to keep you in order, right?
Yeah, keep me in order.
Now, being that you can't comprehend, how in the hell could you pull that off?
Oh, I can comprehend.
I mean, when you read something, you can't comprehend.
Oh, no, I can comprehend a sentence or two. I can't comprehend a paragraph.
Right. Well, you got a speaker sentence or two is not much.
Yeah, something. But I'm not. Here's the thing. Like, whenever I'm speaking from the heart, and I'm not reading. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So if I look at a picture, I can talk about it all day.
In other words, you speak from the heart, whether you have a PowerPoint or not.
Yeah, I'm speaking from the heart. So that was one bad story. Second bad story is I'll start this off. I was mentoring this girl. Her name is Danielle. I was mentoring her. I was pouring into her as an up-and-coming speaker. She lived in Portland. And basically, I took a flight to, is it Maine? Portland.
Portland. Like Seattle?
Yeah, Portland. And I got on a flight. I was tired. I woke up, and I'm like, they're landing in 10 minutes. I feel like I was on the plane for an hour. And I'm like, this makes no sense. Was I really sleeping for like 5 hours? And the girl beside me looked at me and was like, oh my God, you flew into the wrong Portland.
Oh, not good.
Flew into Maine.
Not good.
Flew into Maine. And I could not, there was no flights. There was no train. There was no car that was going to get me there. And she ended up saving the day. I had mentored
the girl
her.
you were on the flight with?
No, that I wasn't on a flight with a girl. It was just a girl that was sitting beside me.
Oh, okay.
But there was a girl that I had mentored that lived in Portland.
Gotcha.
She took the speaking gig.
I bet you were glad he mentored her, huh?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, yes. So those are my two bad stories.
Okay, so if somebody wants to find you out, where can they find you? Where's the best place to message you to get in with you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
and this will all be in the description.
Yeah, so social media for sure. I mean, Facebook for sure. Motivation 501, like facebook.com/501 Motivation 501. Elijah Desmond. You can find me on Instagram, DJ_smiles_. LinkedIn for sure is an easy place to reach out to me. I'm pretty accessible. Like I'm definitely not untouchable. I reach out, I respond.
Type your name, you're there.
Yeah. You type
your LinkedIn's very good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, type LinkedIn for sure. LinkedIn's very easy. I get
there's no like, if you send somebody a message on LinkedIn, you see all of them. Like even if you're not like friends, you see of everything. It's not under the other inbox.
I was surprised how much they fucking charge to connect with people.
What do you mean?
It's like if you want to do like connect or whatever the hell they have on there, it's like $500,000 a month. Like if you really want to be like connected or whatever they call it, it's like a grand. Yeah.
I think there's a sales navigator and it's like $89 a month.
Yeah. Click on that. $89 a month. Yeah. See what that gets you. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, LinkedIn's good.
It is good.
It's really, I love LinkedIn. But yeah, that's the best way. Or ElijahDesmond.com. But yeah, just social media, reach out, send a message. Happy to help in any capacity.
And I consider you my friend. I was asking you off the wall questions for your reaction to show like you know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just
so you know.
And if I don't, what do I say? Like, this is not my specialty.
You said, I don't fuck with this.
Yes.
All right, man. We got to come back because we got to finish. Man.
Yes.
There's a lot of shit to go.
Absolutely.
I want to know all about this festival shit
Yes.
on the cruise,
Yes.
whatever. So
Absolutely.
you're right down the street. So don't give me no excuse.
No excuse. I don't got
Jamaica, I'll
excuses.
give you. I'll give you Jamaica.
Okay.
All right. But after Jamaica, don't give me no Switzerland or Ireland.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Or Vinny will come after you.
Oh, man, Vinny. At least bring some exotic.
MSCS Media is now part of the Spotify exclusive team. If you'd like to watch this episode and others uncensored and uncut, click on the link in the description below.